Hi not board gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark, and this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. Now I'm going to be talking to you in this video about one of my all-time favourite games, and as you can see in the background, it is in fact Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games, designed by Adam and Josh Carlson. Look, there is a reason that this game is ranked number 61 in the BGG top games of all time. It's because it is such a wonderful, wonderful experience. So Too Many Bones is a dice building RPG. A what? A dice building RPG, that is correct, where you will take either a single Gearloc, and these are the guys that you fight with, or multiple Gearlocs on a solo or cooperative adventure through the wonderful lands of Daylor, having journey after journey, having encounter after encounter, with the ultimate aim of battling and defeating the tyrant in one of the most unique game experiences I've ever had. So the first thing you'll notice when you open your box of Too Many Bones, and I still remember the day I got it, I was so over the moon and blown away by what I saw inside, is the unrivaled quality of the Chip Theory contents. You have these wonderful die-cut neoprene gaming mats, not only for the Gearlocs, but you also have the battle mat as well. And if you want to purchase it separately, there is also the adventure mat. You have the wonderful weighty poker chips with the print on there, be there the Gearloc poker chips, the baddie poker chips, or the tyrant poker chips. They just feel absolutely wonderful. And the dice that the game has become synonymous with. You have these heat transfer dice. That means these are really durable, hard wearing, they feel great to roll on the table, and the print will never come away from them. But it's not all about the quality, it has to be about the gameplay, and that's where Too Many Bones stands head and shoulders above its competition. You see, the thing about Too Many Bones is that each and every time you play it, you're going to have a totally unique adventure. That means it is absolutely endlessly replayable. And that is just out of the base box. In the base box, you have your 4 Gearlocs, you have a number of tyrants, and you have a number of encounter cards, and you mix and match those to create a unique adventure. However, you can then expand that. You want more Gearlocs? Hey, we can give you more Gearlocs. Here's Gilly, here's Tantrum, here's Gasket. There is more Gearlocs out there, and you want an expansion to the base game, that's absolutely fine, because we have 40 Days in Daylor, which gives you even more cards and even more baddies, and you also have Age of Tyranny, which gives you a campaign style adventure so that you can string your journey together. Rolling dice has never felt so good, and there is a reason that Too Many Bones calls itself a dice building RPG. First of all, there's the dice themselves. There are 130 unique dice in the base game alone. Then there are the attack dice and the defense dice. That means that each of your Gearlocs, which have an asymmetrical mat, can be powered up differently in each different game. You can mix and match your Gearlocs to create these winning combinations. You can take on tyrants that are different. You can have different baddies in there. No two games play the same, and the RPG bit absolutely kicks in when we're talking about how you power up each individual Gearloc. So we've talked about the dice. The RPG element is huge in this game. So here we go. Here's the map for Boomer. And when you start, you will have some fairly basic kind of statistics and abilities on there. But every time you complete an encounter, you may get the opportunity to get some training points. And when you get training points, you can potentially increase Boomer's stats. And you will, each character and each Gearloc will get one of these wonderful sheets which tells you what each die does. Maybe you want to give Boomer some buff HP. So you want to give her some additional HP and some strength there, then maybe you want to assign that die to her. Or maybe you want to increase her grenade throwing ability, so you pick that die, and each time you have an encounter you can choose new die if you get training points, increase the abilities on your Gearloc, and have a truly unique experience as you battle the big bad tyrant. And the end of the game comes when you battle a tyrant, and of tyrants there are many, and each expansion brings a new set of tyrants for you. You will battle the tyrant. They have their unique fighting abilities, they have their unique dice, and you will win the game if you beat the big bad tyrant, and it is just a wonderful, wonderful journey to go on. I think it goes without saying that I absolutely love Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. For me, it just offers an unrivaled sense of fun, of adventure. It looks great on the table, it's very tactile as you're moving the poker chips around the neoprene mats. It's endlessly replayable, and that's just outside. That's just with the base box. You know, there are the other Gearlocs that you can buy. There is 40 Days in Daylore. There is the Age of Tyranny campaign, and there are also other expansions as well. So there is the Too Many Bones Undertow, which is a separate standalone game, which I'll be talking about in another video. And there's the recently released Too Many Bones Splice and Dice, which totally alters the base game of Too Many Bones, and I'll speak about that in another video. So that is my kind of overview on Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. It's a wonderful, wonderful, unique, fascinating, fantastic, tactile, tactical, strategical adventure that is unlike any other game out there. So thank you for joining me on this journey through Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. My name's Mark. I'm from Not Board Gaming. Please remember to like and subscribe to the channel for more great content. Enjoy the rest of GenCon, and until next time, bye-bye.
What I'm talking about.
Wait!
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Do you have a mountain of games and sometimes struggle deciding which one to play? Do you feel left out of the decision-making process, or like your suggestions are tossed aside by more assertive gamers before they're given proper consideration, leaving you hurt, confused, even upset? Every time your game group tries to pick a game, are you tired of the negative energy, the bickering, the frustrating loss of your extremities? Ouch, that'll leave a mark. Well, shrug off the severed arm and turn that frown upside down, Dave. Introducing Game to Pick a Game, the game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play game. Game to Pick a Game by Chip Theory Games is a 5-minute action-packed voting and bidding system layered with characters and skills. You'll need planning and ingenuity if you want to see your nomination win. This amalgamation of game styles and genres will have you using social deduction and wit to thwart your component's strategies while protecting your own. The game takes place over multiple rounds, beginning with a game nomination. Then each player will place a voting chip on their own or another's nomination. The face-down side is the one that counts in the end, but the face-up side determines turn order for the next round. Each character comes with 3 identical voting chips. However, they also have a unique skill that, when used at the right time, can reveal, conceal, or alter votes on the table. Do you fight tooth and nail for your own nomination? Or just focus on the game you know you don't want to play? As play continues, more and more of the common votes have been played, which in turn starts to reveal people's strategies. How and when you play your chips makes all the difference. You'll be quite impressed with the amount of strategy hidden under the cover of this beautiful game. But don't take our word for it. Just listen to what some of our paid employees have to say.
Wow! This game is easy to play, but it will take my whole lifetime to master. Thanks, Chip Theory.
Horse apples. My game didn't win, but at least I had a fair shot.
Gee, Gaz! Never before has it been so easy to pick a game to play when we wanted to play a game, but we didn't know what game to pick.
Your time is precious. So is your body. And no one should ever have to feel hurt, confused, or upset on game night. When your games feel like they are playing you, it's time for a quick round of a game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play. Game to Pick a Game. Game to Pick a Game, the only game you'll always play on game night. Limited time only. Batteries not included or necessary. Chip Theory Games is not responsible for any game resulting in the play of apples to apples. No limbs were lost in the making of this advertisement. All depictions of gore or violence were achieved through the magic of special effects. Do not ingest Game to Pick a Game. Pledge now.
Happy, guys, happy.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this really special episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. As we know, there's no physical GenCon this year, which is a real shame because it would have been my first GenCon. However, everything's been moved online and hence the reason we're doing videos. Now, in really exciting news, Chip Theory Games announced in the last couple of weeks that next year they're launching a Kickstarter for a reimagining of the Hoplomachus series, which I'm so excited about. Like many people, Hoplomachus features really highly in my kind of list of favourite games, but there are a lot of people who don't know that much about it. It's a little bit difficult to get hold of now. So, kind of prior to the Kickstarter coming next year and prior to having more information, what I've done is I put together this little video on the entire span of Hoplomachus, what's available out there so far, just to let you know a little bit more about the game. But do make sure that you check out the Chip Theory Games website, and you also check them out on Facebook and join the various Facebook groups and on Twitter and on Instagram to make sure that you're kept up to date with the upcoming launch of the Hoplomachus Kickstarter reimagining next year. Right, check out the video. The Hoplomachus series brings games of classic, epic, gladiatorial combat. That's right, there's blood, sweat, tears, swords and sandals right in your living room. The first game in the series is the already legendary Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, featuring amazing solo play, or even head-to-head PvP combat, or take it to the next level with 2 or 3 player co-op. Hoplomachus The Lost Cities will take place in either the Pazuli Arena, a close-quarter arena with raised stones which offer a tactical advantage, or if you have the Farmel Ruins map, you can take your combat to a wide-open arena where archers play a significant part in the battle. Hoplomachus Rise of Rome builds on Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, but now you have new heroes, you have new bosses, you have a new arena, and you have a new way to fight. Rome and Pompeii have risen to the challenge, but along with these new heroes comes new bosses in the shape of the mighty, mighty Titans. Face off in epic player versus player combat in the new Colosseum arena as you battle for crowd favour, or take on one of the mighty Titans in solo and co-op challenges. If you have the Lost Cities, you can combine the Lost Cities with Rise of Rome for epic 2-player versus 2-player team showdowns. Hoplomachus Origins is a quick-to-learn, fast-paced, tactical skirmish game taking place over 3 unique neoprene arenas, each with their own victory conditions. The setup takes minutes and it offers a fantastic PvP experience as you and your friend will battle to the death in one of the arenas. For the solo player, there are 20 unique solo challenges taking place over the 3 unique maps, each challenge getting harder and harder. Can you survive and become arena champion? The Hoplomachus series features the very high quality neoprene mats and high quality printed poker chips that have become the watermark of quality from Chip Theory Games. Featuring an unparalleled tactical and tactile experience, there are reasons why the Hoplomachus series features very highly on a lot of people's top 10 lists. So wow, as you can see, I've got a lot of passion for the Hoplomachus series, and I'm genuinely kind of over the moon excited about what's going to happen in the reimagining when the Kickstarter launches next year. So please make sure once again that you kind of follow Chip Theory Games on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. Make sure you're kept up to date, check out the website, get on the mailing list, and hopefully in the not too distant future we'll hear even more about what's to come in the Hoplomachus Kickstarter, as well as some other Kickstarters they've got coming in the coming months. So once again, my name's Mark. This is Not Board Gaming. Thank you very much for joining me on this very special episode. Please like and subscribe to the channel, to Not Board Gaming, and enjoy the rest of GenCon. Take care.
Hello, I am a Gearloc, and this is Too Many Bones Undertoe. The Gearloc Council has betrayed us all. They're the true tyrants we need to stop, but we need help. Help only found to the far south. The Sibrin River should lead us there, but not without confronting the horrors that lie within it. The Council will surely pursue. To the river!
Leave your Luto stanza. It served its purpose lowering those jail guards.
Take that comment back, Duster.
Seriously? A built-in ad?
Duster, behind you!
With each passing day, we grow stronger, learning and improving skills and finding synergies in our fighting styles. We can hear the Sibrin flowing just beyond the forest. Hopefully Nugget left her raft for us. The rapids and their many dangers are ours to tame. Onward!
The current is picking up.
Those whirlpools aren't from the current.
A raft won't save you northern creatures. You'll soon be floating face down in the river.
Want some feedback? Your monologue was a one-hit wonder.
The Sibrin Tyrant is history, but our journey is far from over. We have little time left to locate the help we've been seeking. First, some rest and recovery. These southern lands are unforgiving, and there are dragons overhead. We must be prepared for anything.
Shh! Turn off your amp. Full cache is right there. We're gonna need more smoke bombs.
Stanza?
You've traveled far, young ones. I'm afraid Nobulus is not far behind. You will need some help. Gasket, initiate.
What is that?
With Nobulus only a day behind us, we've found Mirawat just in time. Now, to figure out what this bucket of bolts can do. Gasket on. Gasket start. Gasket go. Gasket attack.
Let's get this out of the way first. These components are ridiculous.
Insane. They really, really are. I mean, I don't even know where to start. I mean, the player boards are not boards, first of all. They're basically mouse pad material that are really nice die cut for the dice, and I can't tell you how perfectly these dice fit in here. Yeah. It's just nice. They're just snug enough so that they don't really move around, but not too snug.
Right.
It's just great.
You have the chips.
But it's so much fun when every time your mission's over and they're like, you can upgrade a point or two. I'm like, ooh, what am I gonna upgrade? Oh, I should upgrade that stat because I really need more dice per turn. But at the same time, I want one of my special dice, and I love those choices.
I can't have this creeping vines creep because they can only creep onto non-path hexes. And this one's only just been deployed. They have to creep at the start of your turn on the onslaught phase.
The first thing that you notice is Tara has her ship right over here, and she is going to be playing as Horizon's Wrath. And they are like a pirate faction that has an airship.
Then your next move, you're still moving around the board, and you're still in the range of that spire, and it's going to take a second pop at you.
Everything else groups. So I've got Swabby, Buccaneer, Powder Monkey.
Hello everybody, and welcome to our review of what may well be one of the most ridiculous productions maybe ever? Too Many Bones is not some grimy dopaminergic loop where players are kept docile by numbers that just go up. No. You've got to understand that this dice game is wicked. The encounter cards that you draw randomly each day are so varied and creative as to make you feel like you're on an actual adventure. One day you might have not enough meat in the pot, so you have to go and bash a bunch of forest critters on the head, and it's fun. Next day, a dragon shows up, and you have to decide, are you going to run for your life or stand and fight? We've got plucky but self-sabotaging characters, a combat system that gets you excited but is prone to disasters, but where disasters are where you shine. And even the treasure is thematically perfect. In fact, in one game, my friends and I managed to win a lock-picking contest by using a crowbar we'd found earlier, which I swear to God is something out of The Hobbit. The designers didn't predict that, but in creating a world that's so tonally consistent and so full of heart, they did still create it. So I guess I should stop rambling and just say congratulations to Chip Theory for reminding me just how charming fantasy can be.
The lock, a simple mechanism used as a deterrent, a means to keep out undesirables, and a symbol for all that is off limits to the downtrodden and oppressed of New London. It's no wonder then that the citizens of this corrupt and diseased city spend their days learning to open locks by any means necessary. 4 residents of New London in particular have taken their skills to the next level. Elizabeth Watkins, a commoner plucked from the streets against her will, now subverting the Royal Company ranks from the inside. Axe Derringer, a rail worker with the guts to take on any Royal Company safe that turns up in a boxcar, good and flying under the radar. Dante Harvard, an airship pilot making New London government runs, known for his quick wit and even quicker hands when it comes to pins and springs. Charlie Beckwith, a machinist with a price on his head, wanted in New London for stealing just about everything you can steal. These 4 residents have caught the attention of a mysterious figure interested in their unique talents. An unusual summons has been issued to each individual by way of a strange lockbox with no more than a time and a location inscribed on the bottom. Clearly, a larger game is afoot, but raw curiosity can dull the senses, and the mystery of it all is a strong motivator. Welcome to Triplock, a simple, yet not so simple, abstract challenge of skill and memory from Chip Theory Games. Choose to play solo as you work with the stranger to delve deeper into the unknown secrets of the Royal Company, or hone your skills even further against another master lockbreaker while you wait for the right moment to act. Either way, you'll be racking your brain to solve locks amidst a corrupt world full of intrigue and mystery. Triplock can be played in 15 minutes or less. Choose your characters, set up your lock, and draw a diagram. Diagrams give you insight into the lock's composition, and each one you complete brings you closer to solving the lock. Using 2 action dice and your character's unique lock-picking skill, you must...
Hey everybody, welcome back.
Hey everybody.
Welcome back to GenCon Online. We're here again for this morning's welcome segment.
Yeah.
I'm Gilly, Josh Welgus. This is Josh Carlson. Who are you?
Adam.
This is Adam Carlson. Man, I am tired, and we are all tired, but not half as tired as what a actual in-person GenCon would have us feeling right now.
Yep.
But we're excited. Yesterday went, I think, better than any of us even anticipated. It was a lot of fun, and if you're not in the Discord chat, hanging out with us and chatting live, or in the YouTube comments as well, please join us. That community connection is the thing that we love most about GenCon, and you'll get lots of funny inside jokes,
dad jokes.
Yeah, lots of dad jokes, lots of puns, lots of terrible photoshops of Bic pens on.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's whatever. I'm making it sound actually worse than it is. But anyway,
I blame autocorrect for not fixing it for me. Victorum is totally a Latin word.
The context here, this morning Adam was texting us in our group company chat and accidentally got auto-corrected or something to Victorum instead of Victorum, talking about Hoplo. And Josh here made a beautiful rendering of the Victorum cover art with a Bic pen instead of a glass.
Yeah,
so,
stuff it's on Discord. If you scroll up the Discord channel, you can see the image.
Yeah. So I'm making it sound really enticing. No, not really. But anyway, welcome back. Welcome back. So what? We're curious what your favorite part of yesterday's stream was. We want to, again, this has been a fantastic motivator for us to improve and really ready our live streaming capabilities here in the office. And so we want to do more of this kind of content in the future, not just associated with GenCon, not even just associated with online conventions in general. So we want to know what the most compelling thing is for you as an audience. So please let us know. Was it the engagement of the trivia? Was it simple Q&A kind of stuff with us? Was it the goofy Storytime segment with
probably not
with John? I believe there's another one of those, by the way. If you enjoyed that, was it How to Draw with Anthony? Which I thought that was my favorite section of yesterday. I think. Now, granted, I was posting my terrible drawing updates again in the Discord channel, so that was half the fun. There's more of that coming up too, by the way. I don't think today, but I believe tomorrow.
We have some today.
Oh, there's some today. Okay. But let us know. Let us know what was your favorite yesterday.
I mean, I think definitely Anthony. That was a fun bit, but probably also just the interacting in Discord being able to, some of the stuff is pre-recorded, and so it's actually kind of fun to watch the Trove unveiling from my chair and comment in the comments.
Right.
So that was cool.
What was your favorite from yesterday?
Boy. I was trying to think of one. I liked getting on live TV. I love interacting with you guys and having the open Q&A. When we did the segment on building Too Many Bones. Just reflecting on old times.
That was cool. And, it was fun to think back.
Everything prior to, it was just fun to reminisce about that.
Absolutely.
Cool.
When we're at GenCon, typically, especially for the three of us, I think we spend a lot of time making industry connections and that kind of thing. So even the amount that we're able to interact with you all during this convention has actually in many ways been more personal and more detailed than what we usually even get to do at conventions. So it's been a lot of fun. As a part of that, we want to give some shout outs.
Really quick. Sorry. if you are just joining us today and you weren't with us yesterday, you see that we don't have our masks on. We are always wearing our mask around the office. We take this very seriously. I've asked Josh and Josh to unmask because this is a live segment and it's more of a conversational piece, and I read their lips. For those of you who don't know, I'm actually deaf. So anyways, that's why you see us today without a mask. So yes, thank you. To your point about how busy, you were saying how busy we are. Well, I mean, alongside of all of the GenCon stuff that we've been preparing, we're working on Cloudspire stuff. But because we've been so busy working on that, we've got some great content creators that were able and willing to put up some time to help us fill in the blocks to fill out the weekend. We've got Ricky Royal from Box of Delights and Mark Dainty. We've got
Not Board Gaming.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Liz Davidson, Beyond Solitaire at Dice Tower. Scott Morris and Paul Grogan for Gaming Rules. I mean, the list goes on. Yes, and then.
Well, Mark Buxton has been helping us, like, while we've been putting a lot of this and preparing a lot of this Gen Con content. He's been helping playtest a lot of the final stuff with Cloudspire. So
we are deep into the final final balancing of all the solo and co-op scenarios for the new Cloudspire content right now. Skirmish mode, which you'll get a chance to see with Scott Morris and Paul Grogan a little bit later. So we're deep into all of that stuff right now, and so the fact that we can't just pause everything to do an online convention like this, everything's got to keep moving in the background. So we wanted to give a special shout out to Mark Buxton. If you're in Discord, his handle is the Center Isle. He's kind of been the lead playtester on all of this new Cloudspire content. He knows the game. Literally, this is not a joke. I think he knows the game better than the three of us do at this point. So, special shout out to all of you in the community, content creators, Mark, and then everybody who's just been chatting and asking questions and feeding us questions to answer on camera, because that makes the content that we're producing so much more compelling.
I agree with that.
So, and another question, would you guys be interested in watching a weekly show that we produced, a live stream? It's something that we've been talking about. We're looking at trying to establish a permanent video studio to do live streaming and that kind of thing. Let us know if we're entertaining enough that you would actually maybe not. Because that's something we want to do in the future. Whether we do more of these trivia segments with prizes, whether we bring in content creators, whether we bring in other board game designers. The Twin Cities here in Minneapolis. Fantasy Flight is here, Leader Games is here, Floodgate Games is here, among many others. Fight in a Box, lots of others. That's something that we'd be interested in doing in the future if you would watch. We're not going to waste our time if you're not going to watch.
That's right. We could do, we have a bunch of different types of formats we could take with it. So we're wanting to know, again, back to the last question of feedback on what you've liked content-wise would help us if stories are a cool thing or playthroughs or whatnot. Speaking of stories, I will say, we should probably share a Gen Con story.
We should share our actual real Gen Con stories.
You want to go first?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
So my first Gen Con with CTG, I was not a full-time employee. I was not an employee at all, actually, not even part-time. That's right. Josh and his wife were due with their first child over that Gen Con. This was before Too Many Bones was released. I didn't really know much of anything about Gen Con, so I went to Gen Con to basically help work in the booth to help replace Josh. And I had never even played, I had never even really played Hoplo at the time, I don't believe. And I had no idea how important hydration was, okay? Hydrate yourselves. You'll find, and actually if you search Twitter among the board game industry, you will find even references other people have made to, like, staying hydrated and how being on camera all day is the same thing. But when you stand in a booth giving an elevator pitch for Hoplo Origins, trying to pitch pre-orders for Too Many Bones, which was not out and not proven at the time, and you talk all day long and you walk around in the Indianapolis heat, you will get dehydrated. And So after the first day in the booth, maybe it was the second day in the booth, I went back to the hotel with a splitting headache. And I ended up like puking out the entire contents of my stomach that night because I was so dehydrated. That is when I learned that being dehydrated can make you puke, which seems backwards, but now you know. So stay hydrated at home, please.
Great story, man.
I am
Great.
Not staying hydrated here at this desk, but yeah, stay hydrated. You guys have any other funny stories?
Was that your first convention experience?
Yes.
So you never even experienced just the dry mouth, the sore throat.
Oh my gosh,
yeah. Oh my gosh.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, I mean, my thought goes to like the process getting to and setting up for GenCon, which, you know, early on when we were doing this, it was such a like fly by the seat of our pants type thing, and like truck rentals and like let's drive through the night because hey, we can, we're young.
We started out with a car.
Young.
Then we got a van and a trailer.
Yeah.
And then we went to a small
ridiculous. Well, we got the trailer we ended up with on the one year was a snowmobile trailer that was
8 foot,
really wide, so it would hang
foot.
over the line, and it was something that it was tedious driving that thing, but. The visual that stuck in my head is like even just 2 years ago is the truck that we rented, and it was all about like size. You know, the size of the truck needed to be enough to fit all of our stuff, and if it did, well, great, we're good. But our stuff weighs so much.
Yeah. You may be aware our games weigh 10 to 15 pounds a piece.
So like we didn't even think to check the max load of the truck. It was the biggest Penske truck we could rent, it was like, well, obviously it will hold everything.
So we got a 24 foot.
Yeah.
And it was, I don't know. Yeah. It was.
Yeah.
I was going to say commercial grade or something or other, but I
well,
think
yeah,
it was really only you need a Class C license to drive.
Yeah, it had to be something we could still drive, but loading that thing up, and also, thinking we were evenly distributing the weight, but like, because our booth, I mean, that's the heaviest thing for sure, right? So put that on the left-hand side. No, put all the games on the right. We were driving down the road like this. And we were maxed out beyond the capacity, and we couldn't even hit like the 55 mile an hour. When we would go up hills, we thought
pedal
we were
to the metal,
and we were just going 40 miles an hour.
To go up the hill.
Blistering 40 miles per hour speeds down 94, headed toward Indianapolis. Yeah. So anyway,
that was fun.
Yeah, that's
no
story.
No stories quite that exciting happening this year, I'm afraid. But that's some of the stuff that we've encountered going to these conventions.
Yep.
What's coming up today? So the two really big things that are happening today. One is that Adam and I will be doing a Hoplomachus Victorum Q&A later today. Come with your questions ready. Now, I will say about all of this upcoming stuff, so Victorum is next year, that's 2021, so we don't have a playable prototype, it's still in early development, but we're happy to answer any questions that you may have that we're able to answer regarding the Hoplo remaster, what's coming in Victorum, what is inspiring us in the development process. And Adam is the lead on Victorum in terms of development right now. So, come with your questions ready. We'll answer whatever we can. And then the other big thing, we've been teasing this on social media for the past 2 weeks.
Tediously.
Teasing. Making everybody probably angry with us. But at 5 o'clock Central today, we are announcing the fall Kickstarter, and you will get a chance to see the cover art and. Josh and I will be talking at a high level about what that game's going to look like, what kind of mechanics you can expect, the theme.
It's still a tease in some respects. Like we will be giving information and we'll be answering questions, so that's the biggest thing. But as far as like having stuff out, there's very little that we're showing off in terms of the game, but we're going to be talking a lot about it.
Right.
So I think people's hunger will be satiated.
Right. Yeah. We're still waiting for some prototype components coming from our manufacturer and that kind of thing. So we don't want to show off. We've been playing with like goofy minis.
We've teased a mat that we've had for ages, and we'll use that one again to talk about the game. But like that one was I feel like that's been around since our old, like it's old. So anyway. Yeah.
It was our starting point. Yeah.
Exactly. So, so that's coming today. There is more trivia coming today, and we will have. So I will be hosting some Cloudspire Trivia later today, and we have, at great expense to the company, increased the player capacity above 100 players. So please join us. Some people
about 25 to get to 100.
No, it was above 100. Above 100. Yeah, we had about 87 players yesterday. We want more than 100 because we spent $100.
Yeah, we did.
So
I approved that.
Yes, he did.
I had to approve the approval.
Think of all the cured meats we could have bought with $100, but we are spending it on you to do trivia with us. So come join us. It's Cloudspire Trivia. A lot of people have commented that the Too Many Bones trivia was difficult. These Cloudspire questions are way harder, but here's what that means. It means everybody, including myself, is going to be on equally oblivious footing.
Yeah.
So, you have just as much of a chance as anyone else, even if you don't know a whole lot about Cloudspire. And it's free to play. Yeah. There's we're giving away another Baby Gilly mat, and we are giving away a waterlogged book today. I know those have nothing to do with Cloudspire. Deal with it. Come and join us at 1 o'clock Central for more trivia, and we will have Andrew Navarro here co-hosting with me. So, in case you are not aware, Andrew Navarro is a guy that we brought on about 6 months ago. Former head of studio at Fantasy Flight Games. And a lot of the really epic art direction you're seeing with Victorum
and the must not be
named title that you'll see later today. But a lot of you have commented that the art style looks really, really cool on some of our social teases, and you are correct; it does look really cool. And then a lot of the subtle changes we're making to Cloudspire in terms of UX improvements and some of that kind of stuff. Navarro has really been driving all of that. So you have a chance to talk with him a little bit, and he'll also be co-hosting the Cloudspire Trivia today. So show up for that.
We've got auctions that are coming due. Well, they'll be coming due tomorrow, and we'll be kind of showing off everything. But we wanted to give another plug. They're raring, and we wanted to show off some of our shadow boxes that we had commissioned.
So here's an Undertow one.
And
are
these you questioning off my copies?
Yes.
Yeah, these are yours.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, we've got. These are pretty unique. I would say that the Liberation Logbook, Water Logbook are also being very sought after, and then yes, of course, the 2 strategist pledges that we've got at the end are exploding and whatnot. But some of the smaller stuff is fun too. We've got some of the rare gladiators from our original Hoplo promo chips and whatnot. That's right. So some cool stuff. So,
the other thing that we will mention, if you're not interested in our boring faces and boring mugs and whatever, Shannon Wedge is also doing a panel as a part of, or she's on a panel as a part of the official GenCon events slate. So everything that we've been doing has really just been scheduled here through CTG, but T-Cares and a whole bunch of other folks are putting on a panel regarding content creation and working with publishers in the content creation process and things along those lines. So she's on that panel with some really small-time people like Rodney Smith and Mandy Hutchinson. People that you've never heard of and wouldn't care about because Shannon's obviously the star. But check that out as a part of the official GenCon event slate. That is, you can check it out on the One Tar. So that's the THE 1 ONE. I can spell TAR. The One Tar's Twitch channel. But also, again, as I mentioned, it's an official GenCon event. So if you have an official GenCon online badge, which is free, you can check that out.
Should be good to
under
go.
the events.
I
don't know. You said it's at noon. It's at noon central.
Yeah, sorry, noon central. Everything we say is central.
Because
we are the center of the universe here at Chip Theory Games.
We'd like to think.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you. We're excited about what we have coming up.
Grab your cured meats and get ready for another amazing day of content. Thank you so much. We'll see you on Discord. Coming up, we have a rebroadcast of the Trove chest highlights and Yeah, so check that out. It is a rebroadcast, but then we'll have new, exciting live content throughout the day. We'll see you online.
See ya.
Papa, where'd the other islands come from?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer. They've always been out there, Mick. 9 other big islands besides ours and Ankar, and most of them, maybe all of them, inhabited. I'm sure those races wonder the same thing.
Kids are saying there's a problem with the source.
That could be. You know how the source works, right?
That's what makes our machines go, right?
Yeah, but it's more than that. All the islands get their source from underground, usually by clearing dangerous areas and tapping into pockets that are close to the surface. The source has a power in it that makes things work. Our machines, our homes, it even keeps our islands in the sky. It's precious, it's necessary to our survival, and if it ever ran out, many would go to war over it. But now, some think we're using so much source that it's throwing the islands off balance. That may be why our island has collided with these other 3.
Those other islands, will they take our source?
Some want to. The heirs, the bird-like people, they think that their ability to fly gives them the right to rule over Ankar. The Narora, they worship the source. They want to be a part of it. And then there's the grove tenders, caretakers of the source. They seem harmless, but we may come to blows with them too.
Will we win?
Don't fear, my son. We Brahmin are a mighty race. Our fortress is strong, able to thwart many enemies. I already have orders to engage the other islands in combat.
Will you beat her?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this really special episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. As we know, there's no physical GenCon this year, which is a real shame because it would have been my first GenCon. However, everything's been moved online and hence the reason we're doing videos. Now, in really exciting news, Chip Theory Games announced in the last couple of weeks that next year they're launching a Kickstarter for a reimagining of the Hoplomachus series, which I'm so excited about. Like many people, Hoplomachus features really highly in my kind of list of favourite games, but there are a lot of people who don't know that much about it. It's a little bit difficult to get hold of now. So, kind of prior to the Kickstarter coming next year and prior to having more information, what I've done is I put together this little video on the entire span of Hoplomachus, what's available out there so far, just to let you know a little bit more about the game. But do make sure that you check out the Chip Theory Games website, and you also check them out on Facebook and join the various Facebook groups, and on Twitter and on Instagram, to make sure that you're kept up to date with the upcoming launch of the Hoplomachus Kickstarter reimagining next year. Right, check out the video. The Hoplomachus series brings games of classic, epic, gladiatorial combat. That's right, there's blood, sweat, tears, swords and sandals right in your living room. The first game in the series is the already legendary Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, featuring amazing solo play, or even head-to-head PvP combat, or take it to the next level with 2 or 3 player co-op. Hoplomachus The Lost Cities will take place in either the Pazuli Arena, a close-quarter arena with raised stones which offer a tactical advantage, or if you have the Farmel Ruins map, you can take your combat to a wide-open arena where archers play a significant part in the battle. Hoplomachus Rise of Rome builds on Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, but now you have new heroes, you have new bosses, you have a new arena, and you have a new way to fight. Rome and Pompeii have risen to the challenge, but along with these new heroes comes new bosses in the shape of the mighty, mighty Titans. Face off in epic player versus player combat in the new Colosseum arena as you battle for crowd favour, or take on one of the mighty Titans in solo and co-op challenges. If you have the Lost Cities, you can combine the Lost Cities with Rise of Rome for epic 2-player versus 2-player team showdowns. Hoplomachus Origins is a quick-to-learn, fast-paced, tactical skirmish game taking place over 3 unique neoprene arenas, each with their own victory conditions. The setup takes minutes and it offers a fantastic PvP experience as you and your friend will battle to the death in one of the arenas. For the solo player, there are 20 unique solo challenges taking place over the 3 unique maps, each challenge getting harder and harder. Can you survive and become arena champion? The Hoplomachus series features the very high quality neoprene mats and high quality printed poker chips that have become the watermark of quality from Chip Theory Games. Featuring an unparalleled tactical and tactile experience, there are reasons why the Hoplomachus series features very highly on a lot of people's top 10 lists. So wow, as you can see, I've got a lot of passion for the Hoplomachus series, and I'm genuinely kind of over the moon excited about what's going to happen in the...
Hello everyone, it's Josh from Chip Theory Games, and today I wanted to take you through a little bit of the journey that we went on when making this beast right here. I always find it fascinating to watch how things come together, whether it be our projects or others, but in this case I thought you'd appreciate seeing some of the bumps along the way and just showing off the final product. I know a lot of people have already seen most of what exists on the inside and outside of this box, but maybe you'll glean a few interesting bits off of the journey. So let's jump right in. I just want to talk quickly about the mentality that we went into with this beast. Overall, we kind of wanted to make sure that structurally we knew this was gonna have to hold, I don't know, 30 to 50 pounds. We were trying to project what else we would be packing into this thing in the future, and we wanted to make sure that it not only held that content, but like literally held that content from a weight perspective. And so that was one of the first challenges we put Justin on, was make sure everything fits. Here's a very loose guess at what we think could be coming, and what kind of space that would take up in the box. And then let's get an all-in put together here and see, what kind of weight we're going to be up against. And so he did an incredible job with that, coming up with some great estimates for us and dimensioning out everything. We knew that we wanted it to be kind of like the second piece of this was we just wanted it to be usable. It needed to be the showpiece that it is, but it also needed to be extremely functional for our owners. And so the functionality of the box shows up when you start to see all of the extra trays that we included. Certainly the size that it fits in a Calyx, but that was kind of a nice thing that we were able to accommodate. But I think more than that, we wanted it structurally sound, and we wanted it to be useful. So we started with, let me just see if I can get this out here. This was our first white box. And the way this worked, and I still love this front, it's unfortunate we weren't able to kind of keep this kind of gateway option. But what we found very quickly with this was, one, cardboard wasn't likely going to cut it. We had these full trays filled up in there, and we started pulling them out and leaving them out about halfway, just to see what that kind of pressure would be like and what it would do. And very quickly we saw that this cardboard was starting to pull away or just flat out rip. And this is the neoprene tray, so it's a heavy one because it's got the cards in the front, neoprene. But everything below it is, I'm sorry, this is the neoprene tray, this is the Gearloc tray. Everything below this point is even heavier. So if it couldn't hold up the Gearlocs, we knew that this wasn't looking good. The other thing about this is just, you can see just how, this is pretty strong box material. It would be fine for a board game box that's going to live on your shelf, but to hold, this much weight, it just wasn't going to cut it. So we had to do away with not only this gate design, this cool magnetic flip front, but also cardboard altogether. But before we got to that point, we ran a couple other samples. We did our second white box. This one was similar. We hadn't eliminated cardboard altogether yet. We were still kind of thinking that we could just beef it up. And I won't show you all the insides of this, but we first tried to solve that problem with reinforcing the trays themselves, making them double thick cardboard. And the assumption was that as the trays are inside, they're providing some of the structure for the actual box itself. And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. It wasn't holding up. And as those trays get removed, that structure goes away, and it's usually the most stressful point for the box when that tray is coming halfway out and kind of leaning forward because of the weight, and it's putting pressure on these points, and they were again separating. So that's where we abandoned that altogether, and we went with something that was much more sturdy. We have to give credit to our manufacturer, because they were doing the same types of tests, and they came back saying, you know what, you've got to consider MDF. And I think that was another point in the journey for me where it was like a no-brainer, I guess. Both the magnet and the choice to go MDF we weren't even to the point of needing to factor cost in yet. And that's something that it's going to sound really weird. We're Chip Theory, I think, is uniquely positioned due to us not being in retail currently, where we can have a first, a second, a third round of development cycles ultimately without talking price yet. It gets us a lot further down the design road and gets us further into the scope of what was the original intent before having to talk about that. And right or wrong, I think it allows us to have a much more impressive final product. It does definitely dip into profits, but I think one thing that I wanted to talk about with this is this piece was made to be a showpiece, and the profitability, to say that we're not concerned about money or profits would be incorrect. I just think that I saw the profitability of this piece showing up once it was delivered, people being really truly impressed with this thing, and then wanting to fill it out. Like, if you have a cool piece that you want to show off and it has empty spots in it because you don't have all the Gearlocs yet, like, if it's cool enough and if it works and if it's usable enough and if it really enhances your game, like, if all those things prove themselves out, you're gonna fill this up, and that is where the money comes in, like, from like getting back what we've put into this. Is from the sales of all the items that actually go in it. So it's not, it was just an interesting thing. We haven't really approached other products quite the same way, but it gave us the ability to, the magnets, for instance, is a good example of that. Andrew Chesney gets the credit for the original idea there, but we've often joked about magnets. It just lets, if we get stuck on something, well, let's consider a magnet. And they're usually pretty costly to go that route when we're talking about designing something. But in this case, it just was perfect. Andrew, saw us doing something with magnets, kind of testing something unrelated to this across the room, and was like, wait a minute. And he went over and he grabbed some magnets and he, put them in front of this thing we had, and put like a metal backer behind it, and we tested. We're like, this could be a thing. And I think that was another point where it was just so refreshing to not be like, whoa, wait a minute, how much does that cost? Eventually we had to do that, but initially it was just really awesome to be like, oh, heck yeah, like, of course we have to do this. Which, I don't know, like it is a joy of being able to produce stuff like this. The magnet ended up coming out really cool. It was another kind of, for me, it was an excuse to do it, was because we had not done quite as intricate a molding that used alloys and needed to fuse an actual magnet inside. Not fuse it. It twists in with a screw. But coming up with that, using Bennett to help us concept that and then make it, render it, and then send that over to our manufacturer and have them come, basically saying, here's the kind of the brushed look we want, and then having them come back with this. It couldn't be more rewarding in that sense. The magnet, I think, would be one of the top things that I'd say came out just as we had hoped it would. So this magnet, probably the biggest challenge with this magnet was how hard do we, like, how big do we make it, and how much do we want it to stick? It's pulling heavy trays, and so in this case, we had to make sure that, like, I think we upgraded the magnet 2 or 3 times, and still we didn't want it to be so strong that it started to pull the plate that's sunk into the front of the tray, that it would start to pull that hard enough where you could see the outline. On our first boxes, that was very much the case, because they literally put the plate right behind the paper. So it wasn't sunk into the back or the middle of the tray. It was sunk into the very front part of it. And so when we would pull, you'd start to see that plate kind of lift away from that front divider, and that wasn't going to work for us. So, you know, trying to fill things out and make sure that we had just enough where it wasn't a pain to get it off, but still be able to deal with a drawer as heavy as this one, which you have to pull it a little bit slower. Like if you were to put it on and yank this off, it's going to come right off. But that was the intent, was that any bigger magnet than this, you're affecting and harming the box. But at this point, it was solid enough where with the right amount of pull pressure, you'd be able to open it. So I don't know, stuff like that really excites me about this box, because it's a very kind of a minimalistic aesthetic to it. You don't have a lot going on other than the art in the front of this box, and I just think it looks beautiful in that respect. So I think just another note on structure, you'll see that again, this is one of the heaviest boxes. This is fully loaded. Every card, every mat, it even factors in some of the potential future stuff that we've got. But the MDF was a totally correct call, in that the structure here is solid, and we just love how that turned out. And in line with that, the Gearloc tray, again, you can see from the side, there's the only play here is the play we intentionally left in there to allow this to slide easily in and out. So there's just nothing moving with the MDF, which is great, by the way. So this is current Gearlocs loaded in, if you can see that. The other aspect to this that came kind of after a while was the labels. So that was another challenge that we've run into some interesting parts. So this is the label. Now these labels are very much like our stickers on our chips. So they've got it's a foil. It's a sticky foil that then has a layer of heavy plastic over the top of it for protection and whatnot. And so we wanted that to be the sticker that we use, just because it helps with the scuffing and whatnot. But that's the look that we're going for. We have a little knockout for the Gearloc themselves. And then this tray is one of our Gearloc trays. And I'm trying to be careful so I don't fling everything. This along with pretty much every tray that we designed for the Trove chest, so enough of these trays come right with the chest. Same with the Tyrant trays. There's enough for every single Tyrant in the game. And they were designed to sit on your table and look just as nice outside of the box as inside. Functional, but something that looks minimal on the table, because we would want you to use this right alongside your Gearloc mat. So this is made to sit alongside it, just a little bit away, so you still have room for all your exhausted dice. And but again, it came out beautiful. And this actually, if you wanted, could inset basically to give it a little bit of height, so it fits in opposite and can hold your dice. But yeah, every piece of this, I think we tried to factor in the play that was going to be done with the piece, and then how it was going to be used to store the components when not in play. One other thing I'll just touch on here is I'll just get back to the labels. So these turned out excellent. They actually allow you to kind of, they stick with enough stick that when you press them down, they're not moving. But in the process of placing them, they're malleable, like they move a little bit. You can kind of push them one way or the other to get them exactly where you want them. So then we were like, well, let's do these types of stickers for everything, of course, right? So we went ahead and made some protectors. This was a little bit of a right at the end thought of, hey, if this was to be too hard on your box, you could take one of these and stick it to the box, and it would be like a key that you're, that's kind of for that tray, and it would just protect the magnet from the art. Someone brought up the fact that maybe you could just stick this sticker to the bottom of the magnet, and that actually would work probably really well as well. So there's lots of different ways. We haven't found, we've been using this for the last a good while. Like this one, not for the last month, but the previous sample we've been using for over a month, and that has held up just perfectly. So we don't intend to use these stickers, but and we didn't want to go clear, because clear on here, it just doesn't look as good. It looks like something's there that shouldn't be there. So we wanted it to be a physical key if it was going to be something at all. So that was our thought process on that. They came out fine. But what I wanted to get to was the little tiny labels. So that's for our little chip dividers. So one of the things that came out of this was these, I think this was kind of a latter part of the campaign, were these little chip dividers. And these are for like sectioning out your baddies, your Gearlocs, your anything, your tyrants, separating out all of those pieces so that they're more easily grabbable and sortable and whatnot. And we wanted to make this thing as versatile as possible. So we wanted these to fit right in your tray, have the cover go right on over without it impeding or blocking anything. We wanted them to be able to be flipped both ways, so that you could label them one way or the other. And the idea was that you take one of these things, you got this cool little sticker, and you put it on. So now you know that this is Beast 5-point baddies, and then you can sort them as such. Now, this was an awesome idea until we got the final. Like, they're being loaded in the containers. One's actually on its way here right now. We got this, we tested these a number of times, but we got the finals and we put them on the stickers, and then a week or so later, I went back and I was like, oh man, I didn't push one of those down hard enough. And so I pressed it back down. Next day I was showing someone, and oh my goodness, it's popped up. Why did it pop up? Well, problem is that this plastic that's on top of this label is rigid enough that due to the contour of this, that plastic is fighting against the stickiness of it. And so the plastic that's protecting the sticker is pulling, it wants to go flat, and it's pulling up the sides of the plastic. So, I mean, even at this late date, we're faced with an oh crap moment, because it's just not something that any of us anticipated. This same issue kind of became an issue. Like at that point, it jumped, kind of went to my head that I need to check the tyrant trays. So I checked the tyrant trays, and sure enough, the tyrant trays themselves have a little indent for these stickers, and you can put them in, but unfortunately with the tyrant trays, the indent that allows for the sticker to go in it's not a sheer angle, it's a rounded angle. So at the bottom isn't as wide as the top, and so the top is what fits the label, the bottom isn't. So when I put this on, if I look on the inside, I can see that the very bottom, the sticker isn't actually sticking to it. And even if I press it down, the rigidity of the plastic pulls it up. So what do? Well, thankfully our manufacturer's gotten used to our last minute, we have to fix this instances. And so called them up, and the first 2 shipments of Trove chests we're already addressing. Those are the ones we don't have time to do anything about, other than, like, we're going to have these printed
without the plastic on top. The plastic's great, it protects them, but not for this use. We already have an indent, so it's fine. We're going to have them print these and these again without the plastic. We're actually going to take the die cut down a little bit on these, and in the end they're going to be packaging those, air shipping them to the 2 locations that these containers are arriving at. They'll get there before the containers, and then we'll pay to have the boxes opened and have these sticker sheets inserted in. After the first 2 containers, the rest, they'll actually have these done by that time, and we'll be able to just include them along with the Trove chests. So anyway, just I don't know, that was a long story, I guess, but I think it illustrates just how I'm not willing to let this Trove chest, it's a small thing, but it's a huge thing when it comes to the look and feel of this piece. If the stickers aren't sticking, or if they're just not performing as they should, nope, doesn't work for us. So we went ahead and changed it kind of at the last hour to make sure that everyone was pleased with their product. Yeah, I guess, other than taking you through, there's a few more things I'll kind of show off here, and then we can call it good. But the Trove chest itself, I would say, couldn't have turned out better. The structure of it is a 10 for me. The art on this thing is a 10. Melanie did an awesome job, along with Anthony. Anthony did the work for us. He does so much of our art, and Melanie, though, put it together and basically made it look as kind of degraded as it is, like this thing has been sitting around for ages. And so between that, the front that has a really cool inside to it, between all of those pieces, I couldn't be more pleased with the art. This piece, I'll just go through. We had a number of questions about this piece. One, where does the magnet get stored? So I'll address that now since I'm talking about this face. The magnet, we weren't sure, because we were upping the strength, and then we were like, nope, we got to stop with that. We stopped at a certain point, but then we were working with thicknesses on this piece here. The intent was always to make sure that it somehow attached to the front. But again, we didn't know exactly how things were going to end up as far as this thickness and the magnet strength. So we made it so that at least it was always going to work on the bottom here. So right now, anywhere along this side where the metal plate is on this tray will work for holding your magnet. And it basically uses this ledge on the bottom as a way to not slide any further down, because it is weaker, but it is certainly, it's certainly strong enough to hold it. You could try other places, like there's other places where the magnet is, but it just doesn't stick where the amount that we would want. So this is where you could store it. The other thing, the other possibility is, if you wanted to orchestrate some type of a pull tab, you could store it in one of these. But I just think that kind of ruins the aesthetic of this being fully openable by magnets. So yes, you could store it on top if it wasn't in a calyx. There's lots of other options there, but we felt like the best one that is pretty secure is right there on the front of your Trove chest. So that's one thing. The other question that I had from a few people was specific dimensions. So I'll just be clear. Calyx is, it lists on IKEA's website 33.6 centimeters for the width and the height. And it rounds that off on some of the graphics to just 33 centimeters, but just know that a calyx is 33.6, which roughly comes to like 13.23 inches, and therefore this is exactly 13 wide by exactly 13 tall, and so it's gonna fit, but it's gonna fit really, really snugly, and that's what we intended. So we don't have a lot of space in here. We altered a number of things in order to allow for that to take place, but it does fit perfectly. Depth wise, it is exactly the depth of a calyx, which is 15 and 3/8, I think. Yeah, 15 and 3/8. This measures in at 15 and 5/16, so it's right there. Of course, you'll want to be hanging it out over the edge, potentially, because you need to slip this up in order to get this out. So basically, yeah, that's the thought behind it. As far as anything else with dimensions go, I don't think there was any other questions. We have internal dimensions. So these right here are all specific to the items that they're holding, but I won't go through those now. But the main thing that changed over the versions was we widened one of the base trays that are the chip trays, and that was just so that it could hold a couple other things like our dice trays. So we wanted our dice trays to fit in there, and then we also wanted to bring the structure point here to a little bit different spot. So yeah, there was a couple reasons that we went that route. The only other thing is that I want to talk about, I guess, maybe one of the finer details, is we really tried hard to account for the longevity of this piece. Again, after our tests with the first ones, we were just, it got me really worried that we had maybe, initially I thought we had bit off a little more than we could chew, because they were just not holding up to all of the TMB content that we were putting in it. And so I was just, maybe in the middle part, I was kind of questioning whether we could do this in a way that would meet our standard. And but one of the things that was important to us, and it's worth noting here, was just the amount of times that you're opening these trays up made it really important that the graphic finish on the front. So normally, from a aesthetic, for me, I would say let's wrap this graphic around the side of the tray so that it's just full flush and it looks beautiful. But the minute you wrap it around the side of the tray and you put it in, the edge of that graphic could catch and start to tear and rip, because we want it snug and secure. So that graphic, if it's wrapped around the side, is now going to potentially hit the edge of the Trove chest itself and start to tear that graphic. So it was important that we give up a little bit of the aesthetic and finish those graphics, so you can kind of see the bordering here. And that line is because that wrap is going around in front, and it's terminating at the edge before the corner. A similar kind of thing that I think is worth noting is that the trays here, and I'll see if I can get this out for everyone to see. The card areas where your deck boxes or your open cards are going to go, you have dividers that go in there. Normally the wrap finishes at about a 1/2 inch over the other side. But knowing that this was a tray that these things are going to come out of, we really didn't want the cards to be below where that wrap finishes. We wanted the wrap to extend below where the cards are, and if you can see right here, the wrap goes below it, so that you're never actually, catching on the graphic wrap of the tray. Little things like that, I really appreciate everyone on the team that helped kind of factor a lot of that stuff in, so that we could make sure that this Trove box lasted as long as possible, and that it just becomes that piece that will be something that you can show off for years to come. I think that kind of does it. I guess the only other thing I'll probably mention with the weight is that when we started, this backers, as you know, many of you are one, paid $75 for this thing, which is kind of laughable now. I still think there's that it was worth it to sell it at that price initially, just because for us, Kickstarters there's still some discovery left. We don't have our products finalized when we run our Kickstarters. We use a lot of the feedback that we get from the Kickstarter to influence the final stages of design, all of that. So just like that for this Trove chest, we were taking a percentage amount of guess on what this thing was going to end up like. And looking at where we started to where we are now, you're getting some real value at $75. We then bumped our plan was that the MSRP would end up at around like 95 to 100. Now that's already at 110 on our website. And then we got in the news that, it's 11 containers, and here's the shipping estimates of your now much heavier box because of MDF. And it'll likely take another bump up to 125. So I'm just saying, thanks to everyone who trusted us on this, because it is a little bit of a leap of faith. Hopefully we've shown ourselves worthy of that faith. But yeah, I mean, that's the reason to go in with us at the beginning, is because usually the value, we're always going to make sure the value's there with a piece like this and any of our games too. And so I'm just excited for everyone to get it and kind of revel in the awesomeness of this thing. And yeah, again, thanks for everyone for all your support. Couldn't be more pleased with how this came out, and I hope that this was semi-informative for you. So thanks, everyone.
Hello, everybody. What's up? It's me, Josh Welgus / Gilly here with
Adam Carlson / Bunker.
Everybody asks where Bunker is from. Bunker is from
Game to pick a game.
Yeah.
Bunker's that little short soldier general type guy who's got a little whatever. I don't know why I got that name. I'm a pushover. I'm not one of those slave drivers or whatever, but anyways, I love Game to Pick a Game. Anyways, we're here to talk about Victorum
and the Hoplomachus remaster, I guess. Yeah. So for lack of a better title at the moment, just so we're clear, we're going to call it Hoplomachus Remastered. The internal working title on it is just Hoplomachus with no additional subtitle. We'll see what the final, what that ends up being called. We're still toying with that, but that's what we're here to talk about today. So, why don't you start by talking about kind of the legacy of Hoplomachus and how we got to this point?
Yes. Wow. So, Hoplomachus goes back to 2012. So Josh Carlson and myself, we I think we have a special segment actually tomorrow. Josh and I will talk about leading up to 2012, so that's going to be fun. But I won't bore you with all of those details right now. We'll start with, day one, Hoplomachus, The Lost Cities, we rolled out as a Kickstarter in 2012. And then...
How many backers did you get on Lost Cities?
211 or 213, somewhere in that range. It was, we were over the moon. That was a lot of backers. We appreciated every single one of them, and it was just enough to get us to get our copies under each arm and then go down to GenCon with that budget. Mm-hmm. So we came in right at $0 was, ordering the games and our trip to GenCon. And that was break even for us, and that was all we needed to do to get on the, I keep saying on the map, but what it did was it allowed us to make the necessary and important connections in that first year. Then we came out with Rise of Rome, because we loved Hoplomachus. Everybody loved playing it, and we took that feedback to heart. And by the way, we met Ricky Royal after we made Hoplomachus The Lost Cities. We shipped those out, and Ricky Royal reached out to us, and he told us how much he loved the game, and there was a bit of back and forth there. But Rise of Rome was made with a bit more of a solo game in mind, even though Lost Cities definitely is solo. It certainly wasn't on the forefront of our minds. Maybe it would be a fair way to say it, but it's very strong solo. But Rise of Rome is different. We kind of took that solo piece and turned it on its head and made a very dynamic tyrant feel. What did we use? Titans.
Yes. Yeah.
Tyrants, titans, bosses. Yeah, so we used all those terms. But thank you. So Rise of Rome ended up being like the next step in that story, and just pretty much presented a very similar game. But what we did do there was we made it compatible. So that was kind of a cool thing that we were very proud of, was making it backwards, forwards compatible. And then eventually Hoplomachus Origins came a year and a half after that. So that kind of bookended our Hoplomachus series. So then we ended up with the 3 main games and a bunch of add-ons, and it was a beautiful, beautiful collection.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I think one thing that you'll kind of find as a common theme throughout this conversation is, if you weren't aware, back then, we all do this full time now. I had no knowledge of chip theory whatsoever at the time. I was just a kid, young professional working an office job back in those days. And you two, Josh and Adam, were doing this very, very much in your spare time.
Yes. So Josh and I both had full-time jobs as well. I come from a teaching background, and Josh is graphic design and a bunch of other things web-related. So, but we both ended up making these games using the Midnight Oil. Is what I say.
And so like the art, the graphic design, all of that was done on a shoestring budget. The art, if you're not aware of, in the original Hoplomachus series, is largely taken from royalty-free imagery from old paintings and things along those lines. Like, it was done on a shoestring budget with whatever you guys had access to, right?
Yeah. I think we call it public domain.
Right.
I'm not terribly familiar with all of that. So all of that is public domain, and we ended up. I think we commissioned the cover art for the boxes.
Right.
That was pretty much it.
Right.
So everything else was Josh, at midnight, just kind of
right.
putting the public domain art in the chip and then making it all kind of pretty. So.
Right. And so even you look at the brand of Chip Theory now, and we're known kind of as the premium component company, right? Everybody knows, like, a Chip Theory production, like that's top notch. You look at the Hoplo games, and they don't quite feel the same, right? Like that image of us as a company really started. It started a little bit with Hoplo Origins to a degree, but it really started with Too Many Bones. And so, one of the things that we're looking at with this whole conversation of what to do with Hoplo is really about kind of remaking Hoplo in the current company image and with the reputation that we've established moving forward. So, I
think it's fair to say that because that was our first series, Josh and I learned a few lessons along the way, both from, everything from a marketing standpoint. I think that Rise of Rome, we ended up only kickstarting for just a smidgen more than Lost Cities, and we did everything wrong. We hit launch, and then we actually went to a convention, and we asked people to back our game at a very small time convention, and we weren't available to communicate with any of our backers and so on and so forth. So I think from a mechanics and art and all of that, the game making standpoint, it's fair to say that we had a lot of maturing to do, and I think we kind of came a long ways through that series. And so looking back, it does make sense very much to redo Hoplo in the sense that maybe, I don't know if we should say the Hoplo that we wanted to make if we had a larger budget. And thankfully now we do. So we have a team, we have a wonderful artist who can now do all of the art for every single one of these gladiators, and
And
that is
arenas,
super exciting.
And arenas too.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, let's talk about how we arrived here now with this conversation, talking to you about a Kickstarter that will be coming in 2021. Maybe take people through the conversations we all had internally
Sure.
about what to do with Hoplo.
Sure.
You know, because if you weren't aware, I mean, Hoplo, compared to Bones, compared to Cloudspire, has not historically sold super well comparatively. You know, and again, part of that I think is the fact that it was your first game. It doesn't look quite the same as the other stuff. So we talked. We're finally coming to the end of a print run of Hoplo that is actually a couple of years old, and as that product has slowly sold out, and it's now mostly sold out worldwide, we had to decide what to do about it.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Thank you for sharing. First of all, I think that, so we had hit the reprint button a couple of times with this Hoplomachus game, and I think that one of the things that we, sorry, I'm drawing a blank, you had a couple of questions in there. So, I had so much to say.
I talked for too long.
Can you repeat?
Well, so talk about the decision to do what we're doing with Hoplo as opposed to just retire it.
Right. Okay, so yeah, so again, Hoplomachus is, close, it's near and dear to Josh and I's heart, so we always talk about Hoplomachus every single week, every single month of every single year. So it's not something that we took lightly every time we hit reprint, and we always broach the subject of, okay, do we need to retire this, or do we need to do something more? So I think one of the most important factors that we need to consider is that again, as we said about making the Hoplo that we wanted to make, I think that deep down inside we wanted to relaunch and do what we ended up doing. The reasons, number one, rulebook. So rulebook work, Josh and I worked on that, and it's a great rulebook, but it could use a little bit of work. So that's something that is kind of a large undertaking. Now that we have Shannon, we have Andrew Navarro, we feel very confident that we can just hit it out of the park with a fantastic rulebook. I think, the art. I think so. All of the conversations that we've had about some of the solo mechanics I wanted to brush up on. I've always wanted to brush up on. I think we've had some great FAQs that have come up throughout the game that we wanted to address, and it's just, I think it got to the point where, okay. And by the way, so part of the sales part that you were saying is it started out slow because we're a company that's just slowly growing in terms of getting our brand out there. We aren't able to go into, well, at the time we weren't able to go into stores.
Right.
And now we've just chosen this business model. Every year, Hoplomachus sales essentially beat the previous year, and so it kept growing. But part of that is because people buy Bones, and then they discover Hoplo, and that gets us very excited too. And we didn't really put a lot of effort into marketing and selling Hoplo. I mean, imagine if Hoplo came out today.
Right.
With, the Too Many Bones or Cloudspire further. I think that's what really got us going. And so it was time. It was time to decide to do the remastered.
Yeah. So we talked about everything from doing a massively blinged out single box version of Hoplo only with existing content. We talked about doing alloy dice as the stock dice in the box, just to blow people's minds. So there's a game that literally just comes with metal dice. We talked about and then just leaving it be. That's kind of where the conversation started with all this. And then we were like, Ricky Royal had an idea to do the Trials of Hercules potentially as a small Hoplo add-on. So then we started talking about that. And would that be a potential expansion that we released? Would it be included in this big box we were talking about?
Yeah, I may. I'd like to jump in on that. So Ricky Royal, if you don't know who he is, Box of Delights is his name on YouTube. So he's one of the prominent solo game reviewers in the UK. Ricky Royal has been communicating with us since virtually day one and professing his love for the game, and he's really what helped us
and
get Too Many Bones.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, so he listed it as his Hoplo as his #1 solo game of all time, and I don't think any of us are sitting in this room today doing this without Ricky Royal
Exactly. I think that
doing that
was
video.
the first small snowball that started to pick up and get bigger and started picking up. So that's very, very good point. So Ricky, earlier this year, even maybe end of last year, he reached out. He said, "Adam, I need to make a little something for Haplo. It needs, like, he didn't want Hoplomachus to die. He wanted it to be revived again. He wanted fresh blood to be put in there, and he pitched an idea to me. I won't go into details what it is, but we went back and forth on additional Hoplo content, maybe. Like, if we were to decide to roll it out, what would it look like? And each conversation we ended up taking ended up growing and growing, and all of a sudden we were like, you know what, we need to make a solo only Hoplomachus game. And so Ricky is the biggest inspiration for why Hoplomachus Victorum would exist.
Yeah. So let's transition then to talking about Victorum, because Victorum is a solo-only standalone box.
Yes.
And that's a big decision for us. You know, we're known as a company that supports solo gamers big time, but we have never done literally just a box that is solo only.
Yes. So this will be new. First of all, so there's going to be so much content in this game. I mean, if you think, I don't know, I don't want to say Gloomhaven, or, just think about the amount of story that's going to go into this, that playing solo, we didn't want to make a game that felt distracted by, oh, does this work for PvP? Or, oh, is this cooperative? We wanted to give it a real shot to have a pure game in that respect. Mm-hmm. And I think that Victorum, what it does is it shines the spotlight on each individual hero that will be coming with Victorum. Mm-hmm. So that's very exciting. So now everything is going to be focused on this hero. This hero is going to be the customization part of the game, and there's going to be some sort of adventure where you're kind of growing your character, your hero. Mm-hmm. And obviously they're within a faction, and there's going to be certain parameters that the hero can build themselves out within, and so that's very exciting.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things that you've probably noticed is that we have invested a ton into the lore and story behind our games post Hoplo. If you go back to the original Hoplo game, like there's a loose story framework associated with it, but it never really got fully fleshed out. So one of the things that we're doing with both the remaster and Victorum is really pouring into that. So you'll see a much more mythologically informed take on the Hoplo universe. Some of the factions like Machu Picchu and Carthage, and like if you look at the timeline we established with the original Hoplo universe, doesn't necessarily make a ton of thematic sense. So we have Ryan Howard going back, so he's done all the lore for Cloudspire. We have him going back and kind of tying that all together and making it make sense from a thematic standpoint. And in addition to that, we're looking at things like adding a lot more women fighters and gladiators, that kind of thing. We're looking at increasing the diversity of the cast of factions and making them, truly from different regions of the world in terms of race and nationality and all that kind of thing. So,
so Ryan Howard is the writer on staff, and he does amazing work. If you haven't seen it already, he's written the lore and the backstory for Cloudspire and a fair amount for Too Many Bones. He basically told Josh and I, this is what you have for Hoplo, it doesn't work. And so I was like, so tell me, and Ryan just went to work and he wrote a couple of great pictures, and it really stood out what we should do based on Ryan's feedback. But Ryan has been hard at work crafting and making sure that everything makes sense and everything's spot on from almost like a historical, mythological, something standpoint. There will still be some, I don't want to say made up parts of it, but it will feel very real in that sense. Yeah. So this isn't just a flippant storyline or whatever that Josh and I did with the original Hoplo. So this is going to be very crafted and meticulously, yeah.
Yeah. So I think a couple other things that we'll cover quick, and we have a bunch of questions rolling in, and we definitely want to get to those because we want to talk about what you want to know. One of the big, we've said this publicly a little bit, but one of the big driving inspirations for Victorum has been our enjoyment here in the office of the video card game, deck builder, Slay the Spire. So, so we, looking at that, we're looking at Slay the Spire as at least an inspiration for the kind of solo framework, both in terms of the original remastered content, in terms of how we can tie that together into a unified framework rather than all these little one-off scenarios, but then also how we're developing the system that is going to drive Victorum.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Slay the Spire is a card drafting game that you can get on Switch and
Steam, iOS.
Yeah. Yep. So it's a fun little game if you're interested in something.
A fun little game that Josh Carlson may have spent over 400 hours playing so far. So yeah, great point. Thank you. So Victorum will have, because it's going to be focused on the hero, and we're kind of going all in on the building the story side of things, and the hero obviously goes on his quest to slay the volcano. No, but yeah. Shout out to Jason Miller.
Yeah. But so Slay the Spire has some very interesting simple choices in which you go left or right, and those choices are presented to you, and they help develop the story, much like Too Many Bones, where you have the encounter, but for Too Many Bones, there's only one choice. So
right.
This is what's next, and Slay the Spire will have some, options for you, and they will have a risk-reward element to it. You'll be able to get items and whatnot, so ultimately having your eye out for those, what did you call it, relic type?
Yeah, there's relics and other things that you collect along the way that dramatically change the way that you're going to build, your deck in Slay the Spire. But we're talking about, so we're talking about how we can do that in terms of changing the way your hero potentially, or traditionally in Hoplo that would be your champion, but how your hero functions with equipment, with other units in your army potentially.
Yes, so there will be the recruiting and I'm calling it exiling right now of heroes, so that you craft your gladiators really.
Yeah.
That you craft your team, and it needs to be a tight knit team, because this is if you have too many of them, then you're gonna dilute your chances of getting specific gladiator that you're looking for, or equipment or tactic really.
Right.
So there's a bit of the Slay the Spire. I think on Discord everybody was talking about the PS2 game called
Gladius.
So we played that. So there's a bit of the Gladius elements. So, and then obviously Victorum at its heart is still a Hoplomachus game. Mm-hmm. Everything you know and love about Hoplo is intended to and will be in the Slay the Victorum game. So. Yes.
So one last question: is Victorum going to be like a campaign-based game? Are we talking about? Is it more of like a sit down and play at once? Too Many Bones.
Yes. So again, Victorum is in its early development right now. So everything that we talk about today, in terms of detail, is not necessarily going to be at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
it's all subject to change, but
yes. So, to answer your question, which was what again?
Are we looking at a campaign, like a legacy campaign?
Yeah.
So one-off, like Too Many Bones.
Yes,
what are we looking at?
So in the, I should say playtesting, because we've kind of gone through the motions with this game already. There is sort of a Too Many Bones feel to it, in terms of there's a series of arenas. There's the story that's built in. So there's an end right there at the end of the session. I think that a lot of us are talking about, and we have a desire to make it into more of a true campaign, if you will. So an ongoing story over multiple days. And I think that that's definitely something that's on the table, and whether it's part of Victorum or beyond Victorum, that remains to be seen.
Right. We have the renown system in Cloudspire, which carries, you know, from scenario to scenario. So looking at some of those types of elements, and even looking at the remastered content, you're not gonna play through all the remastered content in even a week. There's a ton of it in there. So we are looking at some of those things in terms of how can we turn it into a meaningful campaign.
Right.
We're not gonna come out and say it's gonna be like this. You know, it's not necessarily gonna be Seventh Continent or Tainted Grail or anything along those lines even, but we're looking at how we can integrate some of those elements. Okay, we're going to jump to your questions, which is probably the main reason you're here, so sorry for talking at you for 24 minutes, but first question, will there be backwards compatibility with the original Hoplomachus?
Yeah, that is a great question, and that's the one that we all want the answer to right now. I think at the moment, it is in our hearts to really embrace the old game. I think what I was saying earlier about the designing of Victorum being with solo gaming only, we didn't want the, I don't want to say distraction of the PvP side of it, but that is the right word. I would also say it's true for the original Haplo. I don't want Victorum to necessarily be distracted by the original game. Mm-hmm. And while we want to make it forwards compatible, I can tell you right now it won't be backwards compatible.
Sure.
In terms of forwards compatibility, remains to be seen.
Yeah. And in terms of like those of you who own old Hoplo content and moving forward with this new Hoplo content that we're developing, there's a chance that it will end up being, you know, forward backwards compatible in a way, but we are not designing with that in mind. So if it ends up being backwards compatible, even through a little bit of home brewing in terms of changes in iconography or skills, alt attacks, that kind of thing, again, it will be, I don't want to say coincidental, but we're not using that as a limitation in our design process. We're trying to make the best Hoplo games that we possibly can, and so we're going to make whatever decisions serve that goal, not decisions that serve backwards compatibility, if that makes sense. All right, so this is a good question. How much of the simplicity of the game is going to be changed or removed?
Wow.
So that's an interesting opportunity to talk about the complexity of CTG
Thank you. That's
games.
a great question. So, one of the things we all love about Hoplomachus is that it's lighter than Bones and Cloudspire mechanically. There's something special and magical about that, right where that complexity is right now with the drafting and then letting the gladiators do their own thing and not having, you know, a Bible of a rulebook behind it. I think, so the goal is to match the complexity. So I would actually say that we have, it would be fair to say, sorry I got distracted. We have someone,
We have director's notes coming in from above the camera.
The complexity, right. So,
I think what we're looking to maintain the Hoplo system, right? Like the Hoplo system is simple at its roots. It's you have two abilities, usually on a gladiator, a little bit of movement, and then you have dice to roll, and that's really that's where the fun.
So So thank you. So there's my thought. So Victorium's gladiators may actually be simplified in a way. We're looking at trying to actually reduce the number of keywords initially, and then allow for the drafting of gladiators from remastered and or potentially the base game. But we're going to add a hint of, I don't want to say complexity, but unique customization side from the story, the development of the hero itself, because that's the star. So while it may sound like we're making it more complex, it's important to distinguish the two, that the story building and the customization part is not part of the gameplay. The gameplay will absolutely remain as simple as it is currently.
Right. One of the things we love about Slay the Spire is that the mechanics for that game are very simple at their core, but there's a million different ways to modify them. And frankly, that's what makes Bones interesting as well. base combat in Too Many Bones is also fairly simple, but we add a million different layers on top of it to make it more complex and that kind of thing. But yeah, we very much want to keep the spirit of the Hoplo combat exactly where it is, but add interesting choices and elements. You know, some of the things that make Bones and Cloudspire magical, we will certainly be layering a few of those things on top of it. But,
Sure. Yep.
All right, so is this the start of a total reboot for Hoplo?
Wow. Show me the exact question. So, total reboot. I think that would be sort of a fair statement. I think that the remastered, we didn't want that to be necessarily the reboot side of it. I think remastered is more of taking what it is and making it what we wanted it to be, the original Hoplo. But I have a feeling that Victorum is really going to take off. I think people will love the solo element, the story side of it, and Victorum could definitely see some growth. But again, nothing is off the table for our company. So if Hoplomachus base game is just hot, we're definitely going to revisit that too. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think it would be fair to say we have no plans beyond Victorum. Sure. This is not the beginning of a scheduled out six release, 6 expansion product line. However, it is very much a test to see can Hoplomachus, take its place on stage with our other big titles that sell very, very well. We think it can, we think it will, but right now Victorum is that's the stopping point for our plans anyway until we see how this stuff does.
Sure.
Yep. All right.
Here's the next one. What are the main changes in the OG Hoplomachus versus Hoplomachus Remastered? Was OG again?
Original.
Oh, the original Hoplo versus Hoplo Remastered. Okay. Beyond art updates and more solo, more folks. Okay, perfect. So really quick, it's important to note that Hoplo Remastered is not more solo focused. It's the same elements in terms of, we're going to see all of the classic bosses. We're going to see the classic titans. We're actually putting the Army of One expansion stuff into it currently. So Blades Edge, all of those add-ons, they're slated to kind of make the cut. Now it's true that we want to kind of fine-tune our chips, and so we're going to be, I like to call it trimming the fat of the game to make sure that the chips are all important and make sure that they have a role within the game, but it will very much be feeling like original Hoplo outside of the story, meaning we're retelling the cities. The cities won't even be the same.
Right.
The art, of course, and the rulebook is going to be smashing, and just.
Did you want to talk about potentially the new arenas, though? I think we want to be honest, about some of this stuff. Yeah.
In the process of discussions, trying to fine-tune and I want to say perfect the collection, there's an opportunity to add a few more of the Origins arenas.
So the Origin size arenas, if you're not familiar, are the smaller arenas from Hoplo Origins, which is the smallest box. So yeah, we've got them right here. So
there's a chance that, so we have 3 out: Xanadu, Atlantis, and El Dorado. And by the way, those will get renamed for the remastered. But there are still going to be 7 factions planned, and each one of them, at least for Victorum, will probably have their own home arena. So if it's going with Victorum, we may decide to put it into remastered. So there will be a little new content in remastered.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. How much, again, we don't know. As we start to pull this stuff together, we will be making that more apparent. It's a good opportunity. I don't know if this has been asked yet because I can't see on the questions, but I think this is a good time to also talk about the projected price points for these items.
Sure.
Just so that you have an understanding of, if you're on the fence about jumping in on Hoplo, if you are super bitter with us and hate us for releasing a new edition and don't want to spend $300 again, what are we looking at for the price points on these new products?
So I think after looking at kind of a little bit of a downsizing and repurposing, repackaging. So it's important to know that we're trimming the rulebook count, the PVC count, the chip count will be going down a little bit. So not really a whole lot of stuff trimming, but the box.
Only one set of health is a big thing.
So we recognize that there are some eliminations in that regard. Funny enough, the gameplay is going to be very, very comparable. But I think that our goal was to aim for similar to Too Many Bones and Cloudspire. It could end up being closer to 150, but we're going to try and keep it in that same realm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, and then for Victorum is not a small box by any stretch of the imagination. This is a full-fledged new Chip Theory release.
Yeah, I think so. What it's looking like right now is it's basically an Undertoe to the Hoplomachus game. It's a massive, massive box in terms of just the content, anyways. I think that again, it's going to end up being about half of what the Hoplo Remastered is. I'm just looking at the content, and so just know that it's going to be a very, very complete, and there's going to be a lot of content to be playing through. So.
Yep. Yeah. So we're aiming, again, in that Undertoe range of $75 to $85, depending on a whole bunch of factors. But that's the goal. We do have a history of scope creep at this company in terms of adding more content than we had originally planned, but that's very much the goal. That's very much the goal.
The Kickstarter price, probably.
Right, yeah. So we should also say that is the projected MSRP of these products, not necessarily the Kickstarter price. You know that we don't do Kickstarter exclusives, but we do often discount the price by a notable a notable margin on Kickstarter. So how many times can you say Hoplomachus in a row super fast?
Wow. Hoplomachus, 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 blah, 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 blah.
It was about 7.
7? Who?
7, yeah. I'm not going to try that on camera. I might try it on my own time later and let you know.
All right. Sounds fun.
We'll try it on Discord. Is Victorum looking like it will be played on a bigger map like Lost Cities, Rise of Rome, or more like Origins? This is a great question.
So again, early development. We're looking at all of the options. It's important to know that we don't want just this massive box, and working with neoprene is interesting and fun. I think what we're playing with right now for Victorum is we are, like I said, we're using the smaller arena type thing, but I think that Victorum may actually have a cutout of almost the same size of the arena itself as it's, if you're playing as Xanadu, on the Xanadu arena, you're going to have a piece of neoprene about this big, and it's going to go on your board here, and then it will probably be, at least at the moment, it's planned to be supported by sort of a world builder type. I have the Cloudspire sketch right now. We don't know what size or shape, but the idea is that with a small arena in play, you're going to have pieces that are part of the story, and your gladiator will end up setting foot on the arena, and that's when kind of the games start, and then you have sort of a conclusion to that as well. So I think that there will be a little bit of both.
Right. Yeah, I think one of the things that people have mentioned, people love Hoplo, but one of the things that gets mentioned occasionally as a criticism is just when I play through all of the content in Hoplo, like there's not a ton for me to go back to in terms of variability in the game. And so one of the things we really, one of the best things about any modular board really is that every time it can be different. We can ask you to draw things at random to build an arena. We can really change the scenario up on the player and make sure that it remains an endlessly replayable game. And that's part of building in some of the roguelike elements of Slay the Spire as well, is to make sure that you're not limited to just these pre-designed scenarios that we've thrown at you. We have a way to keep you engaged, to play through it multiple times for years to come. So
Yep. Exactly.
Will there be a Hoplo Trove chest?
I'm going to let you take that one.
So again, this would largely depend on the success of this project. So the Trove chest, in case it wasn't obvious from watching the video on those developments, that Trove chest has taken as much effort and development time as Splice and Dice did, really. Like, it's a massive undertaking from a structural engineering standpoint, from a thinking through user experience and organization and that kind of thing. I would not say no, we are not ever going to do a Hoplo chest, but again, the Hoplo Remastered Edition is going to come in one box. At least that's the plan, unless we can't build a box strong enough to hold it. But it's going to come in one box, and then you're going to have Victorum on top of that, which in my mind, if we do our job right, won't require a Trove chest out of the gate. Now, if this does serve as a Hoplo relaunching point, and we do develop more content in the future, we could see that happening. Again, the response to the Trove chest has been, magnificent and amazing. So we wouldn't say never. I don't think you'll see a Hoplo chest as a part of the Victorum Kickstarter in 2021, however. Yeah.
It is fair to say that it was our first venture into the Trove chest world. Much like we dove into minis and just tried that out, and it just takes a little bit of extra effort up front when it's your very first type of product like that. So the next time we make a box, hopefully it would take not quite as much time as the Trove chest did, but that's the idea anyways, and hopefully it's well received. I love that Trove chest, man.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. So. Will Victorum keep the versatility of the original with how different each base game is as far as solo? I think we've touched on that a little bit. Again, that we've learned a lot about solo game development over the years, from the really structured puzzle nature of Cloudspire to the kind of roguelike inspired encounters of Too Many Bones. Sure. You've heard us talk about Slay the Spire and how that's informing a lot of our design process. So it'll be different. We're aiming to challenge the player in numerous different ways throughout their adventure in Victorum.
Yeah, versatility. That's an interesting word. For the original Hoplo series, I would actually call that maybe not as versatile as what Victorum will be, because you just have that arena, and then you've got your card, and it sets up where the gladiators go, and then it's go, which we love, and Victorum won't be too much different than that, other than the fact that it will have some more elements, and it will feel more story and traveling. Yeah.
You may see some more story-driven, objective-type gameplay. Again, you've seen that in Cloudspire at a very, very complex level on Cloudspire. So this would likely be simpler than that. But you've already seen us play with those objectives and how much that changes up the nature of a game. Whereas almost all of the Hoplo solo content that exists is really just about getting out there and killing stuff. So,
minus the dice, I would liken the customization and the route that you can take your hero in Victorum kind of like training a Gearloc, in terms of it's not just dice, but it's the gladiators, it's the tactics, and it's the relics that are the part of the game. So
equipment and all that kind of thing.
That is the versatility piece for sure.
Yeah. Will Gilly cry and lose his other arm in the Kickstarter videos to come for Victorum? We're going to have to chop off one of my arms again at some point in the future. It's become legendary. Hopefully we can do it on on another really terrible infomercial or something along those lines. I'm not sure Hoplo lends itself to infomercial advertising, but we'll see.
Yeah, you've seen the cover art. It's just so mature and it's just
evocative.
Yes.
Gladiators are more likely to lose their arms in Victorum than I am, for whatever that's worth. All right. Will there be any #cured meats in Hoplo Remastered to help boost health? Maybe. We'll talk to Anthony about that.
So really quick, some of these jokes are coming in from yesterday, so if you're just joining us today, sorry about the inside jokes, but anyways.
That's your motivation to get on Discord and join our conversation.
Regarding losing an arm, I think we replay that little game to pick a game ad throughout the day, so you'll see it if you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we've kind of answered that one already. This is a good one. How many units will you control in Victorum, and will that vary?
Wow. Yes. Early development. It's not too different from original Haplo. I think that because there's a hero component, and that will kind of end up being the star, but it won't necessarily start on the map. It will still be a squad tactics-based game. So I think it's fair to say it won't be terribly different. There will be a few of your guys, a few of their guys. You've still got everything that we love about Haplo in terms of positioning, a couple of talents, and some of those beautiful, beautiful dice that we all love. If you haven't seen these dice before, this is part of the attacking of Haplo, if you will. Each gladiator had a custom lineup of whatever color dice that they got to roll. The black one being a 5 out of 6 chance to hit, all the way down to the yellow 2 out of 6 chance. So when they rolled it, they ended up counting the number of hits and doing that much damage. So while Haplo is very much a skill-based game, this is the luck element that we wanted to just have just a hint of that.
There's luck, but it's calculated odds, right? You know what your odds are when you get in range. So different attacks have different odds. Yeah. Okay. I love the solo trials and how you have to go down a step if you lose twice. Will there be something similar in Victorum? Maybe even a full-on campaign.
Wow. Actually, at the moment, the way I have this vision is going to be a yes. I think that as far as the campaign part goes, when you're choosing your options, similar to the Slay the Spire type thing, if you choose a tough one, expect to have a tough chance to win. But if you lose that, then your next option, you're going to have to try and maybe take a step back and do something easier, because there needs to be a losing element to the game, and at the moment what really works well is a back-to-back arena loss. So yeah, I like that idea. We'll definitely explore other options too, but thank you for pointing that out. I'm glad it's well received.
Yeah. What parts of Hoplomachus, TLC, Rise of Rome, Origins, expansions will be in the remastering? Adam kind of touched on that a little bit already. Really what we're looking to do is as little changes to content as possible. Again, we've talked about, kind of reincorporating existing solo content into a meaningful framework, so it's not so siloed, I guess is what I would say. And again, we want to add more theme to it. But in terms of actual gameplay content, we're looking at trimming the fat. That's an ambiguous way of saying if a unit doesn't quite serve a purpose, or if there's too many of that unit. We may not need every faction in the game to have 65 archers and that kind of thing anymore. But by and large, it's going to include all of the existing Hoplo content, save for again a few things that we would consider to be trimming the fat.
Yeah. If we had to throw a number out there, I would actually say 95% of Hoplomachus will still be there. It's just going to be with the different art and the different things that we're touching upon.
Yeah. Will the remaster have all the same play modes? Yes. And I would also mention that the remaster, because it's all in one box, should allow us to say and advertise that it is 2 versus 2 right out of the box, which we can't do on existing Hoplo content because you need to have Rise of Rome and Lost Cities in order to play that mode.
Yes.
Is future Hoplo going to be more asymmetrical than
great question. Victorum, we talked about it being hero-based and customization, so just by that alone, it will feel very unique. And asymmetrical implies that there's an opposite side to it. It's not a versus game, so in that way,
Victorum specifically,
asymmetrical is the right word, but certainly it's going to feel like a Too Many Bones character in the way that you just kind of find yourself doing something different than any other game that you play. Yeah.
Right. We are not, we continue to say, though, we are not interested in turning Hoplo into Too Many Bones. We are not interested in turning Hoplo into Cloudspire. I mean, and both of those games have some really wild asymmetric things that are happening. To that end, no. We want to very much retain the spirit of Hoplo, which is like...
Very good point.
Yeah, easy to learn out of the box. Nothing that's going to, like, take an hour for you to wrap your head around.
Absolutely, yeah. So, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. The volatility is definitely going to be turned down, way down for Hoplo. It's going to feel like, I say, a breath of fresh air, because it's going to feel so different from any other game, even though some of the similar mechanics may find their way in because they're good. It's still going to feel like Hoplomachus.
Yeah, I don't want to keep coming back to Slay the Spire over and over, but when you start your game in Slay the Spire, you have attack and you have defense for the most part, depending on the character that you're playing, and the complexity gets layered onto your character as you add additional cards to your deck.
Yes.
But you don't, to sit down and play Slay the Spire, I could explain it to you in 5 seconds. Getting good at it and knowing how to build your character is a totally different thing. Whereas with Cloudspire, by example, if you sit down not knowing how to play your faction in Cloudspire, you're going to be like, you're going to need to study your reference sheet for 15 minutes to even begin to understand all the strategic layers that you have at your disposal, which is really cool in its own way. But with Hoplo, again, it's the easiest CTG game to teach. It's the easiest one to pick up and play, and we really want to maintain that as much as we can.
Really quick, we're running out of time. We can do the last 2 questions that we see here.
We have an extra 8 minute. We have an extra 8 minute buffer though. So yeah, we've got a little bit.
The last 2 questions, and then we'll wrap it up. You guys, these questions are fantastic. Oh wow,
yeah,
there's a whole lot. Let's take a second. I'll let you scan.
Yeah, I'm going to answer. I'm going to rapid fire through these as fast as I can.
Absolutely.
All right. So somebody asked, will Ricky Royal be a part of the design team in some way? That's more up to him. He's certainly a huge Hoplo fan, and he's made suggestions to us that we take under consideration. Last time we checked, he didn't have time to do any full-time design on this project, but we're certainly not opposed because Ricky's...
Yeah, I've talked to Ricky. He definitely wants to be maybe a little bit a part of the process, and he wants to play it with us, and I'm definitely going to be seeking him for feedback and whatnot. But as from a designing capacity, I think he's got his plate full. Ricky is working on some designs, so yeah.
Yeah. Check out Renegade from Ricky if you haven't. As a regular player of Too Many Bones, how does Hoplo compare in terms of learning curve and complexity? We've already said it's a lot simpler as a whole. There's certainly elements that you'll recognize from our other games, but it's much simpler. Do you create your hero, or you just use from pre-created ones?
Sure, yeah. So the game will come with, a small number of heroes. I want to say, 7-ish, give or take. You get your starting hero, which is part of a faction, and so you'll have your starting few chips that go with it. And then the creation part comes from the customization as your hero grows and matures and becomes a better combatant. So you'll have your starting set, and then you'll grow into something else.
Yep. Will we see some deck building mechanics in Victorum? Maybe bag building, army building?
Yeah, so that's where the gladiators, you're going to maybe, if you wanted more attackers rather than defenders, you can exile a defender, recruit an attacker, a tactic can come in or go. So again, small, tight-knit, but you'll have pretty good control over what your chips are, which is really cool.
Will there be modular tiles included or static arenas? Right now we're playing with both options, but planning for some modular arenas. You heard us talk about that a little bit. With Victorum, are they planning, they being us, on continuing the game with community events monthly? I love that idea, for the record, and actually had something drafted up to that end for Bones that, again, just being the small team that we are, we haven't had enough time and energy to really embrace that. I love the idea. I'm not promising it, but we would love to do something like that in the future. Will you be able to carry over your hero from Victorum to the new Hoplo Remastered somehow? Especially if you create a house like in Gladius and being able to bring it into the remastered side of things.
Right, so we are looking at that. That's a great idea. It's right now in the idea bin to make it backwards compatible from Victorum. But yes.
Yeah, so again, backwards forwards compatibility between Victorum and Remastered is kind of we're taking a wait and see approach to that. Got a couple minutes left. I'm trying to get through as many. Oh, we're almost to the bottom. Okay. Will there be new premium health? Count on it, and you need it. How How will the AI work for Victorum? Is it going to go toward Titan cards or simpler things in between? Probably depends on the scenario with the AI. I know Titans tend to be people's favorite for the most part. Hoplo solo content, so we'd be foolish not to lean into that as we develop the AI for some of these new things. Will pieces like minis, or will we do minis for Hoplo? Andrew Navarro wants us to, but as of right now, we are not planning on that. We will see. And then, will my alloy dice still be viable with the new release? Again, we're not planning for it, but possibly. Are we keeping crowd favor in the remastered version? Certainly. Victorum.
Yeah, Victorum's looking like there's going to be something like that. Crowd favor was kind of a resource management thing. So something similar, yes.
Would people who got a strategist pledge get Victorum only or both remastered game and Victorum? That is something we're discussing internally. I'm not going to make any promises either way on that. We are discussing it internally right now. And do you have an idea of when the Kickstarter will be in 2021, even in the general time frame? The goal is spring. We have a huge potential project being lined up that lines up with a license for fall of 2021, and so we got to get this one out in the spring and get it done so that we can move on to that other huge, and I can't emphasize enough how huge it is, project that we can't talk about yet because there's literally no ink on any contract yet. But
yeah, it's fair to say that we're really doubling down on our efforts to, put more and more team time, efforts into getting these games out on time. So yeah.
And then the last question is other translations for Hoplo. It continues to be something that we're looking at across the board with all of our games, and a lot of the viability of that depends on sales and interest. Right. So I won't say no, but I will also say that right now we're not planning on that. It will at least at initial release it will be English only. That's everything that we've got, and we went 5 minutes over. Thank you all for all of your questions. I hope this was informative. I hope it was entertaining. I think everybody's going to love what we're coming out with for this game. We're excited about it, and I think you will be as well. So stay tuned for more content coming your way. I know I'm hosting trivia in about an hour. I'm not 100% sure what's in the interim. I'm going to eat some lunch, let my voice rest. I'm going to hydrate. Did
Smashburger arrive yet? Yeah.
It did. Oh, it has.
Woo!
All right. I'm going to go eat lunch. I'll see you all in an hour for trivia. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online, and in this particular episode we're going to be speaking about a game which is both an expansion to and a standalone game from Too Many Bones. That's right, in this episode we're going to be talking about Too Many Bones Undertow, the kind of sequel to Too Many Bones, but you can mix and match everything from Undertow in with your base game of Too Many Bones. When Too Many Bones was released and everybody fell in love with it, there's a reason, it's the number 61 game in BGG's kind of top 100 games, none amongst us thought, I know what this game needs. It's more water-based battles, but in typical Chip Theory fashion, they knew exactly what we needed. And the guys at Chip Theory released Undertow as this, as I say, standalone and expansion to Too Many Bones, and most of your battles are going to take place on a raft on the water. On the water, you say? Surely that is going to change absolutely everything. And you know what? You're kind of correct, because when you open your box of Too Many Bones Undertow, you're going to be greeted with a new battle mat, a double-sided battle mat, because some of your encounters will take place on land, some of them will take place on the raft, and the battle mat allows you for that. You're also going to be greeted with 2 new Gearlocs as well that come in the form of Stanza, who's this kind of lute-playing, guitar-playing Gearloc, and Duster with her faithful friend Nightshade, and they make a winning combination as you send them out to battle against the various baddies and the 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. That's right, there are 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. Did you think you'd had enough and you'd beaten all of the 7 tyrants in the base game of Too Many Bones? Ha! Let's give you 5 more tyrants and a whole wealth of new challenges for you to overcome. So these 5 new tyrants come in the form of Nobulus, Barnacle, Volkesh, Colossum and the Goblin Queen, and they come with a variety of different lengths of game for you to provide you with a completely different challenge. And the best bit is, you can absolutely mix all of these in with your Too Many Bones base game to expand your Too Many Bones adventure. But of course, it's Chip Theory Games, and providing you with a new environment to play in, a new battle mat and 2 new Gearlocs and 5 new tyrants just wouldn't be enough. So what they've done is they've included as well some brand new 3-point baddies, and these 3-point baddies come in 2 colours depending on whether you are battling your baddies on land or on your raft. The 3-point baddies that you battle on land are various types of mechs, and the 3-point baddies that you battle while you're on your raft are the Krelm, and the Krelm will try to eat
Hi, welcome to Box of Lights. I'm Ricky Royal. This is Hoplomachus, The Lost Cities, and this is going to be a GenCon, virtual GenCon 2020 special little presentation for Chip Theory Games of the original Hoplomachus, The Lost Cities. It's been 8 years. This was, apologies for my squeaky chair. It's been 8 years. This came out in 2012, and Chip Theory Games have just announced a new Kickstarter is coming in 2021, and probably, I suspect then, for release in 2022, which is going to be 10 years after the original release. So this will be 10 years old by the time we see the new improved reworking or remaster of Hoplomachus. I love this game. And we have Hoplomachus, Lost Cities, Rise of Rome, Origins, and then a whole bunch of expansions. And I've kind of mixed everything in. And what I wanted to show you, one of the beauties of this system is that you can just, make up your own stuff, mix things in, come up with new scenarios. So that's kind of what I've been doing. I've got Xanadu here on the table, and I'm going to be playing against... Let's see. Yeah, we're going to be playing against the beasts and criminals of the Lost Cities arena. But one thing I've done extra is I've mixed in a couple of mounted Huns, and these come from the Army of One expansion. So we've actually got 10, not 8 bad guys, if you like. And then we're going to get this mix up. We're going to play against one arena boss, and normally you play this in 3 waves, and on the first wave you'll see just 2 bad guys, and in the second wave you'll see 3, and then in the third wave you'll see 4. So I'm going to hit like a third wave and have 4 bad guys out here. And some of those might well be, like I say, those Huns. And we're going to play against one random boss. So we've got Vanesh, the Unseen Stalker. Wow, that's a tough opponent. That is a tough opponent. Okay, fair enough. And that's going to start here with 10 health. Now this is an unusual format for me because normally I get to sit and edit and do about 100 takes, 100 shots and edit them all together. But you're going to be watching me play live, so yeah, I'm not going to have the thinking time that I normally have. So I'm just going to play through one wave. But what should we do? We'll play through one wave. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I could have played to the death, like take out the hero, take out all the minions. I think we'll do that. I think we'll play until we take out everything. And that should give me 20 crowd favour, which will take me up to the top of this crowd favour chart. And on here, you'll normally mix in your crowd favour gladiators, chips and tactics, but just for a bit of fun, I've put 4 of these royal wolves in, so we'll see those come out. I'm going to be playing Gearloc of Xanadu as my champion, so that starts over here, deactivated. As a little bit of compensation, I'm going to put the Xanadu equipment. I'm going to keep that hidden for the moment. If you've got the game, you know what it is. And then I'm going to put a 3 strength strongbox. I'm going to place it here on this crowd favour stone. Doesn't matter which one you place it on. And what else? Yeah, we need 6 random gladiators to help us in our battle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're going to need 1 random tactic as well. So everything's mixed in here, so I really don't know what's going to come out. It may play well, it may play easy, it may play tough. I think we're ready to go. Yeah, crowd of favours here on 0. Right, so it's to the death on everything and 1 wave. Let's see how we do. Right, we've got a Xanadu archer, a tactician. We've got the gorilla. If I haven't got the Beastmaster, I'm actually going to put that one back. And then we've got a brute, tactician, and an attacker. Yeah, let's put, although I love this guy, we really need the Beastmaster for this. So let's grab another. Okay. Machimois. Okay. Alright. That looks okay. Doesn't look too bad. Right, so how does it play? Oh, tactic. Let's see what we've got. We've got adrenaline. Increased a non-champion's unit's move range by 1. Alright, perfect. Oh, we better reveal these as well and see what we've got here. We've got a beast. We've got a beast. And a Hun. And another mounted Hun. So they've both come out at the start. Nasty. Okay. These are gladiator bound. So they're going to target whatever I put out first. And that's significant, isn't it? So I want to deploy something strong. I don't have anything with lots of health. But I've got an attacker. I think I'm going to put out, yeah, there's a lot of skills in this game. I've got about, well, it goes up to page 10, but it's about 9 pages worth actually. So I need to remember what all these mean. So the thing about the Xanadeans is their ability to hurl. And Machimois has Bloodlust and Toss. So Bloodlust says if it's not its full health, add a black die to its basic attack. Toss says may move an adjacent unit 1 hex left or right. Okay. So it's kind of like hurl really, isn't it? And then retaliate is good. Oh, the Xanadian Brute might be good. That might be good. Right, I'm going to do that. And it's got a flurry of blows as well. So let's see. A flurry of blows. And attack an adjacent unit with 1 green die. And you roll and re-roll until you miss. Yeah, what a beauty. Right, this guy's coming out. I like the attacker. Okay, and there's my tactic. And these are the Huns, if you want a closer look at these. They're gladiator bound, so they're heading towards this guy. Alright, cool. There's Vanesh. Okay. Right, so we've done our thing. That's pretty much all you do on the first round of the game. Now down to them. So they're going to deploy if they had any vacancies. They don't. And then they're going to move. And we can choose the order we want them to move in. I'm going to move the Huns first. So they've got 3 move. Like so. And then the beasts, they're going to use the red and white dice. White first, then red, okay? And they're going to follow this little tracker. So this one's going 5, which is this direction, and then 1, which would be that direction, but it can't. And then this one, 5 and 2. So 5, and then back 2. All right, perfect. Attacking, so this mounted Hun has range 1. Oh, this one has... oh, this one's actually got 4 health. And this one's got 5 health. They need 1 more health. This one's got only 4 health, but range 2. This one's got 5 health and range 1. Okay, so nothing in range still. Right, this is a problem, isn't it? So this is a melee unit. This is a ranged unit. We do have retaliates, but I don't know if we're going to have time to use it. Black, blue, and yellow. Wish me luck. 2 hits. 2 hits. Retaliate says, I think it's just 1 hit back. When attacked and hit with a basic attack by an adjacent unit, do 1 damage back. Okay, back down to 4. Now I could give this guy the run around. I really want to go for that equipment. And I want to get these Huns down. 2, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, I think I'm going to put my archer out. Yeah, this is tough, isn't it? I might get this one down. The green die is 50-50, I think. It's got 3 hits. No, 4 hits, 2 misses. Black die. Yeah. We've got move 2. Tricky already. Retaliate works even if I get defeated, so I could do 2 hits. I'm going to do the archer first and see what it does. So the black and yellow. from the archer to the Hun. There we go. Ah, one hit. One hit. That's not great. So, not enough to take him out. So, I could do 0. I could do 0 with the green. I'm likely to do 2. But then Retaliate's going to take him out. Yeah, I'm going to do 2 black. I'm going to do 2 black. I'm probably going to... Well, I'm going to lose the brick, but at least he'll take out the Hun. Wow. This isn't a great start, is it? Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, 2 hits. Okay. All right. Oh, I forgot this guy. You know what? I forgot this guy last time. He moves like a criminal. So let me do his previous move. So a 1 he won't move. 2, 3, 4, 5 he'll move 1 space. And on a 6 he'll move 2. I think he's champion bound. It doesn't actually say. But I think he's champion bound. Let's assume he's champion bound. Yeah. Okay, and then he'll roll for his attack, which was a shadow spear. Right, I didn't do it anyway. Okay, right, that was last time anyway. Right, mustn't forget Vanish. Yeah, all these bosses are champion bound. I need to get out of their way, really. Okay, movement. So this guy's staying where he is. He's gladiator bounds, moving in here. He's moving, that's roll. It's the Crim, isn't he? Yeah, he's moving 1 space. I suppose we could move. No. 1, 2. Yeah, because he's got to move straight up the map like this. Right, then let's do this beast. That's 5, followed by a 3. And then this one is a 4, followed by a 2, which you can't do. There's a strong box in the way. Oh, actually, you can. You can. You can walk on top of there. That's fine. Let me just check. Equipment. I'm sure they don't block out the hex. It's been a while since I've put equipment in the game. I will check it. Rise of Rome. Let's have a look. That's Origins. Training Gowns. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Once all health is removed, the hex is now occupiable. Right, let's assume it's not occupiable until, yeah, they can't climb up on the strongbox. Let's assume that's the case. Right, it does say only once the health is removed it's occupiable. All right. Got away with that one. All right, let's see. Attacks. So I'm going to have this mounted Hun attack this one first. If it does any damage, it's going to kill the brute, who's then going to retaliate. Yeah, it did. So these are both out of here actually. So I know he's going to deploy one more next round. We get 2 crowd favour. This one's got range 2, so he is going to go for this archer. 2 hits, he's defeated as well. That's bad news. Right, we're 2 units down already. This is tough. Okay, and let's roll for the Vanishes attack. 5. Okay. So on a 1 to 5 he does his basic attack, which is a melee attack. On a 6 he'll do Shadow Spear, which means he fires, I think, in all these different directions. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right, we're down to nothing, and we've gotten rid of 1 bad guy. And I really want the Hun to come this way, away from this box, but at the same time I want someone out. Right, abilities are usable once per turn. They're active all the time like innates. Bloodlust. Maybe I should just try and bring these back this way. Not sure. Got 2 tacticians. I really want to take something down because I need to get one of my crowd favourite champions out, don't I? Okay. Mashimwa. It's not going to be easy, this. And I really want to get my champion activated as well. So maybe let's bring out a tactician instead. Put it here. Combat locks him. Yeah, that's no good. Okay. The bad guy. Mashimwa abilities. Okay, after we deploy, abilities can be used as soon as we deploy. So I could. I could toss that guy. Yeah, I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with that. Let's go here. Right, abilities are usable on the turn it comes into play. So yeah, I can move him like this. I can toss him around a little bit. I don't think that really helps. Let's do it anyway. Let's get him back over here. 3 health. Black and a yellow. I'm not happy. This is really tough, guys. What would you do? What would you do? Those 2 tacticians aren't really helping me. Okay, back up, back up. Let's go for the tactician. It's got initiative. Initiative means I can move on the turn he's deployed. This thing's got move 2. Right now it's move 3. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. If I do this, even that doesn't really help. Okay, let's go back to what we did. No, oh my gosh. Yeah, right, tactician out. We'll bring out Machiavelli next time. He's got initiative, but I'm going to stay where I am. As soon as I step in here, you see I'm under attack from this beast. Wow, 1, 2, 3. He's got range 2. So he can get to me no matter what. Yeah, this Hun is a pain. This is what this game can do to you. It's a real tactical struggle sometimes to figure out what to do. Retaliate, whirlwind. Yeah, I'm going to struggle. Okay, I've got a plan. I've got a plan. I'm going to go here. He's going to move in. He's going to move next to my champion. I need to get my champion activated. This is tough. Alright, I'm going to have to put my big guy out, I think. I can take one down. Tough. Right. Final answer. Mashimar is coming in here. I'm going to put this tactic on him. So now he's got move 3. One, two, three. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay. I want to survive. Let's leave that off. Let's leave that off. Wow. Sorry guys, I hope you're enjoying this. It's a real tactical puzzle. All that would have got edited out in a normal video. Right, we're down in. We're in. We've made a decision. We can't do anything with that thing. But his turn. He's going to deploy. So he's going to deploy a unit, and we roll a die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Say which trapdoor is he going to come out of? Okay, number 3 over here. It is a beast. Okay. He won't move. He can attack this turn. Let's move this. Let's roll the die to see if this moves. Yes, it does. Does it attack? No, it doesn't. The Hun is going to move 3. 1, 2, 3. That's what I wanted him to do. Believe it or not. Let's do this beast. It does a 1. Good. And then a 5. Okay. This one does a 1. And then a 6. Okay. That one doesn't attack. I rolled out a turn, so I'm doing that again. Right, now this one does attack. It does a black, a blue, and a yellow. Black, blue, and a yellow. Ah! 3 hits. It's killing it straight away. I wanted 2. I wanted 2. And he hits the champion as well. So in TLC, they hit every adjacent thing, which is bad, right? Right, we're really going to struggle, aren't we, now without that? 3 units left, 3 gladiators left. But we've activated our champion. Now. We'll put our tactician out. He's got initiative. Yep, that's okay. Boy, oh boy. It's got strategic attack, which adds a yellow die to this attack, which is 2 blacks and a blue. Okay. Come on, dice. Work for me. 2. Still didn't get the wolf. We've got Seismic Hurl. Seismic Hurl, it's on the back of here. We can pick up and throw it 3 hexes away. It's usable only during the movement phase. Okay. This one's Gladiator bound. Let's roll for Vanish. He's going to move 2 spaces. Not looking good. And these 3 beasts do this one. 5, and then 3. This one. 3, and then 5. and then this one. 6 can't go, and then 2 is backwards. This one's attacking. Blue, black, and yellow. It's going to kill my tactician already. 2 hits, yeah. We're doing really badly, team. I'm going to deploy and move another tactician. In fact, I'm going to deploy and keep my tactician there. I'm going to move this. I've got to take this Hun down. I've got to take it down. Two blacks, a blue and a yellow. The yellow comes from the tactician. Come on, 2 hits. It has to be 2 hits. If I understand any chance. Yes! You. Alright, finally. 2. We still haven't got 5 crowd favour. It's really hard to get that first one. But he's going to deploy another. Let's see where. 6, which is here. It's a criminal. He's champion bound. He can't move the turn it's deployed, but he can attack. Vanish. Moves 1 space. Let's do this beast. So 2 followed by a 4. Can't do. This one is a 3 followed by a 3, and then this one 3 3. Okay. Wow. How am I going to get into that treasure? Look at them. Right, does he attack? Yes, it does. All right, we roll 2 dice. We're going to look at this directional chart here. 2, so it fires a spear this way. 3, fires a spear this way. We got away with it. Okay, that's right, isn't it? Shadow spear. Let me just double check this. Roll 2 basic d6, reveal the key. A spear is thrown across the arena in those directions, doing 2 damage to each opposing unit in its path. Okay, I'm deploying my my attacker with this +1 move tactic. I wanted to get these stones. Which way do you think I should go, folks? Let's go 1 2 3 1. Stay out of trouble. I'm going to do a bit of a run around, I think. I've got no attacks I can do. No. Okay, his turn. Let's see if Vanish moves. Yeah, 1 space towards my champion. Let's see if this criminal moves. Yeah, twice. 1 2. Let's move this beast. 2 it can't do. 3 it can do. Let's move this beast. 6 it can't do. 6 it can't do. Let's do this beast. 5 and then 4. Yeah, they're not letting me play. They're not letting me play. Got nothing left to deploy until I get another crowd favour. So whirlwind. Let me just double check this. Yeah. If I came in here, I could roll 3 blue dice. But he's sure to have died, isn't he? Because he's going to suffer 2 attacks. Yeah. Is it going to be my only hope? If I can take one of them down. Not with 3 blue dice, I can't. One option is I move 2 like this, 1, 2, 3 like this. He could get next to my hero, champion. But what I'm thinking is, I'll just do his regular attack, 1 damage. And then he's got black, blue, yellow, and then another yellow. I need 3 hits. And that would give me what I need. Yes, 3 hits. Yes! Come on. 1, 2. We get a wolf. He's going to put another unit out. We get a wolf. Whew. Okay. We live on. This is tough. That's my own fault. I created this stupid scenario. Right. I have not done a single point of damage to vanish, but this is what the wolves are about. This is what they're about. Okay. He's going to deploy. Where is he going to deploy? It's not a stupid scenario. It's a brilliant scenario. Right. 6 is taken. So he'll go 1. 1's taken. 2, 3. He's going over here. I didn't want him over there. It's a criminal. Can't move. I'm going to try. Let's see if Vanish moves. Yes. 1. I'm going to try this beast. Please don't move towards me. Please don't move towards me. Oh, got my die. Oh. Actually, I'm going to move this one first. That's a 1. Can't do, and a 2. Okay. Now we'll do this one. That's a 1 and a 3 we can't do. Good. Right, so what I don't want is this one to move in here. So I don't want to see a white 5. We've got a 1 and then a 3. Okay. Okay. Does he attack? No. Wolfie, what are you going to do? You're going to come out here. You can't move or attack. Yeah. He's going to move there next time. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Right, seismic hurl. I believe you can hurl bosses. I think you couldn't originally, and they changed the rule on it. Didn't they? Yeah, I'm definitely hurling this thing. Move. Seismic hurl. Pick it up. And hurl it 3 spots away. I'm sure that's the way it works. 3. Yeah, you pick it up and move it 3 spots away from your champion. One, two, three. He's going to move in here and then attack my wolf if I do that. So I might just hurl him over there. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, if he moves twice, he'll still get close to me. Question is, what do I want to do with these guys? I think I want to do that. Can move him again. Might move him in there. And I want to move the wolf as well. So he's got this roam innate which says it doesn't have to move, but if he does move, he moves according to the charts. Let's see where he goes. And he's got this old attack called Howl. And Howl, it's not really an attack, but what it does is it gives me and a friendly unit an extra 2 move during the attack phase. So you can kind of move and then attack. So you can move in and attack, yeah? So let's have him move. 6, it's back that way. And then 4 is that way, right? That didn't help. This is the trouble with the wolves. They're a little bit mind of their own. But if you can get enough of them out here, they can and just lure things in. Yeah, my tactician's in the wrong place now. So during the attack phase, I'm going to howl and have this thing move away. Yep. I mean, there is an opportunity to do a damage. Want to do a damage. Why don't I do that? Let's do that. Actually, that's quite good. Move in here, and then, of course, he's going to move away next time, so... Yeah, okay. Well done, Wolf. Okay. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we'll do vanish first. Is he going to move? Yes, 1 space up here. Now we'll do this one here. Is it going to move? Yes. Here. Let's do this beast. 1, and then 3, and then this one, 4, can't do, and then 4, I can't do. Okay. Then this one, 4, and then 6. Is that right? I don't know. I might have moved someone twice. I don't know. Can't remember. Okay. There's no big deal. Random numbers. Random numbers. Right, nothing can attack. Let's see if he does his shadow spear. No, it's a 5. Alright. I've got nothing to deploy. Let's see where the wolf goes. Let's move the wolf. 4, can't do. 2, can do. Beautiful. Tactician. I want to move around the back. Let's give that wolf an extra die. Whoa, hang on. I mean, we could go all in. 1, 2, extra yellow, black, and a blue. We're not going to get away with killing it, I don't think. I think we've got to let this guy do some... Yeah, we can't throw it all in just yet. I really want that box. I'm going to have to go around the back. Let's go over there. Alright, Wolfie, do your attack. 2 greens, 2 yellows, and an extra yellow from the tactician. Oh, that's horrible. 1 hit. The dice are being mean. The dice are being very mean. We need to take out 2 more units to get another wolf. Because I can't get near those crowd favour stones. They're just really... 1, 2, 3. Maybe the tactician can come around next time. Yes, that's the plan. Another couple of turns. Right, does he move? Yes, he moves twice. Shoot. Wow. The wolf doesn't combat lock, you see. That's a really bad throw. Does this criminal move? Once. Beast. Let's do this one first. 3. And then 2. This one. 5. And then 2. Whoops. 2. This one. 5. And then 2. Right, vanish. What attack is he doing? Oh, he's doing a shadow spear. He's doing his shadow spear. Interestingly, He's doing both. 1 to 6. He does his basic attack, and then on a 6 he also does the Shadow Spear. Direction number 5, that's 2 damage. I think we might have just lost. And then a 4, which is this one. It's killing that tactician. Oh, wow. And then it does black, black, blue, blue, yellow on my champion. Oh no! 3 damage. Yeah, we lost. Ah. I think those 2 Huns really hit me early on, and yeah. If those Huns hadn't come out and we just had more beasts, more criminals, it allows you to get up the track a little bit quicker. And yeah, wow. Well, it's a good scenario. I'm pleased with it. It's not too easy. I feel that it's winnable. I feel a different mix. I think 2 tacticians were not right. I think something better next time. Look at this brawler. He's better. Another attacker, and I think a defender as well would be useful. So with a defender with 5 health, protecting your champion is kind of necessary, I think, to soak up these attacks a little bit better. Well, there you go. That's it. That was my little demonstration of Hoplomachus Fazuli Arena. Have a go. Set this up yourself. So let me remind you, it's exactly the same as TLC, but give yourself a piece of equipment, which we didn't get to do. Let me show you. The equipment was key, but those beasts, they were all over it. This was a trophy necklace, and it has the trophy innate. What that means is whoever's carrying it gains crowd favour every turn. So yeah, maybe I can put it on the wall for something like that. That's good. If I could get the archer in there and just running around, just running around with this necklace, going, yeah, the crowd loves it. Crowd favour goes up. More wolves come out. Yeah, could have been a whole different story. So get yourself a piece of equipment. Every house comes with one. You need them you need an expansion pack. I think it was Blade's Edge. Yeah, a trophy necklace comes in Blade's Edge. Beast and Master I really like as well. They can work well in combo. So try that. Add 2 Huns. So that was from the, what was it called? The Army of One expansion. And the other thing you could do with that, I tried these, but they were even tougher, which add a couple of war elephants instead of the Huns. I put the Huns in so they were slightly easier. I mean, I took them out, but yeah, and it's like a wave 3. So put 4 out. You've got to destroy everything. So take down their boss and take down all their minions. So we had 3 left and survive. Last man standing. It's a nice little challenge. That's it then. That's my Hoplomachus Lost Cities demonstration. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show and have a great weekend. Stay safe and keep an eye on this this new Hoplomachus version for 2021. It's coming to Kickstarter and I'm really excited for it. And it's going to be, yeah, all over it. If I can, I'll be nagging these guys, Adam, Josh, and the rest of the gang for a little preview, and then hopefully I can just show you as well. Thanks for watching, everyone. Take care.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark, and this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. Now I'm going to be talking to you in this video about one of my all-time favourite games, and as you can see in the background, it is in fact Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games, designed by Adam and Josh Carlson. Look, there is a reason that this game is ranked number 61 in the BGG top games of all time. It's because it is such a wonderful, wonderful experience. So Too Many Bones is a dice building RPG. A what? A dice building RPG, that is correct, where you will take either a single Gearloc, and these are the guys that you fight with,
Everybody, welcome to Cloudspire Trivia, part of Chip Theory Games Online, GenCon Online slate of content. We're going to start the countdown timer here for 15 minutes. 15 minutes for folks to get signed in and get ready to go. And then I want to introduce you all to Mr. Andrew Navarro. Andrew, say hi.
Hello, hi. I was about to show right away that I can't follow instructions.
Exactly. Yeah, he's still, Andrew's still new to CTG. He's still learning to take orders from me. No, not at all. Andrew is here co-hosting Cloudspire Trivia with us today. And Andrew, why don't you introduce yourself? I mean, you kind of did already, but explain what you're doing with Chip Theory these days, and maybe what your involvement with Cloudspire has been since we brought you on just a few months ago.
Yeah, so my official title here is studio manager, but I think, like everyone here does a billion different things. So I've been doing a lot of different things. Since I've been here, I've done some just kind of like general business development work, but I've also spent a lot of time doing some graphic design, some art and creative direction, doing some rules editing, and some guidance in working and trying to refine some of the Cloudspire rules and abilities and stuff. Yeah, and really just with this reprint of Cloudspire, trying to help make it the best version of Cloudspire it can be. So really what I've been doing is making a lot of work for myself and other people. But it's been good. It's been really fun, and I think it's been nice to kind of like work on something that already exists as kind of like a warm up to maybe some of the new stuff, like Victorum and the thing we'll announce later today.
Yeah. I just speaking from a longtime CTGer standpoint, it's been really fun to see, like Chip Theory, as long as I've ever been a part of Chip Theory, it's been very much a kind of startup company, very small, very fly by the seat of our pants. And we don't ever want to completely lose that, obviously, but it's been interesting, your experience at Fantasy Flight, watching you bring all of that experience here and learning about how, like larger game companies operate and some of the good things we can take from that, some of the bad things we can, hopefully avoid with that. But I think the other thing I really want to speak to is I think you're going to see it in the art direction on the game we're announcing later today. I think you've already seen it on the art direction for Hoplomachus Victorum. And then I think you'll also see just in the way that some of the reference sheets have been cleaned up and that kind of thing in this new Cloudspire print, really bringing an eye for a cohesive design and exciting direction. I think, already in your short 6 months here, you've made a significant impact all of that kind of stuff. Anthony Letourneau has still done, I think, pretty much all of the art that you have helped direct since you got here, but I think you're bringing things in a much more immediately. We keep using the word evocative. I think I used that word on the Hoplo stream like 3 times. But everything has a much more evocative feel than maybe what we've done in the past with some of our chip theory art.
Yeah, I feel like Anthony obviously he's very, very talented, and you'll see his work, I think, in a new light this afternoon when we reveal what we've been cooking up. And just he's very, very versatile and very receptive to direction. And I think like that's at least in my experience, that's always been the key to creating like good game artwork. Is not only is it good to have a talented artist, like you need that, but I think also having art direction to help push and try to make the piece as good as it can be is a big part of that. So it's kind of like writing, how they say like every good writer has a great editor. I think it's that same relationship where as a writer or an artist, you can kind of get bogged down in your own imagination, and you always kind of tend to lean on the things that you're most comfortable with. Mm-hmm. And what an editor can do and what an art director can do is kind of try to push you in ways that you wouldn't necessarily think to do that yourself. Sure. Obviously, it's still on the artist in the end to make it come to life. But having that little nudge is nice. And I know that from my experience working as an artist and a graphic designer too, like having someone who's pushing you to try to do different things, even if that might make you feel uncomfortable, almost always leads towards something better.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's great. One thing that Andrew Navarro has not been able to do for me personally, one of my favorite games of the last 10 years is Android Netrunner. I played it through kind of the first content cycle. My brother got me into it, and one of the first things I asked Andrew was, could he use his connections at FFG to secure me all of the Android Netrunner content I did not have and did not purchase. And he told me it had all been destroyed. And
well, anything that was left was destroyed. There wasn't much left.
I blame you for everything involved in that conversation, really. The fact that FFG lost the Android license, everything, it's all your fault.
Well, I'll say it on stream too. What I've told you is I have my own collection that I'm happy to play with you anytime.
That's not good enough. That's not good.
Sorry. I'll leave it to you in my will. How about that?
You should know by now that everyone involved in the CTG community, including those of us here, we're largely completionists, and we expect to own all the things. That's what we're all about. So
I don't have all the promo cards. That's the one thing where my collection falls down a little bit. I have a lot of them, but not nearly all.
Well, in that case, I'm not even interested. Anyway.
Well, fine. Thank goodness.
I need the Baby Gilly equivalent of Android Netrunner is really what I need. Speaking of promos and prizes, so we've got about 8 minutes yet where folks can sign up, get in on this trivia. We only have 33 people currently signed in to play, and that is disappointing. So get in here, Discord, as you're listening and watching. Those of you on YouTube, follow the link. Let's get signed up. Let's get some trivia. Again, who cares if you know anything about Cloudspire? You still have a chance to win. And the prizes, again, that we have, and this is not Cloudspire related, but we do have another Baby Gilly mat, promo mat right here that is up for grabs. And we have today a waterlogged book, hand-weathered by somebody here in the CTG office, hand-dirtied.
What does that mean, hand-weathered?
Hand-weathered, yeah. So
just doing this and throwing it in the dirt.
We literally, this is not a joke. This is not a joke at all. And this is before Navarro's time. We literally took every single waterlogged book that we got, and we took it out of its plastic packaging, and we scraped it against rocks, and we rubbed it in the dirt, and we put mud on the edges of the pages to make it a more thematic, to make it look like an actual book from Daylor. That is not an exaggeration.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it took way more time than it ever could have possibly been worth, and it was miserable, but we did it. We did it, and
that's real dirt.
This is, people ask, why won't you reprint the waterlogged book? Why won't you reprint the waterlogged book? And that's not that we could release a version that's not hand weathered like this, and maybe some people would even prefer it. I actually have an unweathered version. My own personal copy is unweathered at home, but that is a huge reason why they were a nightmare to prepare and put together. They took so much time, and we spent a lot of labor costs on it. It was ridiculous. So anyway, yeah.
How many copies did you do that to?
Oh, I think we sold. I'm trying to think what the print run was. I think it was between 1,500 and 2,000 of them, I believe.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. So
that dedication to the craft, though. I feel that is I think hallmark of CTG, which is so awesome.
Inefficiency, complete and utter business inefficiency. That's a hallmark of CTG.
Yeah, but then you have this awesome thing at the end of it, and it's all worth it.
That's true, exactly. I see a lot of you in Discord telling me that Coke Zero is not hydrating. That is correct. But I have been drinking seltzer water all day, which I learned in Germany at Essen last year or 2 years ago, I can't remember, actually hydrates you better than just regular water. That's what they told me.
Really?
That's the rumor. Gets.
That's the key to sparkling water, is that it gets more stuff in you.
The carbonation apparently gets the liquids into your system faster physiologically somehow. Right. I'm not sure. I don't know. It might all be it all might be a ploy.
Did you buy some snake oil while you were there?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did some German snake oil direct from Essen. So if you order water at a restaurant in Germany, you will get sparkling water. You have to order still water.
Very true.
In order to get just tap water.
Anywhere in Europe, really.
Yeah. I haven't been other places in Europe, sadly. I was going to go to UKGE this year, but 2020 is a dumpster fire. So anyway, all right, we got 43 players. I want more.
Good.
I want more people in here. So sign up. If you're in Discord and you're not playing, you are dead to me. So get in here on this trivia action. Do you want to as much? I don't know how much you can say, Navarro, but you've also been working on a licensing deal for us in the background. Anything really vague and juicy you want to?
I don't want to jinx it.
Okay.
All I'll say is that it's been going well, and we're getting close. And sometimes they take a long time. I've been part of or have observed licensing deals that have taken years to complete. This won't be that, I don't think, but it's still going, which is good. So we'll talk about it as soon as we can. But it's going well, and I'm excited about it, and I know you're excited about it, and Josh is excited about it. So if we're all excited about it, then I feel like I can almost guarantee that CTG fans will be excited about it as well.
Good. Yeah, I'm watching the Discord comments roll in as we give these these wonderfully ambiguous.
Yeah, I've had plenty of experience giving ambiguous answers, so I feel like I've given away all I can.
Perfect. All right, we've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds. For any of you, we got 47 players so far. For any of you who missed it, again, the prizes today are Baby Gilly, Matt. I believe those are going to the top 3 finishers, I believe. Somebody on the CTG team come in here and hit me in the head if that's not accurate. And then we have a waterlogged book here for the winners of Cloudspire Trivia. So again, your odds, even if you don't know much about Cloudspire, are still very, very good. With 3 winners out of only 48 players right now, you have a fantastic chance at winning these. So Cloudspire Trivia. Now I'm gonna give you a hint. A lot of these are gonna be lore driven. Not all of them, but a lot of them are gonna be lore driven. So if you happen to have a copy of your Cloudspire lore book, you may want to have that handy, or you may want to quick hop onto the support page of our website to download the, I believe there's a PDF version out there. But a lot of these are going to be lore-driven, and we had Ryan Howard, who's also hanging out in Discord. He put together a pronunciation guide for a lot of these characters, and that was actually at Andrew Navarro's request, and it's brilliant because we both actually have learned a great deal about the pronunciation.
Yeah, well, it's so different that it's almost harder because it's like different from what I've been saying for almost every single character.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. I don't want to give away any hints, but some of these I'm like, wow, I've been working on this game for 2 years now, and I had no idea. It's
So we'll still stumble over them. Luckily, they'll be on the screen, so as we're reading them, so you won't have to do it totally auditorially.
Exactly. And whatever comes out of our mouths will be the new canon, regardless. So that's
sure.
That's what I'm going with. All right, we've got 30 seconds, counting down. 30 seconds. There's 51 of you. I want at least 60 players. Come on. We got 25 seconds. 25 seconds. Ryan Howard likes to joke with me that I intentionally pronounce them differently every single time, and that is only 90% true. 10 seconds. Let's say we're going with 51 players. We're going to go with 51 players. So I'm going to let Andrew Navarro, you can handle this very first question.
All right. Are we ready?
We're ready. Can you see Can you see the question?
No, I'm doing it. I'll get to there in a second. All right. What is the name of the first Cloudspire solo scenario? Is it Ignition, Introduction, Escalation, or Expansion?
This is an easy one because most of you have been stuck on this scenario for weeks.
There we go. I'm there now.
All right. So 52% of you said Ignition, 9% Introduction, 37% Escalation, and 2% Expansion. The correct answer is, of course, Ignition. So
Yay.
I will say, Cloudspire has received we've gotten a lot of comments around the difficulty of this specific scenario and how right out of the gate we really kind of throw you into the fire, which has been semi-controversial. I just want to say I largely pushed for Ignition to be a very difficult scenario, and really for every scenario in the entire Cloudspire campaign to be relatively difficult, simply because there were so few of them, relatively speaking. With only 4 scenarios to play through as any given faction in solo mode, I didn't want players to spend the first 2 going through really easy stuff and then only have 2 additional ones, 3 and 4, that really put meat on the bone, so to speak. So that is the reason that Ignition is such a difficult scenario. And now
You feel like that's a good reason?
In retrospect, I might have made it a little bit easier, simply because a lot of people get stuck on it. But, anyway, there we go. All right, we're going to go on to question number 2. Which of these is not a Grove Tender hero? Is it Daiwin, Etri, Wyvern-K, or Ebanth? Ebanth is one of those that I just learned how to pronounce about 10 minutes ago. Yabanthi is the way that I would always pronounce that name. And
I always did Ekri.
Yeah, I would always say Ekri as well, but it's Etri. That's canon now, apparently. All right, let's see what you said. 9% of you thought Daiwin, 54% thought Etri, 35% said Wyvern-K, and 2% said Ebanth. And the correct answer is, of course, the bug Grige Queen, Etri. All right, Navarro, we're going to move on to question number 3.
All right, let's do it. All right, which of these phases comes first in a wave? Market, Event, Onslaught, or Build?
Build.
Oh, Income.
Income, there you go.
I'm on the sheet. They changed it from the sheet. All the pronunciations are on the sheet, so it does no good for me to look at the at the trivia page.
Yeah, we just learned how to pronounce onslaught about 10 minutes before this event.
Right.
Yeah. Onslaught. All right.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was pronounced.
9% market, 41% event, 9% onslaught, and 41% income. The correct answer is, of course, the event phase comes first every time, except when we tell you to skip it, which is, in fairness, on occasion. So there you go. All right. Question 4. Which faction has no ranged units? Is it A, the Grove Tenders, B, the Aurora, C, the Brahmin, or D, the Heirs? This is a tougher one.
Is it?
It's a bit of a trick question. I think I can say that as the clock.
I could see that.
As the clock ticks down. All right, I'll tally the votes. Grove Tenders, that's what 35% of you said. 15% said Aurora, 17% Brahmin, and 33% Heirs. So the correct answer is the Heirs. Now, this is kind of a trick question, because the Elfinkazi, of course, can like move a big range and then they explode, but they don't technically have range as a talent. So there you go. The only faction without range. The Grove Tenders also have Daiwin, I believe, is ranged, if I'm not mistaken. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to think back to when I just played as the Grove Tenders a couple days ago, testing skirmish mode, which you're all going to love. All right, Navarro. Next question, number 5.
All right. Which non-evolving minion can stay on the map for multiple waves? Elfinkazi, Grizzled Oak, Forsaken, or Royal Talon?
I'm watching the votes come in. Looks like most of you got this one right.
This one's easy.
Yeah, come on.
Come on now.
Have you ever even played Cloudspire? Come on.
I have. Though I've read the rules way more than I've played it.
That's fair.
It's a lot more time.
That's fair. All right. 40% of you said Elfinkazi. 13% of you said Grizzled Oak. 42% Forsaken, and 4% said Royal Talon. A lot of people might think it's Elfinkazi, but the correct answer is Forsaken. Elfinkazi are actually removed at the end of each wave. So there you go. Forsaken. Forsaken. All right. Let's get a quick check on the scoreboard. The center aisle, Mark Buxton. Shocking that our number one Cloudspire playtester is just crushing this out of the park. Mr. Id is in second place, and Jaje Jiju in third place with 76 points. It's actually still fairly close, though, all things considered. So I believe these point totals are much lower than what we were seeing in Bones Trivia yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So not necessarily surprising. All right, we're going to move on to question 6. Here we go. What is the name of the first Cloudspire lore book? Is it Ankar's Plunder, Hero's Bounty, Portal Seekers, or The Joining War? This might be the easiest question in the entire set.
Yeah, I was afraid we were going to give it away in the pre-show.
Yeah, I kept referring it to the Cloudspire lore book intentionally. I could have helped you out. I could have helped you all out if I'm honest, but I'm cruel, as demonstrated by my making Ignition super hard. All right, let's show the answers. We've got 16% of you said Ankar's Plunder, a couple of you with Hero's Bounty and Portal Seekers, but the majority of you, the vast majority of you got it correct, and that is The Joining War. Well done, everyone. All right, question 7, throwing it to you, Navarro. Here we go.
All right. How did the Grige promote minions? Evolution, Summoning, Last Hit, or Fortress Advancement? It is the Grige, right? We're not mispronouncing that,
I think it's the Grigey, I believe, now that I look at
the Greg.
The Greg. Watch for our upcoming faction, the Todd, as well. Followed by the Keith. All right. Let's look at the answer. Most of you got this correct. 70% said evolution, and that is the correct answer. That is the correct answer. Well done. Well done. All right, question number 8. What image is on the back of the market chips? Is it a sword, a city, a swamp, or a gate port?
I like the back of those market chips.
They're beautiful. Mm-hmm. They're beautiful. This gives me an opportunity to say, we did the matte foil finish on all the Cloudspire chips, and one thing we didn't mention in the Hoplo Victorum chat earlier is that we're planning to use that same matte finish on pretty much all of our games moving forward, barring anything unexpectedly better being discovered. So anyway, little fun fact for you. All right, so 25% of you said a sword, 20% a city, 5% a swamp, and 50% a gate port. The correct answer is a gate port. They're being warped from the earth below, and so they are coming via gate port to the market where you purchase their services or schematics. So there you go. All right, question number 9.
All right. Which of these is not a Grove Tender Spire? Creeping Vines, Retall, Muskegg, or Wisdom Eyes?
I believe Retall might be spelled wrong here too, but it is a Retall. There should be 2 L's at the end of that. So this is not a trick question. This is not a trick question, I promise.
Right.
And I apologize. I apologize for the typo. All right. So, most of you got this one correct, and that the correct answer is Wisdom Eyes, which I believe, again, shout out to Mark Buxton. I believe this was his handle on Discord prior to changing it to the center aisle. So there you go. We're just like endless honor of Mark Buxton today. That's really what this is all about. All right. How many limited build options do you have per wave? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Or is it Quattro? This is also pretty basic.
This should be, like, as long as if you've played, you should know this.
Yes.
If you haven't, if you don't, then...
Yeah. Now, I did tell you, even if you've never played Cloudspire, you should do the trivia. So I don't want to make fun of anyone who gets this one wrong.
Yeah, that's why I said you just got to read the rules.
Yeah, exactly. But the correct answer is 2, and the vast majority of you did get that correct. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. Let's do a quick update on the scores after 10 questions. The center aisle continues to lead, but not necessarily run away with it.
Yeah, it's close. Now.
We got, Rob Grint is back. Rob Grint is back, and Mr. Id drops from 2nd to 5th, but still in the running. Meanwhile, Jaje Jiju, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, and Macaroon, Thomas Arun, one of our longtime fans, jumps into 2nd and 3rd place, respectively. There we go. All right, we're 10 questions in. Moving on to question 11. Navarro, take it away.
All right. Which event card summons the ancient Traxxir? Edible Bribery, Quake, Doomsday, or Source Surge?
Surge. Did Surge made a comeback the last couple of years? Did it not?
What are you talking about?
The soft drink? The soda? The lifeblood of my youth, Navarro?
There's a Surge soda?
Unbelievable. It's like bright green. It's like imagine Mountain Dew, but imagine it like Kelly green instead of
You're
like
making that up.
No, you're fired. Unbelievable. All right. A couple of you said Edible Bribery and Quake, and then a little bit of, I think me talking about Source Surge made you all thirsty for Surge, and check that. But the correct answer is Doomsday. Doomsday. All right. There's lots of jokes about my hydration going on in Discord, and that's amusing to me. All right. Question number 12. Which one of these is an error scenario? Brazen Blitz, Millipedal Exodus, Anomaly Mine, or Curiosity Kills?
I love that name, Millipedal Exodus. That's really good. That's my favorite error scenario.
Yes. Did Curiosity killed the cat? Did it kill the fascist birds, though? That's the real question.
We'll have to wait and find out. You have to play the game to find out.
All right, so pretty even split on this one. Brazen Blitz, Millipedal Exodus, Anomaly Mine, Curiosity kills. The correct answer is Brazen Blitz. Brazen Blitz, a scenario that, at least in its inception, I don't remember how it finished, but its inception was all about trying to throw Harriers really, really quickly to get a quick kill. Actually, this is the one where I think you have to kill 2 factions in the same wave, if I remember. It's been a while since I've looked at the original solo campaign. But anyway. All right, Navarro, number 13.
All right, what was Cloudspire's original subtitle? I like this one. Towers of Ankar, Defend the Skies, Defense of Elax, or Turrets of Ankar.
This is one you would have had to probably see our product catalog, included with a copy of Too Many Bones, second print, I think.
My copy has the subtitle on there.
There you go.
It's a good idea to remove it.
Thank you. I agree. I agree. The correct answer. See, most Towers of Ankar, Defend the Skies, Defense of Elax. Nobody picked that. Come on. Turrets of Ankar. Correct answer is Turrets of Ankar, which, as Navarro stated, I think it was wise that we removed and moved on from that. There's not even any turrets in the game. I don't believe. I don't even think it's even in the name. We didn't even leave a Merc Spire schematic in there called a turret. I don't think, which probably a missed opportunity on our part.
There's still time. Game's not dead.
Announced exclusive here at GenCon Online. One of the uprising spires is now called just a turret of Ankar. No, that's not true. All right, here we go.
Oh, I'm so glad you get to do this question and not me.
What is the Ankarian race that has been announced but not been made into a playable faction? Is it the Ekti, Shada, Akala, or Zilmer? Shada. That's what we announced.
Shada.
Yeah, it was canon moving forward. But Akala, I'm not pronouncing any of these correctly, I don't think. Ekti, I think, is in the pronunciation guide.
Yeah, Ekthi.
Ekthi? Is it Thee?
Ekthi.
I can't even... I got too many windows up on this monitor right now controlling this thing. All right, so 21% of you said Ekti or Thee, 49% Shada, 23% Akala, Zilmer, whatever, I give up. The correct answer is Shada, which about 50% of you got correct. Well done, everyone. All right, Navarro's turn.
All right. When playing Endless Mode without the Ankar's Plunder factions, which faction will you face first if you play as the Grove Tenders? The Brannin, Heirs, Aurora, or the Grige?
A lot of caveats. A lot of caveats in this question.
Endless Mode without Ankar's Plunder factions.
This is kind of an edge case, really.
Yeah, how do you even figure this out?
You'd have to...
Is there a matrix in the Endless Mode page?
I think it's... I believe, kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
But I haven't looked at that in a while. You're the one going through the rules, man. You're the one helping us update the rules. You should know this.
It's at the end of the book.
All right. So most of you had the right idea in that you're going to check with the original base game factions, but even split between the original base game factions. The correct answer is the Heirs. The Heirs. All right, I'm going to give you one more. We're going to, as we did yesterday with Shannon, question 15, we'll give you one more score update on where things are now. And then I'm not going to show the score for the rest of the trivia. And you should know that the questions do escalate in value as they get more difficult and as the trivia goes on. So we are halfway through. We're at the halfway mark. And, oh my goodness, there goes Mark Buxton sinking like a rock. Jaja Jiju in first place at the head of the pack. Kieran Meats, yes. Whoever you are, Cured Meats, I'm rooting for you. I want you to know that. And Macaroon in third place. Still a very tight race, though. A very tight race. All right.
The back half of this is, I thought, pretty tough.
Yeah, these are all going to be pretty tough. So it's anyone's game, truly, because I have a feeling most people are not going to know a lot of these moving forward. All right, we'll move on. Question number 16. Which Chip Theory game featured a Cloudspire character before Cloudspire was released? Was it Too Many Bones Undertow, Hoplomachus Origins, Game to Pick a Game, or Triploc?
It's hard to make jokes about the trivia questions without giving away clues.
That's accurate. It's also hard to make
It's
jokes
always
about
like
about answers that are literally the names of our games. Without just making fun of our own games, which is fine. All right. Most of you got the correct answer, which is Game to Pick a Game. There was a Grove Tender add-on for Game to Pick a Game. Unlike the Stanza add-on, this one was not importable into Cloudspire, and that was simply because Cloudspire was in very early development at the time. We didn't have... excuse me. I should be hydrating. We didn't have a final chip design in place for it yet, so it only works within Game to Pick a Game. It is a Taproot. The art ended up being used for the Taproot unit, I believe, moving forward. Or maybe it's... No, I don't even remember. So I'm just going to move on and pretend I said the correct thing. All right. Game to Pick a Game is the correct answer. All right, number 17.
What was the name of the sample solo scenario included in a Cloudspire Kickstarter update? Aurora Borealis, I'm the Vessel, Homeward Bound, or Long Way from Home?
Chance from Homeward Bound almost made it into the game as a Merc minion.
Oh, yeah?
That's not true at all. That is all. The only thing I remember from Homeward Bound, the movie, is the name Chance. I don't even remember which animal it was. So we were just talking about like PG Disney movies right before for this stream. Anyway,
yeah.
All right. This is a tough one. This was wow,
one.
but most of you got it correct. The answer is A Long Way from Home. So shout out to all the OG Cloudspire backers who remember that one. So this one ended up being converted into, I believe, the first Errors scenario. So it started as a Bronin scenario, and we kind of modified it. So it's still in the game in most of its original form, but not as a Bronin scenario any longer. So, fun fact. All right, number 18. What species is Laudnil? Nafets, Psalm, Roic, or Adash? And I'm pronouncing all those wrong too, even though I have a pronunciation guide. I gotta find question 18 over here so I can... question 18...
I've been checking back and forth in between just to be like, all right, am I gonna have to do... You're landing on all of the tough ones.
Couple seconds left.
Oh, I have one coming up. Never mind.
Perfect. Perfect. I think I might have skipped you at some point too, so I might have accidentally jumped.
I don't think so.
Back into 53% of you said Nefets, with an even split among Roic and Adash. Nobody said Psalm, so I don't know what that's about. But
I see two.
Not a convincing fake answer, I guess. But the correct answer is Nefets, and you saw that referenced a lot in our daily updates for the Heroes Bounty Kickstarter with the lore bits that Ryan wrote from Laudnil at the end of every update. There you go.
Yeah, I like that character a lot.
Yeah.
It is fun.
All right, moving on. Question number 19.
All right. Which of these minions costs the most CP? Forsaken, Royal Talon, Messiah, or Grizzled Oak?
CP, of course, refers to Cloudspire points. It's not true.
It's not true. This is a trickier one than I thought. I got this one wrong. I was like, oh yeah, because I know what I guessed. We'll see what everyone else guesses.
All right. So pretty even split across the board on this one, but most of you think it is the Forsaken. The correct answer is Forsaken.
Yeah, I guessed Messiah at first.
That is, it's
expensive.
Yeah, I think in my head I was thinking actually Grizzled Oak, but
yeah.
and I'm in the minority on that one. Most of you knew it wasn't Grizzled Oak, so I'm the idiot there. But all right. Anyway, moving on. Question 20. Question 20. What is the name of the city that sits below Ankar? Is it Elax, Aravis, Jal, or Naphtopia? Again, not sure if I'm pronouncing those right. I'm way out. Like, I have a spreadsheet off to the side that has our pronunciation guide, but I'm not in... I'm having trouble tracking with it.
That's Naphtopia.
Naphtopia?
You put the Naphtopia.
Naphtopia. Mm-hmm. The correct answer, which again looks like it even split across the board, is Jal.
Yeah.
Jal.
Which I think it's referenced in the promo video.
That is, I believe that's correct. Yeah. The original name of the uprising, you should know, was the Fist of Jal. But that got changed to the uprising because we wanted something a little snappier, and we liked the idea of them being both kind of, a little bit revolutionary in terms of their home city being destroyed, being led by Nederit, and then we also liked the idea of them, literally coming from the ground below and rising up into Ankar. So anyway, not Jowl, not Jowl. The fist of Jowls would have really been. That would have been where the money was.
That's a saggy face.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Question 21, Navarro.
All right. What is the name of the Nauroran island? Asma, Thrad, Arekchi, or Zam? Arechi.
Athma.
It's like asthma,
yeah.
But it's like he almost wrote asthma, and he put an H in there, so it's like asthma.
The Naurora are well known to have many respiratory issues. All right, so most of you. Oh wow, most of you said.
How do you manage your asthma?
You need a inhaler. I don't know. This is going off the rails, so I'm going to stop. All right. The correct answer is, though, asthma. So we're making all these jokes, and there it is. It's established in the lore. All right. Question.
Thank you, Ryan.
Number 22. Where were Josh, Adam, and Gilly during the first Cloudspire Kickstarter campaign? Were we at San Diego Comic-Con, Essen Spiel, the Minnesota State Fair, eating Twinkies on a stick, or at the birth of Gilly's son? Together,
also eating Twinkies
designing
on a stick.
Oh, man. I'm very thankful that one of these was definitely not the case.
Yeah.
All right. Most of you, this is kind of a legendary thing. Most of you are going to know this, but we were at Essen Spiel. So, the story behind that really goes back to the fact that we were behind on Cloudspire development and Kickstarter development when we launched the campaign, but we had already marketed it heavily and pushed that date really strongly, so we didn't want to back off of it. Then we also realized we were going to be in Germany in the middle of the campaign, and so because we were behind on development, we were also behind on like a bunch of really, really concrete rules things. We didn't have time to film any gameplay videos, and so the campaign started kind of bleeding out money in the middle of it, and we're over in Germany, jet-lagged at our first Essen show ever. The campaign is like losing $1,000 plus per day, and we're trying to film gameplay videos in our hotel lobby in Germany to like prove like, no, this game is good, we swear, like we know what we're doing. And every video we filmed, and I think some of them are still on YouTube, but every video we filmed, there was always like electronic house music playing in the lobby of our hotel in Germany. And so it might have been one of the most stressful weeks of my professional life. But
that sounds terrible.
Yeah, it was really something. It was really something. And so when I look back on Cloudspire and what we came out with at the end of the day, I think back to that often. And man, what a time to be alive. Anyway.
Yeah. Well done.
Yeah. All right. Question number 23, Navarro.
All right. Which talent allows you to place an Earthscape anywhere on the map, ignoring influence? Ertl's Way, Ertl's Will, Matter Distortion, or Quantum Dark?
Quantum Dark.
Quantum Dark. That sounds like an energy drink.
Sounds like a new show from Netflix with.
It does kind of
Dark
sound. Is there
crossing over with Quantum Leap? Maybe.
What am I thinking of? I think I'm thinking of Quantic Dream, the game developer.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. All right. Most of you thought it was Matter Distortion, and most of you were correct. The ability of Anvas, the starting hero for the Aurora, after you use Matter Distortion, he starts to fly. Why can't he fly before he uses Matter Distortion? Because he's carrying around a giant Earthscape, I guess. All right, 24. According to Cloudspire lore, how many large islands are in Ankar? Is it 8, 9, 10, or 11?
So I was just looking at the next question, Josh. And I got the one that's completely absent of any kind of pronunciation. So we'll see how that goes.
Prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves. All right, the correct answer is 10, and only 8 of you got that right. Only 8 of you got that right, and of course we have referenced that several times in terms of like what we think the amount of factions that could eventually come out for Cloudspire might be. That's intentional. If you guys continue to support the game and purchase the game, there may be more factions in the future. And as Navarro just referenced, this next one is probably the one that has the most things that are difficult to pronounce in the entire trivia. And we asked Ryan Howard to give us a pronunciation guide for all of these, and this is the one question that he did not give us a pronunciation guide for. So, here we go. Navarro, take it away. Right. Question 25.
What is the wounded priest's real name? Is it Demode Yol, Demissus Yowl, Depeche Modal, or D'Artagnan Yelp? That wasn't so bad.
Yeah,
well,
I think...
I think that was Ryan's subtle revenge, knowing that we would give him a hard time about the pronunciations throughout the entire thing. He's like, I'm just going to leave one at the end off.
He's honestly, he's just trying to get attention in Discord. That's all he's really trying to do. All right. All over the place on this one, but most of you think it's Demode Yol. And I don't even know the answer to this, and I have the spreadsheet right here. But the answer is Demissus Yowl? Maybe if you're in Discord, Ryan, maybe you can give us a pronunciation guide for that.
Demisses.
All right, moving on to the final 5 questions. Here we go. Number 26. Who is the ruler of the heirs? Is it Kappa Nestor, Jelena Nestor, Banders Downing, or Kalia Kenai? Kalea? Oh, this one does have pronunciation. Copy. It's Copy Nestor.
I like that name, Banders Downing.
Yeah.
There's something kind of, I don't know, nice and
soft.
Proper.
The down. It's the down. It's nice and soft on the palate.
Oh, now I get the joke.
All right. Most of you thought it was Jelena Nestor, and the correct answer is Copy Nestor. Jelena is the big bad hero that can absolutely crush for the heirs, but Copy, not to be confused with Fax. I'll move on. Next. Go ahead, Navarro.
What is the name of the small island claimed by both the Grotenders and the Grige? Rapport, Reciprocity, Regards, or Restoration?
Speaking of Restoration, I just ordered the complete Downforce bundle on sale for GenCon from Restoration Games. So,
nice.
There you go.
They do cool stuff.
They do cool stuff. I said.
I like their logo a lot.
Yes, I do too. All right. Most of you thought it was Rapport. See, now I'm trying to think if that's the real pronunciation or if it's got a different lore pronunciation.
Or rapport.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's reciprocity. It's reciprocity. And now I feel like an idiot. All right. Question number 28. 28. There are 3 questions remaining. There are 3 questions remaining.
Yeah, almost there.
Which of these units shares its name with a U.S. political group from the late 1800s? Grizzled Oak, Aegis, Corsair, or Mugwump?
I read about this after reading this trivia question. It was interesting. Learned a little bit about the election of 1884.
I mean, who doesn't remember the election of 1884, to be honest?
Grover Cleveland was elected that year. He's the only president to serve 2 terms non-consecutively.
There you go. There you go. Grover Cleveland was also going to be
I learned that last night.
Grover Cleveland was also going to be an uprising hero. That's not true. Most of you thought it was Mugwump. A few thought Corsair. Nobody thought there were a bunch of old guys who had the Grizzled Oak political party. The correct answer is Mugwump. It is Mugwump. 2 questions remain. Navarro, second to last one. Take it away.
All right. Which of these was a unit name in the earliest prototype of Cloudspire? Goblins, Lip Smackers, Big Teeth Slingers, or Zurge?
Dr. Pepper, incidentally, was the best Lip Smackers flavor. I don't know if any of you, the rest of you, had older sisters who had a whole collection of Lip Smackers lip balm, but Dr. Pepper, can't beat it.
You didn't have your own Lip Smackers lip balm?
Not that I recall, but I probably stole one, or maybe my mom got me one. I don't know. So this one, the answer to this, just so you know, is available on our social media platforms. We threw in a couple of these yesterday for Bones. Follow us on Facebook, on Twitter, and you will get to see some of these strange relics from prototyping past. And we showed one of these a little while ago. Most of you thought it was the Zurge. I see 29% Big Teeth Slingers, Lip Smackers, a couple of you, and Goblins. The correct answer is actually Big Teeth Slingers. These were some of the, we often give goofy names to prototype units just because they could change. Trying to think of some other ones.
It sounds like a orc unit from 40K or Warhammer Fantasy, honestly.
Yeah. A lot of the Bronin...
That's just in print.
Yeah. A lot of the Bronin units had different names too. Like, I'm trying to remember, the Dispatch used to be called just Hurlers and things along those lines, I believe. So anyway, Big Teeth Slingers was the actual prototype name. All right, here's the last question, the final question. This is a tough one. Again, best of luck to all of you, and then we will run down the scores, and I'll recap the prizes, and we'll close it out. Last question. What was the prototype name for a new Spire that can only fire in one direction? Was it the Boy Band? Was it the Lazier Susan? Stopped Clock? Or True Toss?
These are all good.
Yeah.
I liked the boy band reference. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, man.
Did the Big Teeth Slingers, they just have big teeth, or did they sling their teeth?
I think a little of both, maybe. A little, pull them out and sling them.
Okay.
They have them, they pull them out, and then they sling them.
Yeah.
Is it sharks that grow back their teeth? Maybe they're like sharks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
all right, so nobody thought One Direction boy band. That's a little disappointing to me. But most of you thought Lazier Susan. Lazier Susan, Stop Clock, and True Toss. The correct answer is the Lazier Susan. So congrats to the 16 of you who got that correct. So, virtual drum roll. We're going to show the final scores. Here we go. Bang. Macaroon, well done. The center aisle jumps back up into second place to claim a prize. And Jaje Jiju manages to hang on to third place and fend off the evil champion from yesterday, Rob Grint. Rob S. Well done, everybody. These scores are actually, it's closer than, you guys scored pretty well. Given how
there was some good drama there too.
One of these, somebody's username is Tom Vassell. I have to believe it's not actually Tom Vassell, but they came in 9th place. Maybe it is. Tom, if you're watching, we appreciate you and your hat.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. Yeah, where'd Cured Meats go? I don't. Oh, they're at number 16. Dang it! You gave it a good run, Cured Meats, and I respect your effort, and I respect your curing capacity. Folks, that's it for trivia. Congratulations to our winners. If you entered your email, we have it in the system, and we will be reaching out to you to make sure that you get your prizes. I am not 100% sure, as usual, what the next content that's coming up is, but we're going to close it out from here. I know that I'm back. I know that I'm back at 5 o'clock Central, so in just 3 short hours to announce the next Chip Theory game that is coming to Kickstarter this fall. Andrew, anything else you want to say to our watchers?
I was going to say the same thing, because I will also be here at 5 o'clock. So I'm looking forward to sharing that. And getting your questions and answering them and talking more about the exciting things we have coming up.
You bet. We will see you back here at 5. Enjoy the content in between, and thanks for playing, everybody. We'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Papa, where'd the other islands come from?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer. They've always been out there, Mick. 9 other big islands besides ours and Ankar, and most of them, maybe all of them, inhabited. I'm sure those races wanted the same thing.
Kids are saying there's a problem with the source.
That could be. You know how the source works, right?
That's what makes our machines go, right?
Yeah, but it's more than that. All the islands get their source from underground, usually by clearing dangerous areas and tapping into pockets that are close to the surface. The source has a power in it that makes things work. Our machines, our homes, it even keeps our islands in the sky. It's precious, it's necessary to our survival, and if it ever ran out, many would go to war over it. But now, some think we're using so much source that it's throwing the islands off balance. That may be why our island has collided with these other 3.
Those other islands, will they take our source?
Some want to. The heirs, the bird-like people, they think that their ability to fly gives them the right to rule over Ankar. The Narora, they worship the source. They want to be a part of it. And then there's the grove tenders, caretakers of the source. They seem harmless, but we may come to blows with them too.
Will we win?
Don't fear, my son. We Brahmin are a mighty race. Our fortress is strong, able to thwart many enemies. I already have orders to engage the other islands in combat.
Will you beat her?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this really special episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. As we know, there's no physical GenCon this year, which is a real shame because it would have been my first GenCon. However, everything's been moved online, and hence the reason we're doing videos. Now, in really exciting news, Chip Theory Games announced in the last couple of weeks that next year they are launching a Kickstarter for a reimagining of the Hoplomachus series, which I'm so excited about. Like many people, Hoplomachus features really highly in my kind of list of favourite games, but there are a lot of people who don't know that much about it. It's a little bit difficult to get hold of now. So, kind of prior to the Kickstarter coming next year, and prior to having more information, what I've done is I put together this little video.
Welcome to our How to Draw series. My name's Anthony Letourneau from Chip Theory Games. Welcome back if you've joined us in the previous sessions. Today we're going to be drawing Nightshade as a pup. The tools we're going to use again are a blue construction pencil, a graphite pencil, and an eraser. Let's begin. Alright, so we begin with our sketching construction line blue. We use that just so we don't commit to anything. It gives us some freedom to be able to move things around as we needed, as we see things changing, and then we'll tie things down with our graphite. So with this Nightshade the pup, we're going to start with a sphere. And I want to keep the sphere placement a little high on my paper, keeping in mind that I'm going to do the rest of his body seated. So I want to have plenty of space on the bottom, and he's about 2 1/3 heads high. So as I develop my sphere, I want to kind of place that here, keeping in mind that I am going to need that much space, and then again. So that looks pretty good. So we'll commit a little bit firmer to this top sphere where his head is going to land. And I always like to use some construction lines to kind of just keep me in line, if you will, the verticals. And then I want to place a horizontal right across the middle of this sphere. And I need to think now about where this pup's eyes are going to land. He's a pup, so the proportion of his head is he's going to have a little bigger eyes than a regular wolf would have, a little bit shorter, more diminutive nose. So I think right now I'm going to just just for the sake of getting things in place, I'm just going to over on this left side, on this horizontal line about equal distance from the edge of the sphere to the center, just kind of do a little dot for an eye, and I'm going to do a mirror image of that on the right side. And the only reason I'm doing that is I want to kind of judge where I'm going to land the nose from there. So I have the eyes roughly placed in, and then now I want to think about where the nose is going to go. Now he's got a shorter nose than a full-size wolf would have, so I'm going to just do the tip of his nose, his wolfy nose, below where these eyes are going to be, but yet not quite halfway. So I'm going to go about on the upper third of this half of the sphere, and I'm going to draw a box, just a square, equal distance from left to right, I should say not a square, it's more of a rectangle. Okay, so now we have rough placement for the eyes and the nose. And then now the muzzle part. I'm going to kind of come down on the left side and on the right side with another boxy shape. Again, these are just construction lines, and I'll start tying things down with a graphite. But that kind of gives me an idea of it. There's his eyes, his nose, and his muzzle. Now Nightshade's a little bit of a, he's got an attitude, so we want to make sure when we draw his eyes in here, he's going to have a little bit of grumpiness to him. So let's before we get to any of the details in there, let's get his mouth in, and I'm going to follow the very bottom edge of this sphere is where I'm going to land his mouth. And then his bottom lip. Okay, now let's go up and address his nose. Now, his nose, being a wolf, is going to have like the top part of his nose, and then the part that will turn down, I'm going to put a little arc on that. And then we're going to add kind of a sphere shape below that. With two nostrils, left and right. All right, so we have his mouth, muzzle, and let's get his bottom chin underneath that wide W we have for the mouth and tie that down in there. Adding a few little whiskers just to kind of show some wildness to him. Okay, I'm liking that. Okay, now let's address these eyes. Giving a little bit of a downward angle, angling towards that nose. I'm going to just give him a little grumpiness and open these eyes just a little bit from my original drawing. So I'm going to open them up. So you got like half moons kind of there. And turning that. Okay. The outside of his skull, we're going to kind of fray out with some whiskers. I should say fur. And then coming tighter down to his mouth. And then let's work symmetrically on each side. Paying attention to some of those cheek whiskers as a wolf would have. Okay. All right, so then above these, each one of these eyes, left and right, he does have a little bit of a muscle structure there. So I just like to kind of give a little bit of an arc there to kind of symbolize some of that musculature that's on top of his skull. I'm just kind of making these half moon shapes. It allows me to kind of think through that. How would he be making expressions? Okay, so now we're working our way up to his ears. Now the ears are going to kind of, they're triangle shapes, but we don't want them too large, but they would need to be large enough like he's listening and hearing, so they need to be able to be read right away. So we're going to do like these big triangle shapes, angling off on each side of the head. And if you do them too large, it will read like a wolf. I'm sorry, like a fox. And so let's kind of keep them below that size and kind of work them down. I even started out a little large there. That's why I use these construction lines. I don't have to commit to anything, and I can make some adjustments as I go. So we're going to go a little bit smaller. Did you notice, though, that when they were a little bigger, it read like a fox? It did to me. And then let's give some little tufts of hair on top of his head. Show some wildness to him. And the inner structure of the ear is just following the contours there with some inner tufts. Okay. Now, giving his eyes a little more attention. We want to draw in the pupils, paying attention to where a highlight may appear, and we're going to follow the right side with a highlight. Okay, I'm happy with that. And how do we know it's Nightshade? Well, he has this distinctive scar over his right, our left, looking at him, eye. And it comes over his eyelid and down a little bit under his bottom eyelid. So there we go. Okay. Well, now we know that's his head. We've already established that we needed his head, his body to be the height of 2 1/3 heads. So let's take that measurement we have for his head and extend that down, knowing that that head is going to kind of land, the second measurement will land there, and now we need 1/3 again, which is going to bring it down to about there. Now, how do we know where to land the width of his body? Well, let's kind of like picture it coming down from his shoulders underneath his eye, following this arc, almost like a football shape is what you want to kind of picture in here. He's putting all the weight on his forelegs. So we're going to kind of arc a football shape, following the outside of that eye line down, outside of this eye line down. And now we'll place his tummy in there, along with his haunchy legs back here. We'll get to those in a minute, but let's tie down some of his front legs. And we know that this is the bottom, so let's go ahead and place his toes there. That kind of helps me a little bit see where I'm going to end it all. And he has 4 toes. So we're going to do just these peanut shapes, bean shapes, 4 of them on the left and on the right. Paying attention a little bit to some bone structure that wolves have with dew claws and ankle bones. You don't have to be super precise, but I wouldn't do straight lines straight up. It kind of they look a little wooden if you do that. So just do kind of like these articulations, which kind of come in here in the middle and out a little bit at that ankle bone. And then picturing where his chest would fill out with some fur. And then his neck coming down would also have fur marks on it. Okay. Now we need to kind of fill out those sides with his tummy. Always double checking my proportions and some symmetry. His hind legs will kind of like, he's sitting down on his rear, so he's got these kind of hunched up and tucking these back toes behind those front toes, and he's only going to show us a couple of them. And here as well. Okay. I'm happy with that. Let's begin now to start tying some of this down a little bit using our graphite. Now I can commit a little bit more to these lines, make sure that if there's any adjustments to be made, I can make them now with this dark line. So let's start with these eyes. Dark area, getting to the pupil, working on around the perimeter of the eye. Always paying attention that there is a highlight in that lower right corner. And we're going to work symmetrically, making sure we take care of the right and the left. A little at a time. And he's got a little bit of an attitude, so let's make sure we focus on the corner of each eye. and tying down the muzzle, working our way out. And I did notice I made that nose a little tall on my blue line, so let's go ahead and make that correction now that we're doing the tie down with the graphite. And so we get underneath this chin, do some of the whiskers that are kind of random off the bottom there, and the side of his muzzle. Make sure we take care of his scar. I'm just signifying that with some random strokes, keeping it loose. I'm not having to bear down real heavy. And allow your kind of pencil to skip across the surface here and there. Let's take care of the side of his face and some of these whiskers that come off the side of his face, hairs, and here as well. Okay, let's deal with his neck. Let's go back up to his ears. So there's inside tufts inside of the dog's ears that would just kind of do some random strokes. Now that we have our construction lines already in place, we can kind of freely kind of noodle around there, fill in with some hair, random back and forth strokes, breaking lines. You don't have to do a consistent, continuous line. Just kind of use a broken line method. Making adjustments. You notice I extended the height of that ear because I felt that even though I made it too big the first time, made it a little bit too small the second time, now I can come back and make some of these adjustments as I go. His hair on top of his head, let's make sure that's kind of wild looking, and doing the same with his ears that we did on the other side. Okay, and let's continue with these kind of random wild hairs. And here, working our way down his legs, we can begin to start tying some of this anatomy down, paying attention to symmetry and anatomy, thinking through how these legs, he would be sitting on them, forcing his paws down, and then some hair, kind of like wrapping everything around. And since this area inside between his legs is the area that's going to carry the least amount of light, let's go ahead and just darken that area up. It can allow those legs to read a little quicker, and just kind of feels a little more structural. And a little bit on this side as well. We'll come back and do some shading in a moment. Let's work on these haunches and tie these down, and the rear leg. Again, I'm just following the contours of my first drawing. Again, I think I mentioned this before, but there's nothing wrong with drawing things 2 or 3 times, even as you're working on one drawing. It reinforces the practice, builds confidence. You see your errors, and you actually learn muscle memory. Your hand begins to develop a pattern of reading what your eye is seeing and being able to correspond to where you want your hand to go, and that just will not happen if you just do it once. So take your time, do it over and over again if you need to. So here we are, we're kind of nailing this down a little bit. Let's give him some toenails, one on each paw tip. And being that he's a wolf, let's darken him up a little bit. And the top of this nose, I'm going to make a little bit lighter than the front part of his nose so that it catches a little bit of the light more so than the front tip of the nose. All right. Well, I think that's where we'll end it today on our little study of Nightshade the Wolf Nightshade the Wolf Pup, I should say, from Undertow. Give her a signature, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online, and in this particular episode we're going to be speaking about a game which is both an expansion to and a standalone game from Too Many Bones. That's right, in this episode we're going to be talking about Too Many Bones Undertow, the kind of sequel to Too Many Bones, but you can mix and match everything from Undertow in with your base game of Too Many Bones. When Too Many Bones was released and everybody fell in love with it, there's a reason, it's the number 61 game in BGG's kind of top 100 games, none amongst us thought, I know what this game needs. It's more water-based battles, but you know, in typical Chip Theory fashion, they knew exactly what we needed. And the guys at Chip Theory released Undertow as this, as I say, standalone and expansion to Too Many Bones, and most of your battles are going to take place on a raft on the water. On the water, you say? Surely that is going to change absolutely everything. And you know what? You're kind of correct, because when you open your box of Too Many Bones Undertow, you're going to be greeted with a new battle mat, a double-sided battle mat, because some of your encounters will take place on land, some of them will take place on the raft, and the battle mat allows you for that. You're also going to be greeted with 2 new Gearlocs as well that come in the form of Stanza, who's this kind of lute-playing, guitar-playing Gearloc, and Duster with her faithful friend Nightshade, and they make a winning combination as you send them out to battle against the various baddies and the 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. That's right, there are 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. Did you think you'd had enough and you'd beaten all of the 7 tyrants in the base game of Too Many Bones? Ha! Let's give you 5 more tyrants and a whole wealth of new challenges for you to overcome. So these 5 new tyrants come in the form of Nobulus, Barnacle, Volkesh, Colossum and the Goblin Queen, and they come with a variety of different lengths of game for you to provide you with a completely different challenge. And the best bit is you can absolutely mix all of these in with your Too Many Bones base game to expand your Too Many Bones adventure. But of course, it's Chip Theory Games, and providing you with a new environment to play in, a new battle mat and 2 new Gearlocs and 5 new tyrants just wouldn't be enough. So what they've done is they've included as well some brand new 3-point baddies, and these 3-point baddies come in 2 colours depending on whether you are battling your baddies on land or on your raft. The 3-point baddies that you battle on land are various types of mechs, and the 3-point baddies that you battle while you're on your raft are the Krelm, and the Krelm will try to eat your raft from around you, making you almost fall into the water and suffer a terrible drowning fate. Of course, it's a Chip Theory Games Too Many Bones franchise game, so there are the wonderful heat transfer dice that you get in the game as well, and these look absolutely fantastic. Not only does each Gearloc get its own arsenal of dice, but you have separate dice for the Tyrant dice, and of course you have all of the dice that would allow you to use Too Many Bones Undertow as a purely standalone experience. Of course, along with the wonderful weighted chips and the beautiful die-cut neoprene mats and the wonderful heat transfer dice comes a wealth of cards for the tyrants, for the encounters, for your loot and your trove loot. There's even campaign cards in here which allow you to string together a Too Many Bones Undertow campaign. And the great thing is that if you bought the adventure map separately for Too Many Bones, if you flip it over to the other side, you will get the Undertow map on there as well, which is a fantastic way of tracking your progress through Daylore. The package is rounded out by this wonderfully illustrated, fantastically high quality rulebook, which lays everything out fantastically well for you and allows you to ease yourself into the world of Too Many Bones and Too Many Bones Undertow. So there we go, that's Too Many Bones Undertow, a truly unique expansion in the wonderful Too Many Bones world. Of course, it can be mixed in with your base game of Too Many Bones, or if you don't have that, you can keep it separate and play it as a true standalone expansion. I think that's a wonderful thing about it, because the price point is lower than the base game of Too Many Bones. That means it's an easier entry point into the Too Many Bones universe. So if you've been on the fence a little bit, I would highly recommend going out there, going on the Chip Theory Games website, finding a copy of Too Many Bones Undertow and really just throwing yourself into this wonderful, wonderful journey. So there we go. It's not hard to tell why I love Too Many Bones Undertow, and I do mix it all in with my Too Many Bones, and I do keep it separate as well. Obviously, Chip Theory Games are releasing the Trove chest very shortly as well, so all my collection can be in one place. So thank you very much for joining me on this journey through Too Many Bones Undertow. My name's Mark, I'm from Not Board Gaming. Enjoy the rest of GenCon, and I'll speak soon.
The lock, a simple mechanism used as a deterrent, a means to keep out undesirables, and a symbol for all that is off limits to the downtrodden and oppressed of New London. It's no wonder then that the citizens of this corrupt and diseased city spend their days learning to open locks by any means necessary. 4 residents of New London in particular have taken their skills to the next level. Elizabeth Watkins, a commoner plucked from the streets against her will, now subverting the royal company ranks from the inside. Axe Derringer, a rail worker with the guts to take on any royal company safe that turns up in a boxcar, good and flying under the radar. Dante Harvard, an airship pilot making New London government runs, known for his quick wit and even quicker hands when it comes to pins and springs. Charlie Beckwith, a machinist with a price on his head, wanted in New London for stealing just about everything you can steal. These 4 residents have caught the attention of a mysterious figure interested in their unique talents. An unusual summons has been issued to each individual by way of a strange lockbox with no more than a time and a location inscribed on the bottom. Clearly, a larger game is afoot, but raw curiosity can dull the senses, and the mystery of it all is a strong motivator. Welcome to Triplock, a simple yet not so simple abstract challenge of skill and memory from Chip Theory Games. Choose to play solo as you work with the stranger to delve deeper into the unknown secrets of the royal company, or hone your skills even further against another master lockbreaker while you wait for the right moment to act. Either way, you'll be racking your brain to solve locks amidst a corrupt world full of intrigue and mystery. Triplock can be played in 15 minutes or less. Choose your characters, set up your lock, and draw a diagram. Diagrams give you insight into the lock's composition, and each one you complete brings you closer to solving the lock. Using 2-action dice and your character's unique lockpicking skill, you must discover the mechanisms hidden behind failsafes, working to align them to match your chosen diagram orientation. Simple enough if it weren't for your opponent's traps and countermeasures. Solo play is no less riveting as you select your team and follow the stranger into the bowels of the station, protected and patrolled by Royal Company. Each character is compelled by their own motivations and unique talents, but their fates are intertwined by crisscrossing paths and the mysterious figure's proposal. Unlock your path.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us as part of GenCon Online. I'm Jeremy, I'm one of the support specialists here as well as one of our primary in-house playtesters. And I'm joined today by...
I'm Shannon and I'm the rules and HR specialist here.
We're playing Too Many Bones here today. We're actually featuring 2 of our new Gearlocs as well. I'm playing Dart.
And I am playing as the Lab Rats. And we're going to be facing up against Leech, who is a new tyrant from Slice and Dice.
Also, by the time you're watching this, we'll actually be able to be hopping in the comments. So if you have any questions at all, feel free to drop them there.
So we are all set up for our adventure. We're playing on Heroic Adventurer mode. We've each taken our 1 health and then 1 extra training point. I've put it in defense.
I went ahead for attack.
All right. So we're ready to go with day 1. Would you
Let's
like to
do
read?
it. Let's do it. All right, adventure time. Okay, day 1. Eat or retreat. Success. The escape from Obendar was draining, but now the real struggle begins. Better judgment stands at odds with the stomach's grumbling. Obviously, it's necessary to get as far away from the city walls as possible, but doing so without finding cover to rest a bit and eat may have dire consequences before long. A dissonant symphony of whirring mechs overhead, shouting guards nearby, and a stomach in anguish serves as a reminder that no choice is safe, and this journey is already fraught with hardship. All right, what do we got? Okay, we can either keep moving, and we both gain 1 dex stat, or we can take a few minutes to get the lay of the land before proceeding. Turn over the top baddie chip in each baddie stack. We gain a loot if we do that.
So my thing is I can't actually take dexterity. I only have 2 stat dice and they're already used in not dexterity.
That's true. So as much as I may like to have dex, I guess we're doing the other one?
I would advocate for something that I'd benefit from.
Okay,
yes.
we'll do that one. All right. Okay, so we get to turn over the top baddie chip in each baddie stack.
All right, I'll grab these ones.
Okay.
And then we each get 2 loot.
We get 1 loot for that and 1 loot for the encounter. So yes, 2 loot.
Wonderful. And then we each get a training point.
All right.
I am going to go with health.
Always a good choice. I am going to go for move a wound.
Fantastic.
All right, excellent. Would you like to do day 2?
Well, we do have
end
to
of day.
do end of
Yes,
day.
good
So
call.
we've got our rewards. We have a progress, and then we can trade loot if we'd like to. I don't think we need to. And we can...
I get to put a chip on there.
Wonderful. I'm going to scout as my individual option. I got a 4, which lets me look at a 5 if I could.
Okay, so because we got the primate trapsmith at the top, And there's the next one.
Super. Stout, treasure, thick skin.
Stout is one of the new ones, right?
It is.
I think it's they can only take damage in the fatigue round, or they can't be killed
The
until the
last HP can only be removed in fatigue. I'm gonna cycle that to the back of the stack.
I'm okay with that.
Are you going to?
Yeah, I might as well scout as well. It's not much else to do on this first day. 2. All right, so we got the timid geophage.
That's nice to have on top.
Chimp halfwit. I don't know. That's not so bad.
Sure.
It's got blind strike and 1 mind, but it doesn't have any attack of its own. So, yeah. All right.
So that brings us to day 2. So I will move the day 2 tracker and take our day 2 encounter, which is fish and Gearloc stink after 2 days. The sewer is now miles back, and the river is just ahead. As luck would have it, a perfectly serviceable raft is tethered at the bank to a young Stadru sapling. Its owner is nowhere in sight, but hopefully he won't mind that his vessel was commandeered for a good cause. There's still the question of what to do about these ripe-smelling Gearloc clothes, though. The more time spent washing at the shore, the greater chances of a mech assault. But Sibron's fearsome crown can detect rancid smells from miles away, which is an ability I did not know the crown had. Our first option is a water battle to the raft. Our BQ is baddie points, including Crown, so that would be a Crown and a 1-point baddie. The Crown appears injured from its recent scuffle with another of its kind. When it enters the battle mat, it does so with half its HP. Or we could do a land battle. Let's freshen up. The mech approaches the area with its guard down. It'd be BQ baddie points, including a mech, so a mech and a 1-point baddie. And when the mech enters the battle mat, it won't have any of its defense.
Let's do the water battle.
Fantastic. So we have a crown and a 1-point baddie, crown on top. And the crown gets half its health rounded down, so 2.
Let's roll for it.
Roll for its position.
3.
There we go.
And this guy's melee. Need 6.
Right there.
Perfect.
And we can roll for our initiative. I got a 4.
Hey, 5.
All right. And then our positions.
2.
How important is it that we get the treasure from this timid geophage?
This gets us loot die, right?
Yes.
I mean, we already have loot.
And this one also has treasure.
Yeah, let's just take out that guy.
Sounds like a plan.
Because why not?
Great positioning. Okay, Dart, you are up first.
All right, sweet. Okay, well, I'm not going to move. I'm going to stay where I am. I'm going to roll one of my attack die against the Darkstalker. And because I can only roll 1 per baddie, I'll roll another one against the timid geophage. Yeah, I'll do move a wound against the geophage. All right, so I got attack and defense against the Darkstalker.
Okay.
1 and 1. And then attack and move a wound against the geophage. 1 and 2.
All right. And my turn. So Slank has 3 decks. I'm going to roll 1 attack against the crown and then my 2 defense. So 1 damage defeats it, and that puts the treasure die on that spot. And then I got 2 defense. None of the bones I was hoping for. And then it is the geophage's turn.
Okay, and it's going to move towards the closest. Me.
Well, move a wound happens first. What does that
Oh,
do?
it happens first. Okay, well, I thought it was just, it loses, it takes 2 true damage. So. There it goes.
Perfect.
And then that gets exhausted.
Technically at the end of his turn. But it's
Correct.
not going to do anything else
Correct.
this turn.
So it's going to roll for defense. We'll do it the right way.
Thank you.
We'll do it the right way.
Okay, and that is the end of the first round. Round 2, Dart, you are up.
Okay, I'm going to use my non-exhausted attack die. I assume you're going to go for the...
Yes, it's 1 dex to pick it up, right?
1 dex to pick it up?
1 dex to pick it up.
You know, how many attack dice do you have?
1.
Oh, okay, so it's really no... Okay, because I was thinking I could use 2 free movement with board, 1 dex to hop into the water, 1 dex to pick it up.
You're not allowed to hop into the water, but you can pick it up adjacently.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so 2 movement, 1 dex, but if you can only do 1.
You can pick it up. That's fine. I'll just go after the...
Okay, you won't hold any grudges because I went for the loot?
No.
Okay, then I'm going to do that. So I go there with board. I use 1 of my 4 decks to pick that up. Do I roll it right now?
Yes.
All right, I get 2 health and a loot.
Woohoo.
Is that buff HP or is it only healing?
It is healing.
Okay, so I don't get any of that, but I get loot. Ooh.
Which is healing.
Yay! That I can use anytime. All right.
Okay.
So I roll. Well, I'm gonna attack.
Okay,
I'm gonna attack. I'm gonna attack
I'm
with you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Maybe I can get rid of that defense. I cannot. So back to you.
All right. Wow. Even with my jungle spear, I don't think that I can kill that. So I don't think it's worth trying. No, I'm going to stay where I am and just roll my 2 defense.
Go for bones.
Going for bones. I got a bone. So Slank has minor repair, which lets me spend a bone to get a number 1 skill die, and Slank's going to take his own. And that's my turn. And then the timid geophage is going to walk over to me. Notice he's got his shields up. And then it's the end of round 2, and he runs away.
Goodbye.
I'm fairly certain Flea...
It's at the end of round 2, I believe.
Yes, but the closest opposing unit with the loot must discard 1.
Oh no!
Which was me, and I will get rid of my malfunctioning mech.
Oh, yeah. We'll just try not to go up against mechs.
Easy, it's just that easy. And then end of round 2, no baddies left on the battlefield, so we win.
Woo!
Huzzah! Okay. So we get our rewards. We've got a 2nd progress out of the 5 we need. We each get another loot. And then we each get a training point. Or sorry, 2 training points.
I have so much loot. I might trade you some of this loot if you need any. 2 training points, you said?
2 training points.
I am going to roll for defense.
I did not get anywhere close to unlocking another intern, which is what I really wanted to do. Alright, I'm going to put my health up another 1. I'm going to trade skill 1 for skill 2 of Slank.
Alright, and then I am going to take Lockjaw for my 2nd skill point. And that is 8. There we go.
Alright, so we're good on rewards. So end of day, we can trade loot if we'd like to.
Do you want any of this loot?
If a bunch of it is healing, right?
Yep.
I'm pretty healthy and you're not, so I'm gonna leave that to you.
Okay. And then sleeping darts, it doesn't matter who has them, so I figure it's thematic for me to keep.
I think so, yeah. You have to keep it just for that.
Just for that.
Okay, so individual options. I don't need to rest and recover, so I'm gonna scout. I got a 5, which lets me look at a 5er. What do I have? An ape imposter with 5 health and untargetable.
Only if it rolls the bones, though.
Yes. Well, the other one is also a beast, so because of 1 mind, I'm going to cycle that to the back.
Sounds good. Okay, I will scout as well. Ooh, got a 2. Limits my options. Got blind strike and dodge.
Beasts.
Yeah, I don't want 2 beasts back to back, so I'm going to put them. There we go.
All right, fantastic. So that's the end of day 2.
End of day 2.
And day 3.
Here we go. Oh boy, we got the Krellin cookout. A Krellin Surger carcass washes up on shore, reminding us that even the mightiest creatures in Daylor can succumb to the unpredictable hazards of the Cibron. Of course, we didn't realize it was a carcass until we had stabbed it, poked it, and otherwise attempted to completely annihilate it first. Upon our keen detection of its decreased state, our competitive natures kick in, recognizing a great feasting opportunity is hidden beneath a sickening amount of oily scales, blubber, and guts. The most strong-willed among us race to see who can fillet the most bones from the beast the fastest. Only one option here. Knives ready? 1, 2, go. All right, so simultaneously, each Gearloc will roll and re-roll their combined attack defense dice as quickly as possible, keeping all bones as they are rolled. The first Gearloc to get all their dice showing a bone is the winner. Winner gets 5 buff HP. All other Gearlocs gain 2 buff HP.
I'm totally going to win this because
All right.
I have so many fewer dice than you to roll. So
It's
I'm
attack
rolling
and
one attack
Oh
and
my
2 defense.
And it's to get all... Oh my god. Okay. All right.
Okay. Are
Here we
you
go.
ready?
I am
1,
ready.
2, 3, go.
Ooh.
I win.
No, oh my god. You're right. That was so fast for you. Oh my gosh.
So I get 5 buff. You still get 2.
I get 2. I get 2 something.
Progress. So we have 3 of our 5 progress.
get a training point
and
for
we
that?
each get a training point.
Love it. I love it. All right.
Okay. I'm gonna take. I would like. Gonna take Helix's first die.
All right, and I'm gonna take agitatazole, if I'm pronouncing that right.
I think that's the technical
term.
correct pronunciation. Yep.
Cool. So I assume that means when I have these 2, that I'm able to trigger this. If they're both on the same baddie, I'm able to trigger that to force it to move, thus taking damage.
Yes.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. All
It's
right.
crazy how they chain together like that. It's almost like it was designed that way.
Almost. Almost.
End of day.
Oh, wow. All right. Yay.
I'm going to scout again.
All right.
I got a 5 again. I'm going to look at a 5er. Actually, you know what? I'm going to look at a crown. I don't have any crown. The guy with assault.
Now, assault is where they remove the bottommost chip of an upgrade before applying damage, right?
Wrong game.
Wrong game. Gotcha. I've been playing too much Cloudspire. That's where they're...
its HP is equal to its attack stat. So I'm gonna cycle that. You?
All right. I'm gonna rest and recover. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna scout. 1. Have I scouted anything besides a 1 pointing baddie? Oh, that's easy.
Oh, it's a cute bog pole.
Bog pole.
It can stay on top.
Yeah, it can stay. We'll adopt it.
Okay.
Join the party.
Day 4.
All right, this is you.
This is me. Oh, it's a leech card.
Boy. I was kind of hoping Leech was just never going to show up. We're just going to go on a fun adventure and
Wouldn't
never
that have
face
been nice?
Leech. I'm nervous.
It is called Sucks to Be You. The salt water stings like nettles. It's impossible to see with all the splashing. Leech seems to both scream and croak simultaneously, a combination of high and low frequencies that shakes the raft and leaves everyone aboard wincing in pain. At best, there's an opportunity for one clean strike on this awful tear of the Cibron. With the sun quickly disappearing under the horizon, it will be too dark to land a clean shot in mere minutes. On second thought, maybe it would be wiser to escape to land before things go totally out of control. We have two options, both are battles. Take your shot. BQ is crown equal to party size. Add Leech to the bottom of the BQ. And then Leech's skills are suspended for the battle. And each of our attack stats is reduced by the round number. And then we would get this card as loot if we keep it. Or we can break for land. BQ body points, adding crown as shown below. So we would add a crown to spots 1 and 6. We place an obstacle on crown spot 3, and after all the crown are defeated, we can step on that obstacle to leave the battle. That gives us an extra loot.
What are you thinking? The attack stat one has got me nervous.
Yeah, especially for me. You know what, for both of us, because
Yeah.
I only have one attack.
And if I exhaust any, then that's even more I don't have access to.
All right, let's break for land.
Okay.
So we have baddie points, which on day 4 is 8. So 5 and 3 ones. And then we're adding 2 crown to the top. And they specifically go in spots 1 and 6. That's there. All right, this one has trap. Which one of us wants to step into its trap? You know what? I've got so much health, I will.
Oh yeah, all that buff HP.
Trap 6 is move down 2 spots on the initiative meter. So I'll do that. All right, so we have a couple left in our BQ. And we need an obstacle on that spot.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Oh, yay, another 5.
I also got a 5. I'm going to go ahead of you because I'm going to have to jump down 2 spots.
Yeah, that's fair. Go. Oh, don't want to take from there.
And actually, I am going to swap my active intern over to Helix.
Almost.
Almost. There we go.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to go first. Do I want...
So we need to defeat the crown is like our number 1 priority.
Yep.
Because we don't even have to defeat the other 2 to be successful in this battle.
It's true.
I'm gonna go
next
I'm
to
gonna
him.
go up against this guy.
Okay. I'm going... Go.
Oh,
there.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So we're all set. Perfect.
There we go. Okay, I'll go
And
first.
your turn.
All right. So, first thing is I am going, because we only really need to take out the crown, correct?
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to roll both of these agents against that one there.
Mm-hmm.
An attack die, so that's 3 out of my 4. And then I will roll 1 more attack die against this one. So I'll do my 3 first. All right. And base damage. It's exhausted. All right, and then my one against the Undertoad. 1.
Perfect.
All right, and then board's going to stay where it is, too, which would have happened earlier, but okay.
All right, so that guy is going to move 2 positions to the strongest, which is me. Perfect. And then is going to... Well, it would have blind striked at the start of its turn, but it wasn't adjacent to anything. And then it rolls 3 attack and 1 defense against me. Which is fine. I'm not concerned. Alright, so 3 damage will come out of my buff HP. And that's its turn.
Okay.
And now my turn. So I have... Helix's only has 2 decks.
Oh no.
I'm in trouble. That's fine. I am going to use both of my decks on defense because I really would like a bone. Because I really would like another intern. Hey, there we go. So I have a defense, I have a bone, and I can spend it to improvise and gain 2 bones. And that is my turn. Moves there. And then can't attack anybody, so attacks the raft.
Okay, and that damages that.
Well, he still rolls his attack.
Oh, okay. What's its
So
attack? It's
1 attack. Yes, then damages our raft.
Okay, and then, but now, here's, I guess, one good thing why I rolled 2. So he takes more damage next turn.
All right. So this one has blind strike, so that does 1 damage. And then One Mind says that all other beast types roll an attack die against their target. So that is going to roll an attack die against me. For 1 damage, I still have buff HP.
All right, I'm glad you won that.
Sorry, I have defense.
I'm glad you won that dice rolling game.
All right, and then it's going to roll its defense.
Now, is this buff HP? Are we going to lose it at the end of this?
Yes.
Okay.
It clears at the end of battle. And then purple rolls an attack and a defense against me. Okay, 1 damage, 1 defense, and I get poisoned. Fun.
All right.
All right. We didn't take anything out, so nothing new comes in. Your turn.
Okay. All right, so I have 1 attack die exhausted. I'm going to roll this against the Undertoad.
Okay.
Prevents him from restarting that poison on you. And so 1 attack die against the Undertoad, 1 attack die against the Water Wraith, and then 1 defense die. So I'll roll these 3 all together. Okay, so all right. Do I still get to apply an agent if I rolled a bones?
Yes.
Perfect. And so that goes, but that's still considered exhausted?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So he is...
So you'll just throw another attack die over here to show that.
Okay. All right. And then here is my attack against the other Kreln. Ooh, yes, 2.
Nice.
All right. There we go. So he's out.
Yay. 1 thing gone.
Where's our defeat pile?
Okay. That's gone. Yellow is going to blind strike me, which is 1 damage. And then is going to roll its 3 attack against me. I'm not sure that just leaving this thing alone was actually a smart call. 3 damage. So I've got 1 buff And then 2, 3. All right. And then it is my turn.
You take 2 damage.
I take 2 damage.
You gonna be okay?
Well, I'm gonna tag.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, I'm gonna have to tag. Okay, so I am gonna declare a tag out. So we'll be swapping at the end of the round. And then I'm going to roll, again, 2 defense. And then I should have done this last turn. Helix can roll skill dice without it costing dex. So I could have rolled these last turn. I didn't. I probably should have.
I probably should have moved forward, so we all make mistakes.
In case I need a target, I don't think that I will, but I will target the crown. Okay, so I've got some defense. This is exhaustion. Apply to an adjacent baddie, and at the start of each round, it takes 1 true damage and then gets counted down by 1. We'll do that. And then a bone. I'm about to swap out Helix. If I put this in my backup plan. Oh, it doesn't have a malfunction, so it won't go away, so I'm fine. Okay, so that is my turn.
All right. So green. Yeah, see, this is why I should have moved forward. I don't know what I was thinking. All right. I'm just going to go towards there.
Okay.
And then 1 mind.
Yay.
Are you going to die?
It doesn't matter because I tagged out.
Okay, perfect.
1 damage.
All right. So then purple's going to go. It's not going to poison you, which
I had defense.
Oh, perfect. Oh, so maybe you'll be okay.
I'll be
all right,
fine anyway.
So it's not going to poison, but that's not really going to do much, so because you're tagging out anyway.
Yes. So it does put my poison back up to 2 though, right?
No, because it was disabled.
Oh, it was disabled. Okay, perfect. So end of the round.
And then it rolls against you for 1.
Oh, it does have an attack. Okay. Fine then. Of course it does.
Oh my gosh.
Of course it does. Okay, so I am defeated, but that's fine because I tagged. Oh, I'm not defeated because I have defense. I'm down to 1 health. Almost be better to be defeated. Then the effect would go away. Okay.
Oh, because it transfers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's only 1 damage. You'll be okay.
Okay, so Helix comes in, Slank comes in and takes Helix's spot. My dice transfer again. And then Helix goes sideways just to show that I can't use him again this battle. Okay. And then start of the next round, this one takes a damage from this.
Is it true damage or?
It is true damage. 1 true damage, and then the counter is reduced by 1. And because it's getting exhausted on Slank, it actually just goes back to his skills area. See how I planned that?
Nice.
Okay, beginning of round. Actually, the end of the round, we should have put another baddie in because we have an empty spot. So, ranged blue, and then bottom of the initiative. And then it's your turn.
Okay. All right. So, I am going to use 1 dex to move so I don't get blind struck.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 1 dex. I have 3 dex left. I'm going to roll 1 defense die. I only have 1 attack die. So I get to use minus 1 dex. So, all right. So, I'm attacking the crown because we want to defeat it.
Get rid of it.
Okay, so no more defense. So hopefully that means you'll be able to kill it.
Maybe.
I'm counting on you, Shannon. There's really no Oh, I could heal. Well, I'm at full health, so never mind. I'm not going to heal.
Okay.
Or is it and you're at full health, right? Because you just came in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, it's dart anyway, so never mind.
Okay. This one is going to blind strike me again. And then 3 attack, 1 defense. It already has up. It deals me 3 damage. It's fine. I'm gonna be fine.
I can give you more buff HP. Do you need it? I should have maybe done that.
I might run away.
Okay.
Okay, so it is my turn. I take 1 from the poison, and that's gone. Alright, so here's what I'm contemplating. I've got augmented footwear, I've got a jungle spear. So I could, like, attack it, and then move away for 1, and then roll, and then throw a spear at it. And that would at least get us in a spot where we can escape.
We both have to escape?
Only one of us needs to escape, so it's
Okay.
okay if I die.
Okay.
I think that that's the best plan, just to kill it, and, like, as long as you don't die before your turn.
I've got buff HP and defense, so I'll be okay.
Oh, you're great. Well, then maybe I should just save my loot, and we can...
Well, yeah, do whatever you can to kill that.
Okay. I'm gonna roll... Oh, I'm back up to 3 decks. I'm gonna roll these 3 things.
Okay.
Okay, so I got 1 damage, 1 defense, and I would use my augmented footwear to move away. I use my jungle spear to roll 2 attack dice against it. I rolled 2 bones, but...
Is that a good... Oh, because you guys still had your backup plan?
Actually, yes, that actually is perfect, because I had...
Oh my gosh.
I had 3 bones, so now... I actually have enough bones to get another intern. So 4 bones. I can tag in another intern. So we're gonna go with Flan. Fawn is now part of the team. And I have that. And then I can actually tag out at the end of my turn.
So now, blind strike, you die.
I do, but I get to come in at the end of the round because I tagged.
Yes, yep. Okay, there we go. All right, it's Purple's turn. It's not stunned, so it is going to come over to me. Roll an attack die and a defense die. Okay. I use my... Oh, no, I got defense. Okay, and then bones. I do get poison 2. Woof. Okay, and then blue's going to go and attack me, but I'm already at poison 2, so nothing really happens. All right, so you get to come back in?
I do.
Now, do you get to come in at your same initiative spot, or do you get to... At the top?
Same initiative.
Okay.
And then I have to go, because I don't take over the same spot, I pick a melee, or sorry, a ranged position, because Fawn is ranged. So I'm thinking there is a good spot.
So we can just
hop on that.
I agree.
Okay, so I have 2 dexterity. I will roll.
Wait. Do you go first?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's your turn.
All right. Okay, so I take 2. Ouch.
You're fine.
Should I use my spider silk, or should I just...
Be used to heal yourself.
Or do you think we'll be okay?
Well, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
I would try and stay alive.
Try and stay alive.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have to use all of this?
Yes.
Okay, well, I only get 2. All right. So, okay. All right. I'm going to roll. You know, I'm actually going to re-roll this. So I have 2, 1. And this is going to be against the Undertoad.
Defeat him.
I hit him for 1.
Curses.
I got another bones.
Woohoo.
Which...
What are you going to do?
I'm kind of tempted to just go dangerous. Just
you
to
could go
kill
dangerous
it.
to
Yeah?
pick him off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Plus, then I get board back. So, yeah, I'm going to go dangerous. I'm going to move that to the side. All right. So I take one of these out to go dangerous. Here we go. Oh my gosh. It's a lot more exciting when you have more dice in it. All my dice are over here, so it's like, woo. All right, so I get to roll this.
Yay.
Okay. I am... There's not really any reason for me to move anywhere because I want to stay so I can hit him. All right, so I'm going to rampage to hit him for 1. So he's dead. So I'm going to move there. Okay, we're good. And then I am going... Should I... Oh, because I'm at 4, so I can't take that anymore. So I'm going to unexhaust
an attack?
An attack die. Yeah, one of that was from my backup plan, so that shouldn't have been there. Yes. Okay, so I have those back. Because that one was from there. I don't know why I put it there.
Got it.
Okay. So he's dead.
Can't rampage anymore.
Can't rampage anymore. So flip it back.
Flip back over. Woo. Okay.
All right. Whew, that worked out.
That did work out.
And this is discarded.
That one's gone now. It is yellow's turn. Yellow blind strikes nothing. Moves towards the strongest, which is me. And that's its turn.
Run away.
And it's my turn. I have the augmented footwear though, so I can actually roll dice and then use that to move on to it at the end of my turn.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of awesome.
So if you're like gonna get
So what is her, on each of your turns I can re-roll a die. Yeah, it's fun to just attack things.
Quote Shannon. It's fun to just attack things. That's going on your LinkedIn profile.
I'm gonna attack this bog pole. I dealt 1 whole damage to it. I could poison any 2 baddies, but that's not going to actually do anything. And then I will use my augmented footwear to hop onto the obstacle and get out.
Oh my gosh, we did it.
All right.
So I don't have to escape, right?
You don't have to, but we do need to finish the battle still.
Okay.
Because you're gonna either we both escape or we kill all the baddies. But
oh well, that's not gonna happen. But let's finish it off. He moves, nothing happens. Nothing happens because I'm already poisoned. All right.
Truth. Okay, technically this is gonna come out, but it's not gonna do anything.
Hey, I would be able to escape next time anyway.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to escape.
Yeah.
This one is gonna go hang out here.
I'm gonna take that 1 extra damage though, which is a bummer.
It's your turn.
All right. Well, I take 1 damage. And then I'm going to use board to carry me free.
Yay! We succeeded.
Oh my gosh, that was stressful. Oh boy, that was stressful.
We each get 2 loot. You're going to have to discard one of yours, at least.
Oh, because I can't trade it to you before I discard it.
Correct. I got a bunch of healing stuff.
Oh no, what am I doing?
What
Those
are
don't
you
go
doing?
there. Okay,
Yeah,
we're good. We're good.
okay.
I remembered.
Okay.
I just love these trays are so nice. I want to put the dice back in them.
Right?
But that's not where they go.
It's not, sadly. Okay, so we Also have a training point each. So we should spend that.
Do
After you discard one of your...
you have any feedback, suggestions?
I feel like... Normally I would say get rid of tar, sap, and twine, but specifically because we're facing leech,
I want to keep that.
it's like, yeah.
So
it
I
might
think
be really good to keep.
I'm probably going to up my dexterity this time anyway.
Okay.
So I don't think I really need that.
Sounds good.
Plus, a lot of the time I didn't even get to use it all anyway, so.
So now we can trade loot, but we don't really... Well, why don't you give me give me your tar, and then that way we're like 3-3 in case we get more.
Yeah, that'll work.
And then we have individual options. So...
we got a training point for that, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We should take our training points. I have another die, finally, which I'm going to throw immediately into dexterity because I need to be more dexterous.
Wait, no. Actually, what do I want to do? I'm going to go for see if I can't get another attack.
Okay.
Probably won't be able to, but let's see. No, I can't. Okay.
All right. So rest and recovery. I had 2 interns KO'd, so they each go back up to 1. And then I can use rest and recovery to heal one of them. And I'm going to go ahead and heal... which one do I want? I think I'm going to go with...
I can't.
Slank here. So I'll go back up to 6.
Okay. I decided to up my health because I couldn't do attack. So
okay, perfect. So Helix is not looking very good at 1 health. The other 2 are great.
I am also going to rest and recover.
Okay.
To get up to 4.
And we have 4 of the 5 progress we need.
Oh my gosh.
In order to go after Leech. I'm going into day 5, so we're okay. We've got 7 days. Okay, so I shouldn't have that anymore if you can discard it. And I think we are ready to move on to day 5.
Day 5. Uh-oh. Ah, crap. In case you don't believe me, that is the card. I am not summarizing. That is exactly what this card is. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. So our one option, I've been shot at, or our second option, I've been shat at. Clever writing. I love it.
Great.
All right. So we can either do BQ baddie points, ranged baddies have surprise, or BQ baddie points, melee baddies have surprise.
And we don't have
don't
really
know
anything scouted
yeah,
anymore.
all of the scouted things are
it's
dead.
day 5, so we're gonna have 2 5s.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Sometimes. Let's give the
Do we want to be shot, or do we want to be shat?
I feel like we should give the melee guys surprise.
Okay. Surprise is they
go above us on initiative. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
This is
2
gonna
5s.
be. Oh, it's still a water battle. Sweet.
It is still a water battle. We're just too lazy to flip over the mat, so we're just gonna keep picking.
That's the
water
real
battles.
We've only got
Can you give
one
us 2
mat
5s,
here. I'm gonna
please?
flip over 2 5s. Okay.
All right.
All right. Now I'm gonna
Oh, good.
strategically pick the next.
It's an
baddie.
owl bear, and it's melee, and it's an orc that's also melee. So we should have picked the other choice.
Rewind. I think that would be objectively cheating. Okay.
So this one is a 4.
This one
and
is
that one's
a 3. They go before us anyway. So, what'd you get?
A 3.
Well, I got
Well,
a
they were
2.
going,
so
they were going ahead of us anyways. Well, that's not true. I could have gone ahead of the other one. Who do I want to lead with is the question.
Why do I keep putting my dice in the dice? Sorry, buddy. All right.
I want to lead with Slank. Slank, my friend, is going to be my intern to start. we have rating's not going to do anything. Rage 2.
Inspire is also not going to do anything.
Yes, it is. He's
attack dice.
He's going to give that one an extra attack die.
Yeah, I forget about the attack dice.
Awful.
Oh, that is awful. I always think of it as just the initiative thing, but it's so much worse.
And rolling 4 attack dice. Oh my goodness. I think we need to position ourselves that it can't get to either of us for a turn.
That guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just like focus on this guy. I don't know.
Sure.
Because he's gonna have 4 attack. He's gonna have 5 attack once we damage him because of rage and inspire.
Okay. That's that's
And
awful.
terrify means that we'll only be able to hit that guy every other turn anyways, right?
Yes, unless I disable him.
Yeah, when you attack him, then you won't be able to target him the next turn. Well, this is going to be fun.
Yeah. All right.
It goes first. It moves 2 towards the strongest or the weakest.
Or to the closest, because it's
the closest.
It's not nearby anyone.
Fine. Be technical about it. And then gives this one an extra attack die. So the Orc Rager is rolling 3 attack dice against me.
It's all you.
It's all good. Should have used my fish dinner and I didn't.
What does that do?
It would have healed a Gearloc for 4 HP outside of battle. I could have gotten Helix back in the game. Next time. Okay, 2 damage to me. That wasn't the worst it could have been.
Yep. All right, so you.
Me. I get to roll 4 dice. So I will roll those 2 because I can ignore malfunctions, an attack, and a defense. And I'll target this guy. All right, 1 damage from that. 1 defense. This is the one that, let me find it, deal that amount of damage to a non-adjacent unit. And then it goes after me in initiative. We're gonna not, we're gonna not resolve that. That's
okay.
A bad idea. My only choice is this, and we don't want it going again this turn.
Yeah.
And then this bone I am also going to not resolve.
Okay. All right. So, my turn. I am going to use board to get free movement to go there. And then I am going to use move a wound and a attack die against him. And then, should I disable him now, or should I wait to disable him?
I would disable him.
Okay, now?
Yes.
Oh, because, yeah, he's going to
Because he's going to roll a bunch of attack dice against me, and eyes did not tag out.
That's true, so you will die. All right, so here's against the Orc Raider, or Rager. Cool.
Great.
Oh, well, he's disabled. That's the main thing. All right, and then the Owlbear. Cool. But hey, now I can bide my time to get an extra bones.
Yay.
And I don't have to remove one.
Round 2, and the Owlbear gets to go first.
Oh, do I get terrified or not? Because I didn't actually do damage.
You attacked it, so you do get terrified.
Okay.
Which is exactly what you think it is, yes. Okay, so its turn. Is that because of its agent?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. It's going to hit me for 4. Sorry, board.
This is
where
so
I
good.
leave you. All right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's either I die or board dies, so
Thanks for taking one for the team, board.
you're the real MVP. Okay, and then it loses this. All right.
Okay. This one is gonna go. So it's disabled. So it's still rolling 3 attack dice against me, but that's better than the 5.
Yes.
And it deals me 3 damage. Still kicking. Yes. Okay, and then that's an agent, right? So
yep.
It's gone. I am definitely... Ooh, I had defense.
Oh, nice.
Okay. I'm going to roll. I have 4 decks, so we'll roll these 2 again. And an attack and a defense. Against the orc again. Okay, so I'm dealing 1 damage for my attack. Got a bone. Actually. Yeah, okay. Bones, and then this deals, I can apply it to an adjacent baddie, and it'll deal that amount of true damage at the start of the round.
Ooh, nice.
And then it ticks down.
Cool.
So I do need to tag out now. So we'll do that. And then it's your turn.
All right. Well, I'm terrified.
Well, you're not, because you were terrified last turn, so it should have gone away at the end of your turn.
No, this is my second turn.
Oh.
I got terrified in round 1.
Fine then, you're
now
terrified.
I'm still terrified.
Fine then, you're terrified.
It's real spooky, Shannon.
I mean, I'm scared of owlbears.
I mean, just ask my mother. Nightmares all through my childhood of owlbears. All right. Okay, what am I going to do? Okay, so I'll roll 2 defense. I can't attack him. I only have 1 attack die left anyway. So the question is, do I want to bother moving 1 space? Yes. Yes, I'm going to move. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to move there. Maybe it'll be relevant. All right, and then.
Okay.
And that guy. All right, so I hit for 2. Nice.
Perfect. So he's gonna be done on his turn.
Yeah, I got 2 defense, which is also nice. Then there's no sense for me to use quick and painless. I'm at full health, so I might as well just bide my time some more. Get another bones.
Sure.
I like that a lot. That's so nice. And then maybe I'll go dangerous next time.
Okay.
We'll see.
End of the round, so I tag out and switch up my intern. So we'll do that. And then it's the start of the next round. This one takes a damage from this die at the start of the turn.
Goodbye.
And that's exhausted. All right. We've just got 1 guy left.
Oh, now I'm not terrified.
Just a cute little owl bear. Nothing to worry about. And now it's going to kill you.
We'll
Where do you
see
want?
about
Let's
that.
put it here, and that way it's close for me.
Okay.
4 attack dice. You've got this. You're fine.
Come on. 6.
You're 5.
Oh, I thought that was a 2. Woo! Ooh. Sorry, touched the mic. All right, so that's 2. 1, 2, 3.
You're still
alive.
alive.
Oh my gosh.
You're still alive.
All right.
This is exciting. Okay. My turn. I'm ranged. I have Flan now. Okay, this is going to be 2 attack dice. I've got 3 decks, so 2 attack dice and a defense, because that's about all that I have left right now. Against the owlbear. Oh my gosh. Look at all those bones.
Is that what you want?
Okay. Well, I would have liked to have
actually
killed it as
heard
well, but I am going to spend 4 bones to get my last intern, which is Gerbil. So we'll bring her in. So that spends 4 bones. I still have 1 left. And that would be my turn.
All right. So I'm going to roll 2 defense and 1 attack against the owlbear.
Okay.
Wow. Ooh, I could go
All
innate.
bones.
I don't know if I want to, though. I definitely want to kill this thing. So I deal 1 damage. And then now Terrify just means, can I still rampage? And oh yeah, because it's not considered an attack in the same way. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I am not gonna go innate +1. I am going to go dangerous.
Okay. I like it.
Technically, I'm supposed to remove that one, but they're all the same, so there's not any board skills I need to worry about. So, all right. Roll for board. 1 health on board. Yeah, that's okay.
It's fine.
I mean, honestly, that's totally fine, because no matter how much damage gets applied to board, it won't carry over to me. All right, here we go. That's so exciting. I love that. All right.
I'll allow you to damage me with your rampage so you can jump back over and damage it.
Oh, otherwise I was going to go to 11 and get this back.
Oh, perfect.
So that's...
But if you go there, you'll damage me, but that's fine.
Doesn't it say you may? No, it is deal. Okay, so I'm going to damage you, so I'm sorry.
I'm giving you permission.
All right, well then I am going to move 1, 2 first.
Okay.
To damage.
Perfect.
And then I'm going to unexhaust an attack die.
Okay.
Then I'm going to move 1 damage. I'm sorry. Unexhaust the 11. Wait. Oh. Oh, wait. No. I'm going to do that in the reverse order, because there's 11. Okay, sorry. This was backwards in my brain. So that, unexhaust
you unexhausted that.
Now I go there, hit you, unexhaust that attack die.
Perfect.
Okay, there we go. We're all straight now. All right.
Don't forget to lose your dice.
Okay.
Yep.
Do it 1 more time to rampage back. Whack.
Perfect.
And then I will...
Did you unexhaust something that time?
Do I want to go move 1 more time? Like away?
The only... Well, if you moved here, you could unexhaust your number 8. It wouldn't deal more damage, but there's no reason not to.
Yeah.
And you'll get that die back.
Okay, there we go.
Perfect. All right. That seemed pretty successful.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. That's the end of your turn?
That's the end of my turn.
Round 4. Owlbear attacks you.
That's okay. Goodbye, board. Come on, all bones. Oh, that's actually not so bad, but yeah, goodbye.
Board is dead. R.I.P.
Twice in one
second
battle.
time. Exhausted.
Oh, right.
Okay. My turn. I'm going to roll 2 attack dice and 1 defense.
Oh, I forgot that you were...
That's all I have.
I forgot you were ranged for a sec there. I got really nervous. I'm like, no.
No, I'm good. I don't see any reason to tag out. Because I didn't defeat it. But I did do 1 damage. Let me see if I have something that can help here.
Because I'm terrified.
I can...
Or wait.
I can poison it.
Am I terrified?
You are terrified on turn 1.
I got terrified on turn 1 into turn 2.
Yep.
Yes, so I am.
Okay. I could poison it. It'll die on its turn. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's
do that. Big bolts. Place 1 effect die on any 2, or 1 poison effect die on any 2 baddies, but there's only 1 here. And then it is your turn.
I will roll defense.
Okay.
Or
That seems like a good plan.
I just run away like 1, 2, 3, 4. No. It's gonna die, so there's no sense.
Okay. All right. We go into round 5. And on its turn, it takes this poison damage and dies. And we win. We're so good at this game.
We are pretty good.
We say until we fight the tyrant and lose horribly.
We're so bad at this game.
Okay. Those go away. These come back.
How many training points do we get for that?
2.
Nice.
And a loot each.
2. All right.
Okay.
And a loot?
And a loot. I have all my interns now. So I'm going to try and increase my attack.
Plated skull.
Yes.
Do I get to use that in addition to my 2 defense? Or if I have...
You may place... Yes.
Okay, cool. All right.
Well, it's going to take up an active slot, so it might decrease how many defense you get to roll.
Well, I mean, like, if I roll my 2 defense dice,
yes.
I have 2 up there, can I use that for a 3rd one?
Yes, because the amount of defense dice you have in your active slots isn't actually limited by anything.
Okay.
It's the number of dice you roll that's limited.
Gotcha. And you can't, like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go for attack.
Me too. Yay.
Whoa. Yay.
And then with my second one, I'm going to trade in die number 2 for die number 3 of Slank. Because it deals damage, and it seems like we're going to need that. I'm going to use my fish dinner twice to heal both of these guys for 4 HP.
Okay. And then Alright, so are we going to go up against Leech here?
We're at enough progress, so I think we should.
Okay. Oh boy. I'm going to get stimulant. I might regret this, but I'm going to get stimulant. Oh, wait, no, I can't. Shoot. Because I need Bacatol first. Darn it. So I don't want stimulant.
Well, you want it, but you can't have it.
Yeah. So I just want extra dexterity so I can just run around the board. I'm going to go for that. Okay.
Okay. Are you ready?
I am ready.
End of the day, you need to rest and recover.
Yeah.
I have a couple that are below, but I kind of want to try and scout Kreln because I'm pretty sure Leech brings Kreln out to the fight. So I'm going to do that. Or I'm going to scout a 1-point baddie. A confusing Neanderthal can stay on top. Oh.
Nah, that's fine.
No, that could be really bad. I'm going to cycle it to the back.
Okay.
Because Confuse swaps your attack and defense stats, and if that happens to you, you'd be in trouble.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so, end of the day, we're going to day 6.
Okay.
We're going for Leech.
Let's do it.
I'm going to let you read.
Am I reading this side?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, leech. Barnacle has been the uncontested ruler of the Cibron's depths, but Nobulus could not let such a valuable resource go unexploited. In an attempt to gain a foothold below the waves as well as above, he crafted Leech to sow discord under the surface. The blood-sucking slugman sees no friend or foe. He feasts on all indiscriminately. All right. BQ.
Yeah,
So I
throw it
suppose
down
I
here.
can't use sleeping darts on this because it's not a number.
It's not. Sure, you could. There's BQ body points there.
Baddie points? Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're right. It's baddie points add the crown. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd see. We got a party of 2. So it's baddie points add 2. So we're on day 6. So 12. So bump that down to 10.
Okay.
So I'm going to use that.
It actually has 2 uses.
2 uses.
So save it in case we lose today.
We might.
and need to play another day. Okay.
All right. Place Leech on this card along with 1 HP. Oh, probably.
Yeah, let's finish reading the card and then he can go on top of the card.
Leech is added to the BQ with his current HP when last baddie is defeated. HP added to Leech may exceed his HP stat. Leech does not move on his turn. When on the raft, Leech attacks and uses skills as normal. All right, and his most important skill we got to focus on is Bloodsucker, which is all HP lost by other units, is added to Leech, even if not yet in play.
Mm-hmm.
That's brutal.
Yeah. Yep. All right, so BQ body points, we have 10, and then we have to add 2 crown to the top. So that's our BQ. Leech off to the side until we defeat all 4 of these. So we have... would you like to roll for this crown lurer?
6.
Right there. And then we have a crown largemouth.
2.
Okay. Griffin Howler. And a Troll Enforcer.
Oh boy, this is very scary.
It's fine. Don't even worry about it.
I'm so scared.
My Canadian accent comes out when Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, I rolled a 4.
No. Only a 1 for board.
Yeah. I'll keep that. And then we need to figure out... Oh, I need to figure out who I'm going to launch with here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if I start with Slank... If I start with Slank, I can use his die a few times and not exhaust it. So we're going to try that.
Okay. Who do we want to take out first?
All of
Signal?
them.
All of them?
Let's kill them all. I think that's a good plan.
Oh, so wait, no, Signal. Signal is not a huge deal because, I mean, it's a big deal, but Signal's going to happen at the very start of the fight, so we can't prevent that at all.
Yeah. In case anyone doesn't know, the tyrants in Splice and Dice are fairly difficult, so this is going to be an interesting battle. Okay, Slank. I mean, Shock is not great for me. I'd rather not have... I only have so many dice. Thick Skin's not great for you, so maybe I should focus on him.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's not great for me either, but we got to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm. What's Shock do again?
It removes skill dice from your skills area.
Ooh, that's... I don't want that either.
Well, then stand at a distance and then let him attack the raft, and we can tar swap and twine away the damage.
Is that bird gonna kill me?
I don't know. You
It's
know
gonna
you're
kill board.
ranged, right? You don't have to stand beside it.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to. Like, if I stand, there's nowhere I can go where it, except for there. But then shock is just gonna get me.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
So it's either
he's like it's gonna move up to here.
Oh, you're right. Okay, then I'll go there. We're good.
Okay, you're happy?
I am happy.
You're happy leaving me to get attacked by all the things?
Yes.
Okay.
You got this.
Well, the
Go
yellow one
lab
goes
rats.
first. Signal 1. It is a 5-pointer, so it brings a 1-pointer into the BQ. And then it moves. Where do we want it? There.
Sure.
And then it rolls 3 attack dice against me. So damaging me for 3, which get put on leech. And then it goes into flight.
Cool.
No big deal. Just all of that. Okay, and now it's my turn. Okay, I have 4 decks. I can't attack that thing anymore. I'm gonna roll 1 attack. I feel like I'm gonna roll no defense and just tag out and plan to die. I think that's the slanky plan right there. So I'm gonna roll these 4 dice against this troll enforcer here. Oh, look at all those bones. So the 1 damage does nothing because he's got thick skin. Bone. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put that back. Now, is there any benefit in going immediately to fatigue rounds?
Probably not. Although I do have, buff HP wouldn't help me heal from fatigue, but I do
No.
have this.
Oh, I should really just, it's the last battle. I'm gonna put my Crown Caviar to heal for 1 at the start of each of my turns.
Okay.
Okay, so I won't do that. I will instead spend this to acquire a level 1 die. And we're gonna go with gerbils. Okay. So
Are you gonna tag out?
thank you for asking. Yes, I'm gonna tag out because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die.
Alright.
Okay.
So this guy's gonna move.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to attack.
Attacks the raft, so it does have to roll for it. Okay. Yup.
Alright.
Purple.
Now he's gonna submerge, so he rolls a d6, correct?
Yes.
4.
And then attacks our raft.
Good thing we have that tar.
Yeah, we would have to be playing this differently if we didn't have the tar.
Yep.
Because, and the reason for that is because leech basically has to damage our raft to get on the raft so we can finish him off.
Mm-hmm. And if we have
So we don't want to have 5,000 damages on our board already.
Right. So now I get to go.
It's your turn.
This is supposed to be at the start of the round, but I haven't been attacked yet, so it wouldn't make much difference. So I'm going to do that.
Okay.
So that's 1 use. I'm also going to use this to just go ahead and give myself buff HP.
Okay.
Because I don't think we're going to need to be lockpicking anything during this fight.
I mean, unless Leech is guarding a treasure chest or something, but...
All right. Okay, so what to do? All right, I am going to use Move a Wound and an attack die against the lure.
Okay.
The roller. What was wrong with me? All right, I'm going to use another attack die against the largemouth.
Okay.
And I've got 2 more. I'll do defense because I can't really puncture thick skin. Okay, so
takes a damage. Okay.
Largemouth. Ooh.
Nicely done.
Oh, these go under leech. I forgot.
Yes, they do. It's fine. Leech is not going to be terrifying at all.
Oh, maybe that won't go there. And then my defense dice. All right.
I forgot we had something signaled in.
Yep.
That's the worst in this battle.
Yep.
Okay. This thing is attacking me with 3 attack, 2 defense. Two damage. I live. And it has taunt when it rolls a bone, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the yelly thing. And then adjacent units have to target it.
Oh wait, it goes on it.
Goes on it. Yes. Okay, end of the round. So we get that new baddie out. Initiative to the bottom.
Is it ranged?
It is melee. It's a stinky troll.
Stench.
Oh, yep.
Watch out, board. You're not immune to stench. Nothing is.
Nothing is immune to stench. Okay.
So bad it corrodes mechs.
This is going to come out of flight and dive adjacent. Oh, wait. I forgot that I tagged out, so I have to do that. I don't know. I don't think any of these guys are... All right, Helix. It's your turn to shine. Okay. Helix is ready. Gets to heal at the start of his turn because of my Craviar. And then...
Oh, I will also...
Oh, it's not even the start of my turn.
I could use
I...
Plated Skull at the start of the round to buff up my defense.
Okay, so it's not the start of my turn. It's this guy's turn. Comes out of flight, dives beside the weakest. You are at 5 and I'm at 5. Yeah, you.
My 5 defense.
I guess that gives us the most movement options.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. It's gonna roll 3 attack dice against you.
2.
2. Okay.
Okay. Now here's the question, though.
Okay.
Can I have those 2 be the ones I got for free for this, or can I have one of those be one of the ones I got for free?
You're overthinking it. You won't be able to roll defense because you have 2 defense dice in your active
Oh,
slot.
I see. Okay.
It has nothing to do with where they came from. It only matters how many you have there versus how many you can roll.
I think I made a mistake last time.
Well, whatever.
And I got 1 extra defense.
If that's the only mistake we've made this entire playthrough, I would be surprised.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I think I was just confused. I think I'm pretty sure I made a mistake, but all right. We'll continue on.
Okay. It is my turn. I have Helix on the go now. Skill dice don't cost him dex to roll, so we're just gonna... some of these have malfunctions, but I don't care. We're just gonna go for it. He gets to heal at the start of his turn. So I have 3 more dice to roll. We'll go 2 attack and a defense on this guy. All right, let's see. I've got a defense. I did 3 damage. So 1 defense, 1 to thick skin, and then 1 comes off of his health.
Nice.
And then we have I rolled all 3 malfunctions. Oh, this is not good. Okay, so let's resolve these one at a time. Provoke is deal that amount of damage to a non-adjacent unit, and then it goes after me in initiative. So I could defeat one of these 2 with that.
How much damage is it going to do? 3?
It's going to do 3.
Ooh. Defeat him.
Okay.
Because
sounds good.
Yeah.
So this one's defeated. I'm pretty sure Stench gets activated on defeat. Stench. When defeated, place a Stench effect die.
Stench 1?
Yes. So that goes there. And that's that. And then this gets returned to my tray, unfortunately. Then we have this one, which says place the active lab rat on any available position on the battle mat. It may select a new target. Where do I want to go? I think I'm just going to move over here.
Unless
what?
Oh.
You know what? I'm going to go adjacent to this guy now that I have... Oh, I do. I am going to get one of these back. Okay. So that's now gone. Or did you have a better suggestion?
No, that's fine.
Okay. And then this one says the next time this unit loses HP, gain that number of defense. So it goes in my active slots.
Although, does this trigger Stench?
Probably. Let's look at Stench. When it's placed, all units adjacent to it are immediately dealt 1 true damage. Gearlocs moving adjacent to it are dealt 1 true damage. Yeah, let's not go there. Okay, I'm going to go actually up here because I don't have anything active to be shocked away.
That means he's not going to move and take that damage, but that's okay.
Sorry.
It is what it is.
Yep. Okay, well, that was not how I wanted that to go. And then I can use my backup plan of 1 bone to get 2 bones. There we go.
Okay.
It is this one's turn, so the agent isn't going to do anything, and it would shock something away from me, but it can't, and then it rolls 2 attack dice against me. 1, 2, so 1, and then defense comes off of me, which activates health. 1 health comes off of me, which activates this and gives me 2 defense.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Leech.
Leech is a jerk. I hope we haven't been shortchanging Leech.
Yeah, think of how sad he'll be. All right.
Okay.
My turn?
Yes.
Gonna go there.
Okay. Hi, friend.
Hello. All right, so that was board, moving for free. Do I want to lockjaw anybody?
I don't know.
It's this one. Disables them.
Well, you won't be able to use it on Leech. So there's no point in saving it.
Yeah. Thinking, should I do it to the troll or to the griffin?
It's a good question. I think it's kind of up to you.
I'm going to do it to the troll so I can maybe at least damage it.
Okay.
Okay, so this is against the troll. This is against the griffin. This is against the Krellin. All right, and I have 2 defense, so I can't roll any more defense. Ooh. So it takes 1 damage from...
Nice.
Oh, wait, no. Actually, I activate that first. So it takes 2 damage.
No, it activates at the start of its turn.
Oh, because it's an agent. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Good call. It's not like tantrums or.
Right.
Okay. All right. So that's exhausted. This is against the Griffin.
Okay.
1.
Nice.
And against
Leech is getting nice and full.
Oh, that's 1.
Nice.
All right. That's me.
That's you. All right. This guy's turn, so it shouldn't be taunting anymore because it was taunting last turn.
Yep.
It rolls through. It moves to you. Rolls 3 attack and 2 defense.
Goodbye, board. Okay, so it doesn't taunt because.
Yes, it does.
No. No, because this.
Oh, right, because you're.
So now that's going
right.
for that whole.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
The full next turn. Or wait, is that gonna? Do I not get to use that at all because of?
It activates, and its ability gives it disable for an entire round. So even though you're going to take it off,
Oh, okay.
That's
I
still
see.
active until the start of its next turn.
Gotcha. Okay, so it doesn't taunt, and it won't have thick skin next turn.
Correct.
Through
until
its
it goes
next turn.
again, it doesn't have its abilities.
Okay. All right, so it hits me for 4.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
You're gonna take it.
I'm gonna keep board alive. Yeah, so that's 3, and because I got buff HP, so.
Oh yeah.
And buff HP doesn't go to leech, I imagine, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So yeah, cool. All right, that's not so bad.
All right. You need to give it its defense though.
Oh.
Okay. End of the round. Stench ticks down by 1, so it goes away. And we are on round 3.
Perfect.
Okay, this one is going to move and attack, and then at the end of its turn, it'll go into flight. So it's rolling 3 attack dice against me. Damages me for 3, so 2 defense. 1 more. Okay. And then it's my turn. And I am going to roll. Well, this doesn't cost me anything to roll. I can roll 2 attack dice, and then I'll roll a defense for my. I only have 3 dex with him.
Did you say 1 doesn't take dex to roll?
Oh, you're right. That doesn't take dex to roll. Okay. Oh, and I get to heal for my caviar.
Nice. More leech juice.
No, I was just thinking the same thing. So I'm attacking the crown. Bunch of bones.
How come you're rolling
1
all
defense.
the bones? I'm not getting any.
And then I rolled the reverberator. Goes in my active slot. After a body attacks me, I can deal the amount of damage back to that body.
So it's like lashback.
For each defense it removes.
Oh, okay. So a little bit different.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look at my backup plan because I've got a whole bunch. Gain 2 bones. Oh, for 3, which I'll spend, I can gain a loot.
Nice.
I got a handled blade. That seems like an effective thing to have right now. Roll 2 attack dice. Damage any adjacent unit. Yeah, we're gonna save that for leech.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay. I don't think tagging out is a good idea. So your turn.
Blue.
Its turn because I didn't kill it, unfortunately. Shock doesn't do anything. 2 attack dice against me. 3 damage. So
Reverb.
1, 2, 3, and then reverb is going to activate and deal 1 back to it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I should be able to kill it. Hopefully.
Okay.
Let's hope. All right. Okay, so I am going to use 3 movement.
Okay.
To go there. And then, let's see. So I'm going to roll my 2 defense. So that's 2 out of, and then 1 attack die per enemy. Okay. So.
You only have 2 attack dice left.
You're right. So then, oh, and I can't attack him anyway. So then I'm going to use my last dex to move there.
Okay.
Okay, so roll these first against the crown. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. It just like really doesn't want to die.
No, it doesn't. Oh my gosh. All right, and then this one against the troll.
Okay. Removed its defense.
Cool. Thick skin.
Fantastic.
Didn't help with the thick skin at
Yeah,
all.
its turn. It is going to move up to me. Roll 3 attack and 2 defense.
You're gonna die.
50-50? Actually, no, I'm definitely gonna die because that thing is gonna attack me.
Oh. Should I have not moved away so he wouldn't for me? That's gonna be a yes. To everyone watching, that was a yes.
I probably should have tagged out. I didn't think I needed to, but I should have. All bones. No, that is not all bones. All right, so it gets that, and I am KO'd. And that goes to Leech. You've got this on your own, right?
Mm-hmm.
I sure hope so.
Well, I'm gonna get my last defense from the skull thing. Maybe that'll be enough.
Okay. Well, this one's gonna unfly, land next to you. Five. Wow.
Goodbye, board.
R.I.P. Okay.
Okay. All right. Now I'm stuck. Oh, he's gonna go. Oh, he's gonna shock me.
He is gonna shock you.
Or does it go back to my tray, or?
No, just exhausted.
Wow, what the? Burp.
Wow. Your turn.
Yay!
Have fun.
All right, so 1 attack die against this stupid face.
Mm-hmm.
1 attack die against this stupid face.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 defense.
Okay.
Okay, so crown. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Oh my gosh. All right. And then. Okay, so I do 2 damage.
Okay.
I get 2 defense. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Hi.
Hi.
3 attack dice against you. You should almost just let it kill you. Okay. Round 5.
Oh.
That one is going to attack you with 3 attack dice.
What's that?
That's 4 damage.
That's it.
That's it. You are defeated. And
You mean we don't get to go this?
We don't get to go up against Leech? Well, I do have good news for you. It's only day 6. We can try again if we want.
So it means we can try again, even harder. Oh boy.
Well, do you want to re-rack and try again?
So let's finish the day.
Let's finish the day. All of this health's gonna go back. Luckily, tomorrow he'll start collecting afresh again and not building on this.
He poops it out. This was his food for the day.
Okay, the ones we
and
didn't
it goes
kill
through his digestive process.
can go back onto their stacks. And
Oh, you mean neither of the 5-point pennies?
we did fine. We did great. All right. End of the day, we can. I need to rest and recover for sure.
Yep,
I think
resting.
I'm gonna go with Slank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Why is your slank mat?
Why is what?
Why is your slank mat all the way over there?
Oh, because he was already used that battle, so I was just getting
Oh.
him out of the way. Gotcha. He's back now. And complete mismanagement of my skills means I've got almost nothing left going into the next battle. But you gotta go hard on these Tyrant battles. Alright. Let's go into our day 7 of our Leech battle. It's our last chance.
All right. Higher BQ.
All right. All right. At the end of the day, before we move on to the next one, I'm going to give you my essential oils.
They're non-essential.
My non-essential oils.
Yep.
That are going to let you reroll your initiative if you roll a terrible initiative.
Yep, if I biff it.
Okay. So let's set this battle up again. We've got
2 Crown, right? Oh, and I'm going to use Sleeping Darts. So
oh my gosh.
What? Uh-oh.
We made it way harder on ourselves.
Wait, why?
It's not BQ baddie points. It's 2 baddie points.
Oh my god.
We're so good at this game.
Oh my. I knew I should have read the card. Should always double check.
We're so good at this.
Wow.
So the entire last battle
oh my gosh.
we were really awful. We didn't
Okay.
even
So
need to be fighting. We were fighting.
yesterday, or
Uh-huh.
not actually yesterday, but the previous day, I was thinking, I'm like, wait, should we really go up against him just yet? I don't remember there being a BQ that's tied to days, so we could get that extra trading point. And then I was like, but you're like, let's fight him. I'm like, okay. I was right. That's why I was thinking that. Oh my gosh.
Well, we have 2 choices. We can refilm day 6, or we can admit our fault on camera.
We admit our fault on camera. There's no going back. All right. Well,
okay.
It's not going to be any harder though, because it's day 7.
Oh, it's so much easier now, but
Yeah.
you can't use your sleeping darts.
Why not?
Because it's not BQ baddie points.
Oh, you're right. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We'll still take it.
So
We'll still take
2
it.
baddie points.
2. Oh my gosh.
Oh, we're so good.
Oh wait, yeah, I shouldn't have revealed those.
Okay. Leech has 1 health. And what do we have? That one goes in 6. And the next one goes in 3.
Oh, I can't wait to hop in the chat. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay.
There we go.
Where does this guy go? There.
Indeed.
Break.
Well, they've got low initiative.
I suppose break actually isn't as bad against for me because I can get my exhausted
yeah.
attack dice back.
Could you grab that last die? I cannot reach it.
Wow. They have real bad initiative, don't they?
They do.
Okay. So if I get a 4, I won't need to re-roll this.
I got a 5.
I got a 2, so I'm gonna re-roll it. I got a 2, so I'm gonna re-roll it.
And I forgot to swap out.
I got a 2. So, all right, that was my 3rd. Oh my gosh. I would like to have a discussion to who made these dice, because I just got 4 2s in a row.
We're gonna go with.
Hey,
Actually, no.
Got the max for board though, so that's a plus.
You know what? We're gonna start with Gerbil. Gerbil's gonna be our beginning game MVP. Okay.
All right. I'm thinking right off the bat, I probably want to disable the golem.
Okay.
And then maybe on your next turn, you could attack him.
Seems reasonable.
Okay. Where should I go?
Oh, we've got more shock. Well, that won't be dangerous to me in a minute. As soon as I use the one die I have.
Good thing we didn't use the tar sap and twine.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, let's see. Well, you can't do much against thick skin, so I'm ranged though, so I'll let this guy attack me.
Okay. I don't want to bleed. I'll go there.
Okay.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
So you go first?
I go first. I am going to roll. I have 4 dice. I'm gonna roll 3 attack and 1 defense and just try and take this thing out.
Smart.
Okay, we've got 3 damage, which doesn't quite take it out.
Almost.
And then I have 2 bones, and I can use 1 to deal a true damage to an adjacent baddie.
Nice.
And then my innate gives me a bone every time a baddie's defeated.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's a solid way to start.
Yeah, it's like we know how to play this time.
All right. Moves there. Got a bone. Look at that. Look at this. So it doesn't
Look at
attack the
that.
raft. And then
Perfect.
Look at me. All right. So I'll stay where I am. I'm going to roll 1 attack die and lockjaw against the clay golem.
Okay.
I'm going to roll 1 attack die against the blood seeker. 1 attack die against the hollow bell. And these I can use against leech. Right? They're not restricted.
No, I don't think so.
Nope. So I'm going to save those because if anything happens like last game, I'm not going to get a backup plan. So then I'll roll a defense. All right. So against the clay golem. Okay. So I deal 1 damage against him. The agent gets applied. I do get that. All right. So then blood seeker. 1. And hollow bell. 1. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Now it is the hollow bell's turn.
Oh, right.
1 attack, 1 defense. Okay, so it does damage our raft. And that's that.
Okay, green's gonna go again.
Green's
Up to me.
gonna go attack you. 1 whole attack die.
Oof.
1 damage. You were bored.
Bored.
Okay. And then the thing we already killed.
Cool.
All right.
Looking good. So you want to take out that?
So far. What did you want me to take out?
Because he's disabled now.
Because he's disabled now. So 3 attack and
you have to
1
move.
defense again.
Oh, wait, no, you're ranged.
No, I'm ranged.
Nice.
No, I'm not. I'm gerbil. I'm melee.
Oh, yeah, so you'll have to move.
I didn't cheat last time though, so that's good. I didn't cheat.
People are going to be picking this apart and looking for every time.
Okay, 3 damage.
Nice.
It's that. And then backup plan. I can deal 1 true damage.
So it's dead?
Yep.
Perfect.
And when baddies die, I get a bone. Okay.
Alright, this leech is still looking intimidating, but like
not quite
reasonable,
as bad
and
as
we're
last
still
time.
healthy, which is huge. Okay. So
Okay.
I got 2.
Damaged our raft.
Alright. So I gonna roll 2 defense.
Okay.
And 1 against both.
Okay.
Okay, so defense and then I'll do the blood seeker first.
Okay.
So I got
1 damage.
bones. I got 2 defense and then the other 1 damage. Did you put it on leech?
Oh.
Alright.
You're better at
then
remembering that than I am.
Hollow Bell.
Hollow Bell. No damage.
Hey, look at that though. I'm getting
backup
plans, which I'm gonna use biding time
Perfect.
to get another one.
All right. And then it's this one's turn. It can't attack, so it moves to number 2. And then it attacks a raft. 1 attack die.
Hey.
Misses again. It's really bad at attacking
Oh, that was
a raft.
there's the other one that missed.
Okay.
That
well,
one. So now they've both missed.
they both are equally awful. Got it. Okay, so I am melee, so I'm gonna need to move to attack. I'll go after this one. So move for 2, and then attack for 2. Hopefully kill it. 2 damage,
2.
yay! So that defeats it, which gives me another bone. And then backup plan. So for 3 bones, I can heal any inactive lab rat to full and then immediately tag it in.
Ooh.
But she's at full.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I want to do that right now.
Maybe not. I mean, you still have 2 almost full besides Helix, so.
Okay, fine. I'll just lose the last bone and I'll
hold it.
I'll hold it for now.
Okay. So I'll go. I'm gonna roll 1 defense die. Actually, no, I'm gonna re-roll this one too.
Okay.
I really want bone because I want Bandolier to go up against Leech.
Okay.
Okay. And I really don't need to move anywhere, so I'm gonna stay where I am. Okay.
It's gonna come to me, which is gonna be great. No damage again.
Got that though.
Mm-hmm.
So
defense.
I'm gonna trade that all in.
Okay.
And
For your fortune
Bandolier,
discovery.
which I roll right away.
Roll good.
2. Hey, not
Good
so
job.
bad.
All right.
Okay.
So that's the end of your turn, and then it's
Oh.
What?
What round were? Okay.
Are we on round 3? I don't know. Yes, it's round 3.
Okay.
This one is gonna move over here, and then attack me. Well, it's gonna shock me, which kind of sucks. And then roll 1 attack die against me. 1 damage. No bone for pull-ins, that's good. And then next round. And it's my turn. And I will roll all 3 of my attack and 1 defense against it. All right, so 1, 2, 3 damage.
Nice.
I got another bone. What did I? Yeah.
Do you want
And then yeah,
take
I'm
it out?
gonna do the pardon.
Oh, do the true damage.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the true damage, which will defeat it.
Cool.
And then that gives me another bone, but I can't use it.
Yep.
Okay, and then Leech says,
Because now it's round 5.
well, we have to finish this round still. But
right.
Leech joins the BQ at this point.
Okay.
Which means he'll be coming in. We'll just leave him there as our BQ. But all right, so your turn. What would you like to do?
I think I know it's nice. It's nice having 3 defense.
Hold
but
on, how much does he attack for? 3?
3.
And does his?
Oh, are you thinking of maybe
I'm wondering if I should tag out.
tag out? Cause
Chances are low that he'll kill me, so I'll stay.
okay. Do I want to re-roll those? Can I roll attack dice with no target?
No.
I didn't think so. Do I want to re-roll those? Try and get bones? No.
Maybe.
Maybe?
I don't know. Okay, you decided no.
Yeah, no. We're gonna just go with it.
All right, so that's the end of the round. Leech is going to come out. He's a crown, so we'll roll for his position.
4.
Number 4. That's not at all an intimidating pile of chips right there. We're not worried about it in the slightest. And it doesn't matter what his initiative is, he goes to the top of initiative. And what that was was that round 3 or round 4?
That was round 4.
That was round 4. So we're on round 5 now.
Okay. All right. So he's gonna move.
Leech goes. Well, Leech doesn't move.
Oh, okay. Oh,
so
right,
Leech doesn't move on his turn. So basically he'll attack the raft.
Oh,
and
cool.
then if he can't attack us or the raft, then he'll move on to the raft.
Okay.
So we need to let him attack the raft.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll let you roll his 3 attack dice, and he rolls 3 defense dice too,
And his tyrant die.
and his tyrant die.
Okay. So he does attack the raft.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 2 defense.
Okay. That removes all effect dice from Leech, so that's not going to do anything.
Okay. Oop. All right. But I can force him to move, though, right?
Yes. You could force him on to the raft.
Or I could force him a crown position, like that way.
Oh yeah, sorry. You'd have to force. Yes, you'd have to force him to move.
Okay. If
Like
I
a
move
crown
him
moves.
1 position, would he move there, or would he move
Yes.
there?
He'd move.
To 3?
Yeah, he moves like a crown moves.
Okay. So I won't use it if I get a 1.
Oh.
Or
yeah.
is it? Oh, I may, so I don't even have to.
Okay.
But I probably don't want to move him there. Unless you move. Which it's your turn. So if you want to move 1 space away, so you're not there if I have to move him.
Well, I kind of want him to get onto the raft. Because we can't really do much to him until he does.
But if I move him there,
Yeah.
he'll have to attack that, or he'll have to attack that. So either way, he still has to attack the raft 1 more time before he can't.
Okay.
So I would maybe recommend moving, so then I can trigger both of these to force him to take some true damage.
1. And then I'll just roll a defense. Okay. At this point, I think I am going to tag her out.
Okay.
My thing is, I kind of want Flan in, but that's not who I'm gonna get. No, I'm gonna spend 3 to heal an inactive to full, which is Helix, and he goes to 7. And then immediately tag him in.
Cool. You all done with your turn then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I am going to use both of these and an attack die, and then I'm going to use Bandolier to get 2 free attack dice to use against the same target.
Okay.
So here we go. Ooh. Ooh, I like this a lot.
What'd you do?
Okay, so I deal 5 damage.
Okay.
And then put those on him. Okay.
Okay.
There we go. That's my turn.
All right. We're in fatigue rounds already.
Ooh. Thankfully, Board's immune.
Does Leech get this HP?
Oh.
Close to your microphone. All HP lost by other units is added to Leech. Yep.
Yeah. But he's technically still loses 1, so he only gained 1 there.
Yeah, but
oh
still. All right, it's Leech's turn.
Okay. So I am going to force Leech to move.
Okay.
Which means it's going to take 2 true damage to go there.
Okay.
Leech is going to attack for 3, 3, and that. Okay. So hits the raft.
Yep.
What's this one do?
If Leech deals damage to an opposing unit, also add bleed effect die, so nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Perfect. That means that stays, or that one stays on there. So I'm going to exhaust that one.
Okay.
Because Leech is going to have to move on next turn. And 1 defense. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, Leech, you're not so scary this time around.
Still scary. Still scary.
Yeah, still scary. Fair enough. Okay, my turn. It would cost me 2 decks to move on to that. And I have 3 decks. So I'm gonna not move on to that.
Yes. Especially because I want him to move on to it so that it takes more.
Yep. So we're gonna roll 2 defense. And I can't roll an attack. Okay. Do I have backup plan I can use? Change the result of 2 day. Yeah, so I'll spend 1 to get 2 bones. Okay.
So you got the extra bones in the backup plan?
Yes, I got the extra bones. I think that I want to use the tar sap and twine now. Just in case, because we are at the...
Okay. How many does that clear?
It's up to 3, so we'll just remove the other 2. Give us a little bit of wiggle room in case he attacks our raft again. And that is my turn.
All right. So I'm going to use the... No, not yet. Okay. I'm going to attack for 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to re-roll these. I need those. I need to try and get bones.
Okay.
All right. Okay, got a bone, which is nice. Got rid of that. Okay. That's my turn.
All right, fatigue.
So just add 1 to him because
Sounds good.
Otherwise,
And his turn. So he can't attack the raft and he can't attack a unit. So he moves it adjacent to the strongest opposing unit, which is me.
takes 2 true damage.
Super.
And that gets exhausted.
Super. And then he attacks me.
Super.
3 attack, 3 defense, and his die. Okay, so he deals me 3 damage. I have 1 defense, 2, 3, which he leeches, which is awful.
It's just insane.
And he gets his defense.
And you get bled.
And I get bleeding. That's super.
All right.
Okay.
So it's your turn.
It's my turn.
Bleed.
I bleed.
She gets. Unbelievable.
Okay. I am going to roll 2 attack, 1 defense. Three damage. That takes out all of his.
So I get to hit it for 1.
I'm going to use my handled blade. So I can roll 2 attack dice and to an adjacent unit.
Nice.
Okay, 2 more damage to him.
Right.
That's been used once, has 1 more use. And then I am going to declare a tag out.
Sounds a smart move.
Okay,
all right.
your turn.
Okay. So I'll stay where I am because you'll tag out, be back there. So no sense in running. 1 attack die, 1 defense die, and honestly, I really need those backup plans, so I'm re-rolling that too. Okay. Oop. That was one of those, and one of those. And then I'm going to use my backup plan to gain that. All right.
Okay, so end of the round is when my tag out happens. I'm going to swap with Slank. So we'll put Slank in there. The transferring of the dice is very satisfying. Okay, Helix is now out. Slank is in. And we go to the beginning of the round, which is fatigue. Each gets 1. And Leech's turn, attacks me. 3 attack, 3 defense, and his Leechy die. Alright, dealing me 4 damage, so 2 from there. Oops, 2 from me. Which he gets. Gets his 2, and then this is the one that removes all effect dice from him. Doesn't do anything. That's Leech's turn.
Okay.
My turn. I take a damage from the bleed. Doesn't it feel like we're just kind of treading water here?
Yeah. Maybe that's the point.
Okay. I have 4. I'm going to roll 2 attack, 2 defense. Oh, good. 1 whole damage to Leech. 3 bones to add to the 3 I already have, which would be great if I was playing a normal Gearloc. I'm going to use 1 bone to acquire a level 1 die.
Can you give those bones to me? Right?
No.
That's how it works.
That's not how it works. I have my handled blade, which I'm going to use again. 1 damage. So that gets rid of his shields for you. That's exhausted. And then I am yet again declaring a tag out. And I am going to my last little intern. Oh wait, not yet though. Okay, declaring a tag out.
Okay. All right. Well, I need to use that, so I'm not going to roll any more defense, which means I am going to roll a whopping 1 die.
Oh dear.
Use my 5 dex to deal 1 damage. I did not build Dart correctly this time. That's a fact. All right, and I heal for 2. Then I'll get another one of those.
Okay, great. End of the round. I tag out. My last little intern. All right, she's ranged. And she's got some good skills, so maybe Flan will save us all. Oh dear. Okay, there we go. And fatigue immediately. Okay, and then it's Leech's turn. 3 attack, 3 defense, and his die against me. Okay, 2 damage. I can take 2 damage. All the defense for him. And then this doesn't do anything. Okay.
All right.
My turn, and I take 1 to bleed.
You're gonna run away.
It's looking real. Yeah, well, I'm definitely running away.
I'll stay where I am, so Board
Does he
will die.
attack the strongest or the weakest? Strongest. So I only need to move 1.
Yep.
And then I will roll. Okay, 3 dex. This could potentially deal damage, but only to an adjacent. So 3 attack dice it is. Yeah. All right, 3 damage. That's most of his shields down. And then I can... Oh! I played that wrong. That was really silly of me.
Oh no, what happened?
But that's fine. I had transferred the death die from any, but instead of doing that, I'm going to spend all 3 and give him poison 2.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. So, I want to use this again, so I can't roll defense dice. So I'm going to roll another whopping.
You've got this, right? Because I'm about to die.
Yeah. Look at that.
Well done.
Because it's like, if I go dangerous, there's no point in me going dangerous, because I would only be able to hit him for 1.
Yeah.
Because I can't come back and hit you, because either you would die, or he would just get that health back anyway. So...
I mean, but... I'm going to die anyways. So
yeah,
you could
but,
at least, like, damage him twice.
Yeah, but one of those damages would just go right back to him.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
I see your point.
Yep.
Fine. Be all logical about it. Okay. Are you done?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, and I use that to heal for 2.
Good, because it's fatigue.
Heal for 1. Yeah, because fatigue.
And I die. All right, I believe in you.
I don't.
It's Leech's turn. Leech attacks the raft. Is that what happens? Yes, Leech attacks the raft. 3 attack, 3 defense. Damages the raft. And cleanses himself of this poison.
All right. Well, I guess I'm probably going to want to move next to him so he doesn't keep damaging the raft. Or, no, I can wait here one more turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One more turn.
One more turn. That's it then. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll roll a defense die and an attack die.
Okay.
Look at that.
One
and
damage,
then
one defense.
Get that.
And you're gonna get your bandolier.
Yep. Get a 3. 2.
Not bad. Not bad. I'm out of that. Fatigue again.
There you go, buddy. It's all yours.
Well, he would gain it and then lose it. So now he's.
Oh, right.
Now he's equaling out on fatigue.
Okay, so he attacks the raft
He
again.
attacks the raft. 3 attack, 3 defense.
2 defense, because he's already got one.
2 defense. Okay. Puts up all the defense. And damages the
Oh
raft.
my gosh. Yeah, that's it. That's game over.
Leech is laughing at us.
Yup.
All right, your turn.
All right. I don't think... these probably weren't the best picks to go up against Leech, I wonder. Neither of us are...
these are probably the worst.
Yeah,
Gearlocs
neither
to
of
go
these
up
are
against Leech,
big,
but-
heavy hitters. Should have gone with Barnacle. All right.
Yes, we should have fought Barnacle if we wanted to win.
If we wanted to win.
But if we wanted
didn't
to
win.
have fun losing, Leech was a great pick.
Leech was a great pick. I mean, that's just hilarious. Like, you can't be mad when you lose to something that looks like that. It's just absolutely hilarious. All right, I guess I'll use Bandolier, because why not?
You might as well go down swinging.
Why not? Maybe I can get a dent in the defense before I die.
Nope.
Ooh. Ooh.
You got a bone.
Bone, should I heal?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm ready.
Okay. Fatigue.
Yep. I can't even...
Leech, no, we just lost the game.
Yeah.
Because Leech is gonna go ahead and... Wait.
No, Leech moves.
Leech can't move. But Leech also can't attack the raft.
Doesn't Leech move there?
Leech doesn't move.
I thought Leech moves when he can't attack the raft or a Gearloc.
Leech does not move on his turn.
So what happens?
Wait, if Leech cannot target a unit or the raft, he's placed... Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so he moves adjacent to you.
Yep. It's like, did we find the loophole? We just trap him in a corner? Okay.
Okay. 3 attack, 1 defense. 2 damage. All right.
Okay. Well, I'm going to use that, so I'm going to only roll
Okay.
1 attack die. What? Oh, wait, yeah. All right, real quick
remember all the
question.
defense?
Would this be more fun to lose for me dying or for the raft sinking?
You can just let the raft sink. I
All right,
mean,
I'm going to move.
it's not possible for you to win this.
No,
so.
it's not. And then I'm going to use that to heal. So my long con here is that you are dead.
Uh-huh.
Board's going to die.
Mhm.
But I'm going to be at full health so I can swim to shore and live another day. That I'm leaning into the role playing aspect.
You're going to live another way while Leech, the tyrant, takes over.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
You're so heroic.
I know. Yeah. I mean, what can I say?
All right. Fatigue would happen. And then Leech, as long as Leech rolls 1 damage on one of these 3 attack dice, the game is over. And Leech destroys the raft.
I jump off of board, and I swim ashore, and I live. Goodbye, board. Board's dead.
All right, well, that was a fun playthrough of Too Many Bones in which we didn't even come close to winning, but we had a really good time anyways.
Yeah, no, I love these characters. They're they're really hard, and they're not heavy hitters, at least for like single units. So it's like, I think,
yeah,
if we went up against Barnacle, they would have been good because dealing with like the multiple tentacles.
Yeah,
I think any of the like the kobolds probably, but oh my gosh.
We apologize for all of the rules mistakes we made throughout the game, but I mean, if you're making mistakes and you're still having fun, then you're still still on top. So
Yep.
All right, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark, and this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. Now I'm going to be talking to you in this video about one of my all-time favourite games, and as you can see in the background, it is in fact Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games, designed by Adam and Josh Carlson. Look, there is a reason that this game is ranked number 61 in the BGG top games of all time. It's because it is such a wonderful, wonderful experience. So Too Many Bones is a dice building RPG. A what? A dice building RPG, that is correct, where you will take either a single Gearloc, and these are the guys that you fight with, or multiple Gearlocs on a solo or cooperative adventure through the wonderful lands of Daylor, having journey after journey, having encounter after encounter, with the ultimate aim of battling and defeating the tyrant in one of the most unique game experiences I've ever had. So the first thing you'll notice when you open your box of Too Many Bones, and I still remember the day I got it, I was so over the moon and blown away by what I saw inside, is the unrivaled quality of the Chip Theory contents. You have these wonderful die-cut neoprene gaming mats, not only for the Gearlocs, but you also have the battle mat as well. And if you want to purchase it separately, there is also the adventure mat. You have the wonderful weighty poker chips with the print on there, be there the Gearloc poker chips, the baddie poker chips, or the tyrant poker chips. They just feel absolutely wonderful. And the dice that the game has become synonymous with. You have these heat transfer dice. That means these are really durable, hard wearing, they feel great to roll on the table, and the print will never come away from them. But it's not all about the quality, it has to be about the gameplay, and that's where Too Many Bones stands head and shoulders above its competition. You see, the thing about Too Many Bones is that each and every time you play it, you're going to have a totally unique adventure. That means it is absolutely endlessly replayable. And that is just out of the base box. In the base box, you have your 4 Gearlocs, you have a number of tyrants, and you have a number of encounter cards, and you mix and match those to create a unique adventure. However, you can then expand that. You want more Gearlocs? Hey, we can give you more Gearlocs. Here's Gilly, here's Tantrum, here's Gasket. There is more Gearlocs out there, and you want an expansion to the base game, that's absolutely fine, because we have 40 Days in Daylor, which gives you even more cards and even more baddies, and you also have Age of Tyranny, which gives you a campaign style adventure so that you can string your journey together. Rolling dice has never felt so good, and there is a reason that Too Many Bones calls itself a dice building RPG. First of all, there's the dice themselves. There are 130 unique dice in the base game alone. Then there are the attack dice and the defense dice. That means that each of your Gearlocs, which have an asymmetrical mat, can be powered up differently in each different game. You can mix and match your Gearlocs to create these winning combinations. You can take on tyrants that are different. You can have different baddies in there. No two games play the same, and the RPG bit absolutely kicks in when we're talking about how you power up each individual Gearloc. So we've talked about the dice. The RPG element is huge in this game. So here we go. Here's the map for Boomer. And when you start, you'll have some fairly basic kind of statistics and abilities on there. But every time you complete an encounter, you may get the opportunity to get some training points. And when you get training points, you can potentially increase Boomer's stats. And you will, each character and each Gearloc will get one of these wonderful sheets which tells you what each die does. Maybe you want to give a Boomer some buff HP, so you want to give her some additional HP and some strength there, then maybe you want to assign that die to her. Or maybe you want to increase her grenade throwing ability, so you pick that die, and each time you have an encounter you can choose new die if you get training points, increase the abilities on your Gearloc, and have a truly unique experience as you battle the big bad tyrant. And the end of the game comes when you battle a tyrant, and of tyrants there are many, and each expansion brings a new set of tyrants for you. You will battle the tyrant. They have their unique fighting abilities, they have their unique dice, and you will win the game if you beat the big bad tyrant, and it is just a wonderful, wonderful journey to go on. I think it goes without saying that I absolutely love Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. For me, it just offers an unrivaled sense of fun, of adventure. It looks great on the table. It's very tactile as you're moving the poker chips around the neoprene mats. It's endlessly replayable, and that's just outside. That's just with the base box. You know, there are the other Gearlocs that you can buy. There is 40 Days in Daylore. There is the Age of Tyranny campaign, and there are also other expansions as well. So there is the Too Many Bones Undertow, which is a separate standalone game, which I'll be talking about in another video. And there's the recently released Too Many Bones Splice and Dice, which totally alters the base game of Too Many Bones, and I'll speak about that in another video. So that is my kind of overview on Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. It's a wonderful, wonderful, unique, fascinating, fantastic, tactile, tactical, strategical adventure that is unlike any other game out there. So thank you for joining me on this journey through Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. My name's Mark. I'm from Not Board Gaming. Please remember to like and subscribe to the channel for more great content. Enjoy the rest of GenCon, and until next time, bye-bye.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Do you have a mountain of games and sometimes struggle deciding which one to play? Do you feel left out of the decision-making process? Or like your suggestions are tossed aside by more assertive gamers before they're given proper consideration, leaving you hurt, confused, even upset? Every time your game group tries to pick a game, are you tired of the negative energy, the bickering, the frustrating loss of your extremities? Ouch, that'll leave a mark. Well, shrug off the severed arm and turn that frown upside down, Dave. Introducing Game to Pick a Game, the game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play game. Game to Pick a Game by Chip Theory Games is a 5-minute action-packed voting and bidding system layered with characters and skills. You'll need planning and ingenuity if you want to see your nomination win. This amalgamation of game styles and genres will have you using social deduction and wit to thwart your component's strategies while protecting your own. The game takes place over multiple rounds, beginning with a game nomination. Then each player will place a voting chip on their own or another's nomination. The face-down side is the one that counts in the end, but the face-up side determines turn order for the next round. Each character comes with 3 identical voting chips. However, they also have a unique skill that, when used at the right time, can reveal, conceal, or alter votes on the table. Do you fight tooth and nail for your own nomination? Or just focus on the game you know you don't want to play? As play continues, more and more of the common votes have been played, which, in turn, starts to reveal people's strategies. How and when you play your chips makes all the difference. You'll be quite impressed with the amount of strategy hidden under the cover of this beautiful game. But don't take our word for it. Just listen to what some of our paid employees have to say.
Wow! This game is easy to play, but it will take my whole lifetime to master. Thanks, Chip Theory.
Horse apples. My game didn't win, but at least I had a fair shot.
Gee, Gaz! Never before has it been so easy to pick a game to play when we wanted to play a game, but we didn't know what game to pick.
Your time is precious. So is your body. And no one should ever have to feel hurt, confused, or upset on game night. When your games feel like they're playing you, it's time for a quick round of a game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play. Game to Pick a Game. Game to Pick a Game, the only game you'll always play on game night. Limited time only, batteries not included or necessary. Chip Theory Games is not responsible for any game resulting in the play of apples to apples. No limbs were lost in the making of this advertisement. All depictions of gore or violence were achieved through the magic of special effects. Do not ingest Game to Pick a Game. Pledge now.
Everybody, welcome. Most of you probably saw the teaser graphic come up, but if you head over to chiptheorygames.com/burn cycle, you can see what we have to say about our upcoming game for this fall, launching on November 10th, originally scheduled for November 3rd, but that's election day, and that's not a great plan. So, November 10th, Burn Cycle will be live on Kickstarter, the next new IP and big box title from Chip Theory Games. So, welcome everybody. I'm Josh Welgus. You may know me as Gilly. I'm here in separate offices, properly socially distanced, with Josh Carlson there in the middle, lead designer on this project, and Andrew Navarro, our studio director, to talk about this upcoming game. Yeah. So I'll let these guys say hi, and then I think we'll kind of let Andrew Navarro. Andrew, you can jump into just a little bit about the theme and the art development and kind of what's been going on behind the scenes with this title.
Cool. Well, hello everybody. Do you want to say hi first, Josh?
No, it's all good.
All right. So Burn Cycle is the new game we're going to be bringing to Kickstarter in November. This is something that we've been working on for, like, Josh has been working on this for quite a while. So I was brought on board earlier this year and started talking about it more, trying to bring it to life. And so I'm excited to talk about the lore, which is one of the most fun things for me about this project so far, and a little bit about the art style and how we landed on the promo image that you're seeing on the website. Hopefully, you can check it out. I don't know if you're even listening to me right now. You might be reading that page. So I'll start with the premise, with the lore. So this game takes place in the future, in the far future. It has some cyberpunk overtones to it, for sure. It takes place in a world where, say about a few hundred years from now, human beings create sentient AI, and then shortly thereafter, humans go extinct. And then there's a blissful 500-year period on Earth where there are no humans and there's only robots and nature, and they clean up the Earth, make it habitable again, and then they have the bright idea to bring humans back to life. So they do. This game is set 200 years after that event. So the robots have brought humans back, and the humans, in their great wisdom, have retaken the Earth from the robots, and in their gratitude for the robots bringing them back into existence, have oppressed the robots and are making their lives generally miserable. So in this game, which Josh will get into more when he talks more about the gameplay, you'll be taking on the role of robots working against what amount to monolithic, ethically dubious corporations and their leaders, and essentially fighting for your freedom as a people, as a robot people, against your evil human oppressors. So I think that's a pretty fun premise. Ryan Howard is the lead on the lore for it, and I was talking to him a lot this afternoon. We're still throwing around a lot of ideas about the world and how deep we want to go with the detail and the nuance. But personally, I'm really excited about it. I think it's a fun twist on a pretty well-worn genre, the kind of the future cyberpunk big corporation genre. So I'm really excited about that. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that, Josh, before I move on talking about the art?
Only thing would just be kind of the original vision of it was inspired by all of these kind of dramatic, like sci-fi, retro sci-fi visuals of like a giant robot standing and like a human cowering behind something, and the whole idea of that was just really compelling. I just wanted to flip the script on it and see if we could pull that off. So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, cool. Well, so, like, you queued it up perfectly, because the first image that I'd like to bring up, Heather, if you could bring that up, is the is some of the inspiration behind it, and that image is present there, where you can. So this slick collection of images is really the art. We looked at a lot of like really awesome kind of pulpy sci-fi artwork that Josh was pulling up and was really inspired by, and there's some really cool, some really wild stuff. This is definitely not the wildest group of artwork that we looked at, but these are the art pieces that really informed the promo image that you see on the website.
And I think the one that's showing right now is actually our first comps.
Oh, okay.
So. Yeah. I'm just seeing it now. There's a bit of a delay, so
I see.
But there's another one that is like the art that you're referencing. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe we can get to it. But there's that piece that Josh was talking about there of the human cowering with this giant robot at the threshold of this cave. Was really I think that's really that key piece of art, and what I pulled away from that as from art direction standpoint was that stark contrast there between like that vibrant color and a lot of those deep blacks, and pulled a lot of that into the promo image, and then we were looking at robots too. Like a big thing that we talked about was trying to make. Since you'd be playing the robots against humans, it was very important for us for the robots to feel like you could relate to them, like they're actual, like maybe more human than the humans themselves. So we were kind of looking at different robots designs and stuff, and then that crazy walker with the guy in the bubble, which is pretty awesome. And then the last piece that kind of pulled it all together was a more modern piece, which is this piece of this astronaut here, which is kind of like this heavy ink look. With like a really vibrant color underneath, with a little more variety in it. It's very reminiscent of a lot of artwork that I see out in Eastern Europe, Eastern European illustrators, in the Witcher 3 video game, and those the loading screens. It's a very similar style to that. So after that, I put together some rough compositions and then throw them to Josh. So Heather, if you could bring those up, maybe those are the ones that you guys saw already. With the robot cowering on the left there, and then I had an idea of doing like maybe just a CD burner kind of thing, and then another one that was trying to really try to put the robots in like a very vulnerable position. And I think interestingly, I think all these things kind of combined into the final, so that after some conversation, the next piece that you'll see is like the final comp that I put together to give to Anthony as a jumping off point for his artwork. So you can see kind of how all of them came together. One robot became two robots kind of hanging out underneath a giant server stack with a very ominous mech there looming over them. And then it went to Anthony. So and I think it's worth mentioning that like as we were talking about this, I think a lot of what I was thinking is like maybe we could maybe work with a different artist for this. But then we're like, well, let's just see if see if he gets inspired by it, see what he does. And he was amazing. Yeah. So we went back and forth a lot. These are just a couple images. We probably had maybe like 4 or 5 total like back and forths where he'd submit some stuff, we'd move some things around. So you can kind of see a little bit of the evolution from the robots to being more simple, very very plain, and a robot on a laptop, which Josh was like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So so you see on the next image how we moved the screen to the robot's arm, put a lot more detail into the robots, made them more a lot more straight lines and planes, making them look more like they're made out of metal and pressed steel, and brought more detail into the mech itself. And then the final image with the final logo that you can see there. So Melanie put together that logo. I think it looks fantastic. And that was the one thing that came from that CD and that burning CD image was this kind of off-register effect that I wanted for that logo, and I think that turned out pretty nice. Oh, really nice, actually, pretty nice. It was too soft. But so this is the final image. I really personally I'm really pleased with it. I hope that you guys like it, and I was really blown away by Anthony's versatility because this is really unlike anything that I've seen him do, and the fact that he was very gung ho about it and very receptive to it and inspired by it, I think was really exciting to be a part of that process. So. So that's the crash course in the lore and in the look of the game. We'll see how that look translates to the game itself, but I'm excited to see it through.
That's fantastic.
That's what I got.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it to you for a second, just so everybody's aware. I think my headset the battery's about to run out on it, so I'm gonna really quick look for a USB adapter for it so that I can charge it. But JC, if you want to start talking about kind of just the overview of the gameplay for Burn Cycle, and I'm gonna grab a charger quick.
Yeah, that sounds good. Just starting out here, I just want to cover, this is a Q&A, like we will open it up for some questions near the end, but we wanted to kind of plow through a bunch of aspects because a lot of the questions that probably will come in, we might end up answering. So I just wanted to cover some of the inspiration and some of the mechanics behind Burn Cycle, and we're working with some really old components. I think we mentioned that earlier. We're still waiting on prototypes. This is not a how to play Burn Cycle by any means. I just wanted to touch on a little bit higher level, based on the time that we have, the mechanics that we're toying with, working through, testing, all of that. So again, this is a game that is co-op, so you're playing a robot or multiple robots, which we'll get into. And you're trying to get into one of these corporations. There's going to be 4 corporations currently that we're working through, and you're getting in, and then you're getting to an exit. And so part of the game is getting in and getting to the place where you're trying to go based on a drawn objective, but then a lot of the game is actually about getting out as well. So it gets kind of interesting in that way. The first thing I wanted to address was the mat. So this is going to be what we're working through right now, and what we're trying to see how well it plays is a large neoprene mat that kind of serves as the corporation, but it's a nameless corporation at this point. And so before I flip this over, imagine a big outline of a building, and you might see a street corner on two sides, but then it's literally just like blue carpet or whatever. It's the office floor. It could be any color, I guess, but it's on a grid. A square grid, and then you're taking bits of neoprene that symbolize each of the rooms, and you're setting those in various places on that neoprene, and that's actually making the building that floor of the building. And so the void, the spaces that end up being the void of what you've placed are the halls. So this is all printed on here right now, but the whole idea is that you'd have pieces of neoprene that are being laid down, and those are covering up, starting to cover up the blue carpet, and after you get enough of them, you've got an entire building layout with all sorts of different rooms, and the halls again are the voids created, and so those are where a lot of the action is going to take place, especially for the guards. And so each corporation is going to have a different layout. The corporation is going to have a set of floors, and you're kind of trying to progress through that corporation. A little bit on more on just some generals with this. Definitely solo. Definitely there's co-op up to 4 currently. We'll be testing like 2v2 strike teams as well. That might be a little bit of a co-op competitive feel to it. But right now we're wanting to make sure that we've got the solo and co-op locked down pretty good. We've got campaign built in is the idea, and it would be based on the corporation that you're facing. As far as like the depth level of this game that we're going for, I would say it's lighter than Bones in terms of like the understanding of each bot, how they work, how they function, but like equally challenging in terms of the strategy to complete and successfully win the game. And there's a major replayability component that I'll get into here. But this is a new kind of game for us because the object isn't like, you're not necessarily dealing with health. It's a lot more about like combat as a last resort. So you're literally trying to sneak into this building, break in, unlocking doors, hiding out in offices, letting guards pass, creating distractions for guards to go check out so that you can get the rest of your team navigated through this floor into the rooms that they're trying to get into, server rooms and all sorts of things. And like the strategy comes from how you manipulate those rooms and how you manipulate the guard routes accordingly. And so there's everything from terminals that you're hacking into that would either allow you to unlock doors or actually spy on like the intercom system or spy on with the security system, different rooms to show your team if there's guards or if there's a loot crate or some type of an equipment crate or other terminals that you can access. And every room has those terminals, or most rooms have terminals that you can access, but once you've accessed them, the corporation is basically ever evolving, learning, identifying the access that you just made to the system and shutting it down. So there's limited opportunities to get information or modify the level, and therefore you have to use those sparingly and at the right times. But but yeah, the objectives that you have are also changing. You have a floor objective, and then you have the overall objective, which I think Josh will get into a little bit. But I wanted it to be something where the corporation and the CEO or the boss that you're ending up going up against were kind of one and the same. They're connected. And so for the example, we have Grimace here, but then that corporation hires a security detail, and that detail is drawn at random. So you may go up against a building or a corporation that's known for it increases its threat level way faster than the other corporations. But then the security detail that you drew is Crucible and his security forces, and they have their own personalities as well. So the two of those combining make for a really interesting scenario that's very replayable, even though you're going through kind of a campaign mode, or that's one of the ways to play it. So that's kind of something we're really excited about. We're figuring out. The guards themselves are chip based. They have routes, and those routes are specific to that type of guard. So some guards are going to go on a specific path and then turn around and return. Some guards will roll a die at every single open hallway, and you don't know where they're going to go. They might turn around and go back the other way. They might take a left, keep going forward. There's others that are made to just stay stationed outside a door, and the only way they're going to leave their post is if they hear an alarm triggered elsewhere, and so you're literally kind of luring them away from their post, and so another part of your team can get in. But let's so that just touches on the guards, the rooms, some of the things that we're trying to do with this. Again, it's stacking here. The rooms are sitting on top of the base layer of neoprene, and so it becomes kind of 3D very quickly. We have crates that go in the rooms and that reveal potential equipment. Those are another 3D aspect that we're toying with. And then we'll likely bring in the bots themselves, which will be starting outside the building in different points. Right now we're working with and just seeing chips versus some type of a mini for the heroes themselves. But you're working together. So each bot, at least in this iteration, each bot brings very specific skills. I'd equate it to more complex than like a Hoplo unit, but way less complex than like a Gearloc. What's interesting about these robots is that if this bot brings a specific primary skill that is toss, for instance, that toss, depending on the campaign, might allow a bot to throw a detonator to a teammate, or roll a smoke grenade down the hall, or toss a key card to under a door or something like that. And so toss in and of itself becomes varied in the ways you intend to use it from scenario to scenario. Probably even more important than their primary and secondary skills, these bots are bringing specific actions to the team. So this ties in a little bit with the theme. The idea would be that the humans have basically tried to oppress the robots and put bookends on what they can do. And so every robot is bringing 3 different types of actions: a physical, tactical, utility, and then I guess there's specials as well. But and they have certain amounts of those that they're bringing to the team, and those are right now controlled by chips, or specified by chips. But then your teammate, if they're bringing their bot to the table, they are contributing a set of actions as well. And then you'll have a community bot, which is controlled by any one player. So any player that's on their turn, they can move their own bot, or they can move the community bot. And that gives you a little bit more versatility. If this person, if you really don't want to move your robot and you want to hack a terminal instead, but you have a bunch of physical actions, you don't want those to go to waste. So then you can control the community bot and move that along a path. instead of this one, and use your utility or your tactical actions for this robot. So again, it's splitting up those actions appropriately. Your turns and the guards' turns are all intertwined, and so you have to be careful with when you're moving your robots and how you're moving them, how exposed you're leaving them, kind of figuring the guards' routes and when their turns are going to happen. I'll just jump to a couple other things here. The bots' character mats are much more simplified than the idea of bones, but each robot will have their own character mat where they're increasing some of their basic skills. The idea I think we're toying with right now is that we have a primary and secondary skill for each robot, and then a programmable skill that can potentially be unlocked during a game or chosen through progression within the floor. There's a lot more here, but I'm going to throw it over to Josh to talk a little bit more about like game progression and where that comes into play. If you have your headphones worked out.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Can you
Yes.
guys hear me?
Yep.
All right.
Those look good on you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so special shout out to Shannon for letting me borrow her wired headset real quick. I tried plugging my wireless one in, and it completely dropped my Bluetooth connection, so that was exciting. Anyway, let's talk about progression in this game and a few of the things that make it unique. So one of those things is that, as Josh mentioned, you're progressing through a building. So there's going to be multiple floors of this building, and not only are you completing objectives on each floor, but then you need to make your way to the exit, and it's not really an exit, it's actually like a staircase to the next floor. And as you progress through the building, your threat is going to continue to grow, the types of enemies you're going to encounter are going to change, the room layout is going to change, etc., etc. So and one of the things that is really cool, I think, about this game, and that we mentioned on the landing page a little bit, is that you're not just being pursued through the building in physical space. You are also being pursued by the we're calling them CEOs for now, but think of a tyrant. Think of how a tyrant flavors a game of Too Many Bones, right? So you have specific special encounters that are going to get shuffled into your deck that might affect the final battle. They might just be thematic in terms of the types of things that tyrant can do, the types of baddies that they normally can bring to the table. Well, these CEO bosses are much the same, in that they're going to be trying to lock you down on the network, as well as have their physical guards lock you down in physical space inside the building. So, and the way that they're going to do that is different for every boss, for every CEO. So those types of things, they're going to be tracking you. They're going to be, modifying the types of actions you're able to take with certain characters. They might be limiting your movement. They might be limiting your access to certain, whether it be the security cameras or whether it be the defense mechanisms that the building has, et cetera, et cetera. So there's this kind of cat and mouse chase both in physical space and in digital space. And I can't say too much more about that right now because we're testing a bunch of different methods for how that might look. But it's this dual threat. And the other thing that does is, you may be, the bots that you bring with you as a player, they might be really, really tailored to helping your team in the digital space, or they might be really tailored to helping your team in the physical space. And there's a really interesting dynamic between trying to keep the right bots in the right place. You don't want the bot who's really good at operating on the network and operating the security cameras to be going up against a heavily armored, human mech suit. Instead, you want to have them very, very much in the shadows with quick access to terminals and things along those lines. And throughout the entire game, then, you are managing what we're calling the threat level. And with every single action that you take, the threat level is going to be increasing throughout the game. But other things may increase your threat level faster.
And for example, if you're engaged with a guard or the security system or what have you, when your turn begins, your threat level is going to increase by 2 instead of 1. If you're spotted, your threat level is going to go up an additional 2 points. If an alarm is triggered, if another guard spots an unconscious guard that you forgot to drag away and put away, your threat level is going to constantly increase. So those types of things are going to dramatically change how the scenario is playing out, both in terms of how much they can track you down and attack you, how much they can lock down your programming actions, what types of things you can do on the network, etc., etc., etc. But once you've accomplished your goal in a given floor, then you're trying to go up to the next floor, and then the state of the network, because really the CEO is the one that's kind of trying to track you on the network. The state of that network, when you get all the way to the top of that building, is going to affect how difficult your final encounter with that CEO is. So you might be a pro at managing everything in the physical space. You may be a tactics master when it comes to avoiding the guards and grabbing the intel that you need and finding the key cards and opening the doors and shutting everything down. But if you are a hack at hacking, get it? Sorry, dad jokes. But if you're terrible at managing your network and you're terrible at managing, everything that's going on in the digital space, you may find yourself in a very, very precarious position when you make it all the way to the top and fight that final battle or have that final encounter, so to speak. So, and so Josh also mentioned, so we're looking at a modular board right now, not like Cloudspire with it all interlocking together, but we're looking at a one big mat, on the table that kind of serves as a blank slate of hallways. And then the modularity in the game is going to come from these rooms that you overlay on top of that bigger mat. And what that's going to do is it's just going to create different building layouts. So, your security room may go in different places on every floor with different layouts. And then the space in between becomes your hallways. And those hallways are what, the guards and you will be navigating and sneaking in and out of and trying to hide through. So I think that's kind of the basics of what I was going to cover.
Yeah, that's a good overview. I think the only other thing I'll mention when you get to the final encounter is the story is going to be setting this up that the leaders of these corporations are like literally plugged in to the building itself, and so it's not so much a battle of health as it is a battle of like disconnecting that leader from its equipment, its the building and whatnot. So as you're able to kind of unplug him literally, him or her, we want that to be like the success, the key to success of winning that. And so that could be from a number of different things. That could be getting to specific terminals in that final space, and it could potentially rely just as much on your hacking as on your ability to navigate physically around the space and do what you need to do. So again, I think we want it to be something where even when you're playing a campaign, it's a completely different game each time, because again, the surveillance that the rooms provide, like you don't know what is in a room in any given game until you roll the die that exposes what's in that room. So it might be an NPC, it might be a crate of equipment, it might be a guard or multiple guards that are all in that room for some reason. So the hacking that surveillance is really important, but again, by doing that, you might literally be giving up the ability to unlock a door that your teammate needs to go through, or like hacking the comms to pull someone away from a post. All of those things are, or from just sheer gaining XP through a terminal access that'll allow your bot to tap into his secondary skill or their learnable skill. So lots of options, lots of different tactics to come at the same the same objective or fulfilling that same objective, and yeah, ultimately you're trying to get through all of these rooms. And as the threat level rises, it's bringing more and more guards to the table. So your threat is basically a timer for the game, and if you let it climb too fast, you're gonna get overwhelmed, and you're basically gonna lose from just that. But there's ways to lower threat, and that also happens through terminals and through other ways in the game. So the threat meter is kind of that overall thing that's following you throughout the game, and it's setting up the basis for the next floor. And that's another thing that I'll just mention is, at least right now, we're trying to make it so that one game could be played on a single floor, and that would be a nice contained session that gets you to the exit or the stairway. And then if you want to go for a longer session, you could go and play the next floor. But over the course of three floors, it would take you to the top. We're experimenting with game lengths right now. We want to see how that feels before we commit to anything specifically. But that's one of the things we're looking at, is that there's enough to do on a single floor to fill an hour's worth of time. So like we're looking at how we want to do we want to pack that so that you get to the top in one session. I think that would be really good. But then we don't want every floor to feel too light. So we're figuring all that out, and that's why we're hesitating on saying too much at this point. But that progression feels really cool, because then you just clear that floor, you set up the next one, and it's always you're trying to reach the top. So I think let's hit some questions. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, absolutely. So I will mention I don't have the director's notes doc. I don't have access on my computer, so I'm going to rely on you actually to read the questions. But
sounds good.
Yeah, I'll also say, if you're noticing a theme again, this all of our games have been, not all of them, but most of our big box games have been really, really combat focused, and really what we're trying to do in this game is lean away from that a little bit and try something different. So this is very, very unique in terms of what we have done with genres. So let's start hitting some questions.
It reminds me of my references are always video games. Shows you like where I came from, but like an old game called Thief, where it was just as if not more important to like take care of the people that you knocked unconscious and like bring them into a dark alley or whatnot, and like you're as it was to incapacitate that specific guard or whatnot. So that the same is true here. Like if you manage to knock out a guard, and then you take off and you get to the exit with the rest of your team, that guard, because he's left in the open, is going to negatively affect your threat. Like it's going to increase your threat. So not taking the time to like deal with and hide and cover up your tracks will affect the game. It's just a kind of a neat.
And I think too that like something that we've also like talked about is like it's not that you're 100% really trying to avoid conflict necessarily, but it's a little bit more interesting and nuanced, and it's almost more mousetrappy, where you're you're trying to lure guards into specific situations where you could take advantage of their vulnerability, as opposed to just going up and like bonking them on the head with a crowbar or something.
It's true. Like the longer you're engaged with guards, the faster your threat is climbing. So it's better if you can avoid them, but there will be times where you'll have conflict, and that's fine too. It's just you have to pick and choose those moments really carefully. Yeah. So, first question is does this game fit into a specific genre of gameplay? Do either of you have any specific gameplay that you would like genre that you would draw from for this?
Is cooperative a genre?
I mean, well, that's that seemed really broad, but yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a pirate game, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Those we've always wanted to make a pirate
I don't know. I mean, I think as I look at it, it definitely has inspiration from stealth elements. I'm seeing in Discord, lots of people posting, people in cardboard boxes from Metal Gear Solid and that kind of thing. I definitely was a huge original Metal Gear Solid fan growing up, and I was joking with my brother earlier today that I was going to hide all sorts of really obscure dialogue references from Metal Gear Solid in this game. I'm not actually going to do that, but I have a shirt that says "A Hind D." What's the Russian gunship doing here? Whatever. Anyway, I think it heavily informed by stealth, but it's still very much a squad tactics game. I mean, and that's really Josh Carlson. That's your bread and butter. Right, I mean, that's what you love. That's it's still squad tactics. It's just the tactics you're using aren't necessarily to shoot and kill and hack off guys' arms and whatever. Like in a gladiator arena, it's a different way to do it.
Yep. Okay. Next one. Will the robots have beards? that's asked by Anthony. Thank you, Anthony, for that.
I see no reason why we can't make that happen.
Okay, let's see. I don't know if some of these I feel like some of these questions are just trolling.
That doesn't sound like our community.
So I do know that we didn't have that collage of the inspiration images during my segment.
We have that now.
We could pull that up and show that if you wanted, so people could actually see kind of the a little bit of the craziness that we were looking at as we're thinking about the look of the game. So this is what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about the robot walker guy in the weird bubble, and then like the really the big important image was that robot at the threshold of the cave with the human, and then the idea that we're switching those roles, and that was really the thing that was that kind of got Josh's imagination going, and I thought was really cool. But you can see like the amalgamation of these images, I think, like leading toward the piece that Anthony did. We will continue to experiment with this as we create the visuals for the game. But I think you kind of looking unlike anything that we've done before.
Another good question: does the game have heist elements? The stuff that I'm working through right now with that would be in campaign mode. There would be more like the difference between just playing something through where you're trying to get to the top and take out the corporation versus a campaign would be where you're unlocking aid along the way. So there's likely going to be bots that you need to free or not. But in order to get through the game, it's going to be better if you do. And like those types of elements, breaking in and getting those bots onto your team would be an element to the campaign mode. And then like certainly you're stealing information, you're trying to undermine the network's ability to do what it's doing, and so you're bringing information from one point to another, or you're installing some type of a virus into the servers, and so lots of different aspects to that. But like heist specifically, stealing information or like freeing someone that's captured. That's where my mind goes when I think of that. Complexity rating compared to Cloudspire. I will say at this point, I think it seems much. There's not quite as much stat tracking right off the bat when I'm looking and playing through this as there is in Cloudspire. So I would say it's a fair amount less complex from that regard. I think overall strategy, though, there's still a lot that you need to factor in when you're trying to choose which actions to do at which times, and how that's going to overall accomplish the goals that you have. So the challenge, I think, is there and is up to par with Cloudspire, but at a lot less complex level, probably is the way I would answer that right now. Line of sight. So there's a couple things there. The guards have a certain amount of stats, and they have a kind of an awareness stat. They have a speed, and then there's a couple other smaller stats along with their route. But the main three are their route and their awareness. The awareness is basically serves as sight, but also like it's your audible awareness as well. So if a sound is made or an alarm is tripped intentionally or unintentionally within that range, and they don't have some type of specific skill that keeps them in place, there's certain guards that even if their route is like stationary, they don't actually have a route. If they hear something, they'll follow it. Others, or they'll investigate. Others literally won't. That is a guard you have to somehow deal with in a different way. But yeah, that awareness stat is kind of covering both sound and sight range right now.
So now is that
yeah, go ahead.
is that counted out on squares, or we're not
Yes,
worrying about
yes,
like
it is.
measuring
It's
corner
counted.
to corner or something like that?
Correct. Nope, it's handled by squares. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah. So will there be minis? What will they be like? So I mean, I think we're not quite far enough to answer that definitively. We're starting with chips representing the bots and the guards. Right now, we're actually working with a smaller size chip than your standard poker chip. Not much smaller, but it's something we are looking at, and that's just to allow enough to happen within this space without the actual board getting unruly. But I mean, we've toyed with. Josh is going to give me. We've toyed with magnets going on the base of a mini, and then potentially like that combining with the chip. So it would. The mini would go on over the chip. It would snap to the bottom, and you could reference the couple stats that you have on it, but then move it freely around. It would likely be an add-on. I don't know that we'll package those with the game. It depends on how ambitious the mini option gets. Right now, that's undecided at this point.
I think that sounds cool.
It does sound cool.
We're not. I will say just because I've seen a few things in Discord, just like people being like, "No, not minis. No, not a minis game." Blah blah. We're not interested in making a minis game. Chip Theory is not a minis company. That doesn't mean we won't do minis for games on occasion, because we do have plenty of fans who. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, nobody needs to like panic that we are suddenly that like the Cloudspire Spire minis were some like great. Precursor to us turning into mini theory games or anything. So.
No, that's definitely not the case. Chips are kind of first and foremost in what we consider and what we use, and then if a mini somehow made it even more inviting or just lended itself to certain people and what their tastes are, we would consider it. So. Will character stats carry from one game or from game to game in campaign mode? That isn't determined yet. I think the simplicity of the bot is such that the advancements that you make within a certain corporation progression are small enough that I would say I'm leaning toward them not carrying to the next corporation. We want that to be. Because we want you to be building your team, and also your skill composition for the corporation that you're up against. So I don't want those avenues that you take to already be defined for the next corporation that you're facing. So likely you'll want to kind of like start fresh again, and so there will be other ways that we link these. Compelling ways that we link them together within the campaign. It will be primarily with story, and then also like what bots you have access to, and when those bots maybe become captured or unavailable for a time. And so like from those ways, I think is what I'm leaning towards right now versus like stat carry forward. Let's see, how many CEO corporations do you anticipate the game will have? Again, loosely, I'm working with 4 different corporations. We've teased those online. We have, I think we have like 9 that we've been just vetting and seeing which is the most compelling. And so we're trying a lot of things, but right now we're working with 4. And again, I think after 4, I think if we roll something else out, we would want the opportunity to change up the rooms a bit, because the rooms, there will be, not every floor is going to use every room, so we want this to be an ever, visually we want this to look different as you progress through. And so certain floors will have a giant conference area, and others will have a lot of small offices. Maybe another room or another level will be a fairly open warehouse or whatnot. So like lots of different things there. But after 4 corporations worth, I think we're going to have used these rooms plenty, and we're going to want to have some change up there. So I don't want to add too many different corporations with this set of neoprene. Yeah, I mean that kind of leads into the next question. Like, is this roguelike? No, right now, no.
There's nothing stopping you from playing that way, I think, if you wanted
it's true.
to punish yourself.
And that's where I was going to go with it. Like, the campaign mode, you'd have your set floor, and those rooms would be set. You'd see where they go, you place them. What goes into those rooms is very roguelike, I guess. So if that's, I don't know if that's fair to say that, but like that is ever changing. It's new every game.
The procedural generation portion of it.
Yes, correct. However, if you were to play a one-off, that is something we would want to provide, where you could literally mix these rooms up and place them out in a certain way that we define for you, and it could be a brand new game every time. That's something we'll definitely look at. If that was, if there was a way to seamlessly work that in, I think that's a real compelling option to consider. So. What are we trying to accomplish in that building? So the building has, again, a drawn objective for each floor, and that's something as basic as hack a server or upload a piece of information to the server, go and disable a very specific NPC, or place some piece of evidence in this location, and then you're getting to that stairwell. So that is a different objective every time. Right now, those are drawn objectives, but in the campaign mode, we might have a little bit more to say in how specific that objective is. It might literally be a set objective, but that objective is still needs to be, like, the room has to be discovered, or you have to find the person that you're looking for on that floor, and you just don't know where they are yet. So you have to tap into the surveillance, and you have to locate them, and that could change with every game, even in campaign mode. But the ultimate goal is to take out the boss at the top and to basically disable them. Let's see. We have a scenario book like Cloudspire. Will there be art and lore? I mean, that's stuff that we are always we love that kind of stuff. So
yeah. I was just chatting with Ryan about that this afternoon. Like, how deep we want, because we were talking. Again, I mentioned at the top, but I'm so intrigued by the story of this setting.
Yeah.
That it raises so many interesting questions in my mind about this world and how the robots came to the decision to bring humanity back, and how do they feel about it now, and it all depends on how nuanced we want to get, but I think there's definitely a lot of meat on that bone that we could, if it worked out, I'd love to do one of those books.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of questions coming in. I think I'm going to just try to get a couple more answered before we transition. Let's see, are there lost conditions? The biggest one there is your threat level overwhelming you. Like, if all of your bots are captured, there's literally no way for you to escape, and that's when you would lose the game. So you're going to, like, if a certain party member is captured, there will be decisions that you have to make versus, like, how do you boost them? How do you get them back into the team, free them from wherever they've been taken, and then, or do you let them be captured, and you then assume basically the role of the community bot, and if that gets captured, then that cues up a lost condition as well. So we're still working through like how penalizing we want it to be for you to literally lose one of your bots. But that's still in flux because we're still trying out the different combinations of how many bots we want on this floor working against the guards. Like, we don't want this to get too convoluted, and so the 3-person, 4-person games where you're each controlling one right now is if it's a 4-person co-op, you're playing with 5 bots. And so you have one bot that's being controlled by everybody, and then you have one of your own. And then that allows us to transition fairly easily to a solo game where you're controlling 2 bots. So lost conditions would be related to threat currently. Is this a story-driven campaign? Yes, like we're working with Ryan on that. Definitely story-driven in each floor. The answer is yes. As far as like within the game, not like Bones, where you're flipping over a card, you're reading an encounter, and then interacting in some way. Terminals, you're going to be faced with choices, and certain terminals give you access to certain things, and that is always a choice there. Like what thing are you going to hack? You only have a certain amount of time. Do you try to hit surveillance, or do you go ahead and use this opportunity to tap into the comms? So like there will be different things with each terminal, but there won't be a story attached to that. So the story comes both before and after, and in the transition between floors and between buildings. Let's see. Oh,
pretty good question at the end of the doc, Josh. I don't know if we feel like we can answer that one.
Yeah. Estimated price point, is that the one?
That's the one, yeah. Well, if we're almost out of time, that might be something we might
I need to make this the last question. There's so many here. We'll try to hit some of these maybe in chat too, but estimated price point, like right now, I'm so tentative on answering that just because of how Trove went.
Right.
And I like thinking of like the sky's the limit, but certainly we're trying for under $100 for this thing. So like that is where we would like to go with it, depending on how much neoprene we fit into this thing, and like if we start adding to it, the chests that reveal dice and whatnot for equipment and whatnot. We'll see, but I think right now that's where we're shooting for is under 100, and I'm not going to say how much under, but yeah, that's
one penny.
That's 1 penny under $100. I mean, I know that this is like such a rudimentary example. We don't have a lot of art. We don't have a lot to show, other than what we're just talking about. But that's going to come quick, and as now that Trove is wrapped up, and now that Cloudspire is nearly wrapped up, this is kind of becoming more and more people's main focus. So I hope everyone is excited to see what we come up with and what we are able to complete before the Kickstarter in November. So thanks everyone for joining us. I'm going to throw it back, and we'll get into the next segment, which is, I think, story time. So
we're gonna head to story time.
You have to go and get in your chair.
I have to go get in my chair.
And I'll just say, a lot of people are saying, I want more details on this, I want more details on this, I want more details on this. This game is still in development, and remember that even when we throw things on Kickstarter, they are still in development as well. So hang tight, more details are coming, but we wanted to whet your palate, let you know the theme, let you know the vibe. There's going to be a lot better details coming soon. So thanks for joining us. We'll hop into chat and answer a few things if we can. But stay tuned for Gearloc Storytime, and have a great night, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Papa, where'd the other islands come from?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer. They've always been out there, Mick. 9 other big islands besides ours and Ankar, and most of them, maybe all of them, inhabited. I'm sure those races won't do the same thing.
Kids are saying there's a problem with the source.
That could be. You know how the source works, right?
That's what makes our machines go, right?
Yeah, but it's more than that. All the islands get their source from underground, usually by clearing dangerous areas and tapping into pockets that are close to the surface. The source has a power in it that makes things work. Our machines, our homes, it even keeps our islands in the sky. It's precious, it's necessary to our survival, and if it ever ran out, many would go to war over it. But now, some think we're using so much source that it's throwing the islands off balance. That may be why our island has collided with these other 3.
Those other islands, will they take our source?
Some want to. The heirs, the bird-like people, they think that their ability to fly gives them the right to rule over Ankar. The Narora, they worship the source. They want to be a part of it. And then there's the grove tenders, caretakers of the source. They seem harmless, but we may come to blows with them too.
Will we win?
Don't fear, my son. We Brahmin are a mighty race. Our fortress is strong, able to thwart many enemies. I already have orders to engage the other islands in combat.
Will you beat her?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer.
Welcome back to part 2 of the reading of the Liberation Logbook Journal Entries. Logbook thing. Day 3.
Pardon the food stains, but fighting makes me hungry and thirsty. I'm sure I'll be unconscious before I get this stupid thing written. If this juice is what I think it is, good old Patches. What can I say? I might be small, but I fill the shoes of 3 of you. And it does work up a mighty appetite, so, you got something to say about it?
No.
And well, we're talking. What's up with Boomer? Tossing me around like a common wood dwarf. Talk about invading my personal space. Taking advantage of my rather low line of sight. Why, I didn't even see her skinny arm reaching down to lift me up. I should have lifted her up on the end of a good old helmet horn. I was about a half a mind to do that after I shook the stars out of my landing, but those good-for-nothing dirt kickers softened my fall well enough. Boomer would line them up and I'd knock them down. She'd shoot the first one and I'd clobber the second. Now, if Tink would just learn to keep those meddlesome mechanical contraptions out of our way! I can barely see over the top of them. It's fine enough for him, huddled behind some boulder or piece of deadwood. I guess it did end up all right. I must have looked rather heroic, soaring through the air. Wind rushing through my broken horn and howling like a wild banshee. Power axe glistening as the sun hit the power core. Tink made the thing big enough that I wonder what those vermin saw coming first, me or my wondrous axe of destruction. That's right. Fear me. I'm coming for you and whatever goodies you've got stored up. Tantrum, the harbinger of doom.
Liberation logbook entry, day 4.
I never understood the supposition that a field medic ought to be a wet nurse. My profession has more to contribute than the patching of various boo-hoos and missing parts, while friends and family rush toward ultimately bad endings. The human doctors have a saying, do no harm. Well, we Gearloc practitioners are more practical. Oh, did you see what I did there?
Yes.
I made a funny of the word practice, and my friends say I am without humor. Don't worry, you'll get it eventually. But I digress. And I do so loathe digressing, almost as much as recording these verbose scribblings when I should be seeing to those runny noses. While I dress wounds and reset broken bones, I merely patch Gearloc meat for the grinder. Medicine can be an act of neglect on the battlefield. I must remind the council that this is not my first performance in the theater of war. So, the logical solution, the only solution that sees my compatriots avoiding further critical distress, is to put my bone saw to better use. That is, by removing our opponent's ability to walk, swing, or breathe in the first place. One of them saves 3 of us. Now that's good medicine. Oh, unscrew your judgmental faces and grow a set of ear points. Medicine both heals and prevents, and this medic would rather err on the side of severe prevention. I'd sooner drop a 5-foot giant with a poison needle than wait to fix whatever atrocity he has planned for one of ours. Besides, it would be a quick-acting poison. I am ethical after all. In such light, it was a good day. Any day my tools of employment are visited upon the enemy, as opposed to my friends, well, that has the makings of a good day. And fear not, there were still plenty of runny noses to wipe and adrenaline shots to satisfy your squeamish stomachs. Surmising by the eclectic band you all have consigned to picket, the days ahead will see plenty of opportunity for both compassion and extreme prejudice, soothing ointments, and more aggressive amputations. And if I have any influence in the matter, I'll be saving the ointments for our team. This entry is finished. I have a bone saw to sharpen. Patches.
Logbook, day 5.
Quiet. It's finally quiet and still. No one is jumping from behind trees or bushes. No one's waiting to ambush a mile up the path or appearing from behind dark shadows. Only earplugs left to put in and a heavy cloak to roll up in. Then I'll find some hole to fill. I know, I can't. I've got first watch, and second, maybe third. It's not that I don't trust the others to defend the perimeter, but they are a little short in the ear, and in too celebratory a mood. Now's not the time to celebrate. It deafens the senses, dulls the defenses. A bottle of ale can mean the difference between hearing the enemy a mile out or not until he's stabbing everyone in their sleep. No, not a good idea. I might be quick with the bow, but that's leaving too much to chance. I don't like chance. It's fine. I need Tink to tune up my mech leg anyway. It was a little stiff today. A lot of good it is to spot a troop of whatever a couple miles out if they overtake me as I'm hobbling back to camp on one leg. Besides, I have a reconnaissance mission first thing in the morning. I'm sure Patches can cook up something to keep the cobwebs out tonight, and a booster for the morning. We'll be good to go. After today, I want to scout a little further out, There were too many surprises. Sure, everyone fought well, better than expected actually, but readiness is better than blind reaction. A few more traps along a wider perimeter are sure to calm my nerves a bit, unless they do something completely unexpected. Luckily, Pickett is more than capable of turning a little information into, albeit flamboyant campaign, but a successful campaign all the same. Well, I can't be divided in my attention on what to write when there's so much to get ready for. Not to worry, I've got our bases covered for tonight, and the group will be ready for the coming battle. Every skirmish betrays the enemy's tactics, and the earlier I can get my ears on their business, the better the blow we will deliver. Gilly.
Liberation Logbook, Day 6.
Yeah. I know. I'm late to the party, and from what it looks like, the last entry. I'm just hyped. I've got invited to the party. Okay, technically I wasn't. Actually invited. More like a party crasher. But I've come dressed for a good fight. Come on, when I overheard the council mentioning that the middle of the show was going to be the bit that's tough, and that you were so concerned for the gang, and okay, maybe not so worried for the gang as much as worried for the future of the Deepwood. And maybe you and the other Gearlocs didn't exactly know I joined the party. Well, surprise! You should have sent me from the start. It is your own fault. Did you really think that I'd let my gal Boomer get thrown to the wolves and not be there? Whatevs. Boomer and I haven't been apart on an adventure since never. At least, not since our ears were bigger than our arms. I mean, where do you think Boomer got her name? And wouldn't anyone live with a name like Nugget if not given between sisters? Okay, maybe not actual sisters, but as close as you can get without bleeding the same blood. I mean, that girl can make things go boom. Nugget, though, sounds like something Tantrum would come up with, but we were kids. Sounds like a name that would have suited him instead. I get it. I don't think Boomer ever sees me without a sling or bolo in one hand and a pouch full of anything I can find, or to make shoot from it. And when I started adding explosive nuts to the arsenal, and she was all in my face like, come on, give me a try, give me a shot, Nugs. Forget I mentioned Nugs. I'll stick with Nugget. I can't wait to see them. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that, didn't I? I haven't actually joined the party yet. I've been picking off a few scouts from behind cover. I think Gilly caught a glimpse of me once when I was, like, way over there. And I pinged an orc, a scout, and the snout. And then I ordered one of Tink's spider thingies to check out my cover. And luckily I was faster than that, but I couldn't resist sneaking into camp last night and swiping this logbook for just a sport. But I have to show myself tomorrow. Yeah, I'm running out of food and the fight is getting pretty thick. I haven't seen Boomer yet or Patches, but I've certainly heard her aftermath. I can't wait for tomorrow. Nugget.
Liberation Logbook, Day 7.
That's it for entries. I'm sending these 2 days later than intended. While I don't condone Nugget stalking us, I do agree with her. She should have been around with us from the start. As it turned out, she arrived just in time to warn us of what she'd seen from the foothills. For the past 48 hours, we've had nothing but wave after wave of happenstance encounters. I hope my sarcasm is clear. Something is not right. These trees are crawling with goblin scouts, and every access point to the river, this stretch of Daylor, is being watched. I'm not liking this hawk's chance we have of reaching Obendar. You said this was a secret mission, right? It's as if we've been blowing trumpets every step of the way for all the low-life ebon fodder that's already crossed our path. I mean, no disrespect to the council, but someone knows something more to this story than I do. I don't care what the council decided was our best route. My team is in danger, and I've decided we are going to alter our course. Don't worry, we will still fulfill our task, but I'm going to take some precautions I didn't think I'd have to. Pick it.
Well, that concludes our reading of the Liberation Logbook journal entries. I will never do this again.